as the screen gently fades to darkness after the opening card, take a deep breath and allow your body to settle into quiet comfort. Let the remaining busy thoughts of the day softly dissolve, leaving only the warm, tranquil space around you and the slow, steady rhythm of your breathing. Tonight, we begin a soothing journey across centuries and continents, tracing the long, luminous history of human justice, custom, and law. Long before the invention of printed books, leather-bound volumes, or formal courtroom chambers, law was not something kept on silent library shelves. It was a living, breathing promise maintained between neighboring communities. It existed within collective memory, gently nurtured by shared stories, quiet agreements, and the deep-seated human desire for order, fairness, and mutual protection. Across early human civilizations, communities gathered under open skies, beside quiet winding rivers, or around evening fires to listen to the ancient customs that bound them together. In those simple gatherings, people found profound safety in knowing that the rules of their society were held with care, patience, and clarity by the collective wisdom of their elders. Imagine stepping into the vast, open landscapes of the distant past, where nature itself served as the sanctuary for human governance and reflection. In those serene times, before complex legal systems or written documents existed, the preservation of social harmony relied almost entirely upon the human voice and dedicated memory. Assemblies were held not beneath towering stone arches, but within dramatic natural amphitheaters, where sound traveled easily across moss-covered rocks and expansive green fields. Families traveled from distant homesteads, journeying peacefully across valleys and clear streams to hear the foundational principles that shaped their shared existence. These annual gatherings were both social and sacred, a unique time when grievances were set aside, boundaries were respected, and disputes were settled through thoughtful deliberation rather than conflict. The atmosphere was marked by a quiet, attentive reverence as listeners absorbed the rhythmic cadence of spoken law, understanding that every spoken phrase carried the heritage of their ancestors and provided a reliable, peaceful blueprint for living harmoniously side by side. In the northern reaches of Europe, this tradition of memory and spoken governance reached a truly remarkable height upon a plain forged by ancient volcanic earth. Beginning in 930 CE, at the grassy lava fields of Thingvellir, Iceland's elected law speaker stood atop the Lurgberg rock each summer to recite 1/3 of the nation's entire legal canon from memory to assembled citizens. Standing on that natural stone podium, known as the Law Rock, the law speaker's voice resonated against the towering basalt cliffs behind him, which acted as a natural soundboard carrying his words across the gathered valley. Because the entire legal tradition remained unwritten during those early centuries, it required 3 consecutive summers for the law speaker to recite the complete body of customary laws, ensuring that over each 3-year cycle, every single rule was spoken aloud and renewed in the public mind. Families pitched simple turf shelters and canvas tents along the riverbanks, resting in the soft twilight of the midsummer sun as complex guidelines regarding property, inheritance, trade, and peaceful restitution were clearly pronounced. This monumental accomplishment of memory was far more than an intellectual feat. It was a profound commitment to transparency and equality, ensuring that no secret laws could ever exist, and that justice remained accessible to every citizen who stood listening upon the grassy plain. As the night deepens and the surrounding world grows quiet, we can reflect on how this timeless desire for order and fairness has echoed down through the generations. From those windswept Icelandic lava fields to the modern legal traditions of today, the pursuit of justice has remained a steady, comforting thread weaving through the human story. The simple, deliberate act of reciting rules out in the open gave individuals a reassuring sense of belonging, grounding them in a society guided by reason, trust, and shared responsibility. As you rest comfortably now, let yourself feel the calm stability of this enduring history, recognizing that for thousands of years, people have sought gentle ways to live together in peace, resolving differences through patience and spoken understanding. Allow your mind to drift peacefully, like a soft breeze across those ancient green fields, as your body rests deeply and prepares for the quiet exploration of early written codes in the chapters yet to come. Long before the construction of grand, echoing courtrooms, the human search for justice unfolded in tranquil, open spaces designed to calm the spirit and encourage quiet reflection. In ancient Egypt, along the fertile, slow-moving banks of the Nile, law was understood not merely as a set of rigid commands, but as a living expression of truth, balance, and universal order. The viziers of the New Kingdom served as stewards of this delicate harmony, guiding human disputes toward peaceful resolution with a steady, measured grace. Within the sacred city of Thebes, these solemn legal gatherings were conducted with an enduring reverence for written precedent and calm contemplation. Inscribed on the tomb walls of the 15th century BCE Egyptian Vizier Rickemeyer in Thebes, ancient trial procedures mandated laying 40 leather rolls of legal texts before the magistrate in a quiet, shaded court. As golden sunlight filtered gently through high stone colonnades, casting long, restful shadows across the pavement, the 40 leather scrolls rested side by side before the seated judge. Each roll contained the accumulated wisdom of generations, hand-carved and painted onto supple hides that smelled faintly of dried reeds and cedar oil. Seated nearby, scribes worked in tranquil silence, their reed pens moving across papyrus with rhythmic care, while petitioners presented their cases in soft, unhurried voices. The presence of those 40 rolls served as a grounding reminder that judgment was anchored in established truth rather than fleeting emotion. In that cool, sheltered space, the slow, steady rhythm of legal inquiry flowed like the eternal river outside, reassuring all present that order would be maintained, and every voice heard with dignity across vast distances of land and sea, and across many centuries of time. Another profound tradition of governance blossomed in the quiet heartland of eastern North America. Deep within old-growth forests, where ancient trees formed vast canopies overhead, council fires burned softly as representatives of different nations gathered to resolve grievances and build a union founded on mutual respect. Formalized around 1450 near Lake Onondaga, the Haudenosaunee Great Law of Peace required council leaders to negotiate civil agreements under a great white pine, recording each accord in intricate patterns of purple and white wampum beads. High above the assembled leaders, the slender needles of the white pine rustled softly in the forest breeze, creating a soothing murmur that accompanied the calm cadence of diplomacy. The majestic pine stood as a living monument of unity, its broad roots spreading to the 4 cardinal directions to offer sanctuary and peace to all who sought common ground, as consensus was patiently achieved through respectful dialogue. Skilled craftsmen meticulously arranged small shell beads harvested from the Atlantic coastline. The contrasting shades of deep violet quahog and luminous white whelk were woven together into symbolic belts and strings, transforming fragile words into enduring, tactile records of treaty and law. Each geometric design told a silent story of brotherhood and shared stewardship, designed to be touched and read by future generations. Under the cool shelter of the great tree, justice was realized not through force, but through patient listening, shared purpose, and artistic memory. When we look across these distant civilizational landscapes, a gentle, common truth emerges that the early foundations of human law were deeply rooted in quiet environments and tangible symbols of peace. Whether beneath the shaded stone porticos of ancient Egypt or under the rustling boughs of a woodland pine, early societies understood that wisdom requires stillness and a sense of shared sacred space. The 40 leather rolls of Rick Meyer and the woven wampum belts of Lake Onondaga were physical anchors that gave communities confidence, stability, and continuity across time. They reminded people that law, at its best, is a comforting sanctuary designed to protect relationships, soothe anxieties, and restore balance when life becomes uncertain. As night falls and the world grows quiet, there is comfort in remembering how deeply ingrained this quest for order and peace has always been within the human story. Across thousands of years, humans have sat together under quiet shade, weaving agreements out of shared respect and enduring patience. The ancient scrolls have dried, and the council fires beneath the white pine have dimmed to gentle embers. Yet the quiet quiet spirit of those early gatherings still echoes across the centuries. It whispers to us that peace is built slowly, through soft words, open hearts, and a commitment to balance. And in that timeless thought, the mind can find ease, resting in the long, peaceful lineage of human justice. Long ago, along the sun-warmed banks of the Euphrates River, human communities began to gather in unprecedented numbers, weaving their daily lives into the calm, enduring rhythms of settled agriculture. As twilight settled over the ancient city-state of the evening air would fill with the soft whispers of rustling palm fronds and the faint, comforting scent of baking bread drifting from mud-brick hearths. In this fertile Mesopotamian landscape, neighboring families cultivated adjacent fields of golden grain, sharing the vital irrigation canals that carried life-giving water across the flat horizon under a vast and starry night sky. With such close proximity came the quiet, ordinary friction of communal living. A stray draft animal wandering into a neighboring plot, an accidental overflow from a wooden canal gate during evening watering, or an unintended misstep during the busy, sunlit days of harvest that damaged a portion of a neighbor's standing crop. In earlier ages of human history, such minor losses might have sparked lingering grievances or disruptive emotional conflicts, casting a shadow of anxiety and distrust over the entire village community. Yet, as social life matured into organized civic governance, the people of sought a far more tranquil way to resolve these everyday disputes, realizing that true, lasting societal stability flourished not through anger, pride, or physical retaliation, but through a shared, predictable framework of fairness that allowed every family to rest in serene confidence each night when their daily labor was complete. It was within this thoughtful atmosphere of early urban organization that written legal traditions began to emerge, offering clear, measured remedies for the common missteps of agricultural life. Rather than leaving justice to the subjective whim of local elders or the physical strength of individual families, the rulers of the region sought to record objective, peaceful standards upon tablets of baked clay inscribed with intricate, enduring cuneiform script. In the Sumerian city of around 2100 BCE, the Code of Namu set standardized compensation for damaged barley crops in silver shekels, establishing an early legal tradition of quiet economic restitution. This remarkable approach transformed potential conflict into a calm, mathematical dialogue between long-standing neighbors. A farmer whose precious stalks of green barley had been accidentally flooded, trampled, or grazed did not need to confront his neighbor with harsh words or demanding threats. Instead, both individuals could turn to the established law, where a precise weight of pure silver was designated to restore exactly what had been lost. The silver shekel, weighed with steady hands upon balanced scales, in the quiet shade of the temple courtyards, functioned as a neutral, reassuring mediator that satisfied both parties with absolute clarity. By converting personal loss into a balanced financial value, the code effectively removed the heat of emotion from civil disputes, ensuring that damage to one's seasonal livelihood was met with quiet, honorable reparation, rather than escalating into lasting hostility, resentment, or bitterness. As night deepened over the soaring ziggurats, mud brick homes, and tranquil courtyards of this tradition of quiet economic restitution settled over the city like a soothing mantle. The understanding that justice was clearly recorded in durable clay and impartially administered granted farmers, craftspeople, merchants, and families a profound sense of inner security as they retired from their daily routines. Justice was no longer perceived as an unpredictable storm or a display of arbitrary power, but rather as a steady, comforting stream that maintained harmony throughout the city's expanding neighborhoods. By establishing that harm could be repaired through fair economic compensation, the Code of Namu laid a foundational principle that would echo through millennia of jurisprudence: that the primary purpose of civil law is to heal breaches and restore balance, allowing human society to flourish with gentleness, quiet predictability, and mutual respect. When citizens knew that clear rules watched over their shared investments, fields, and harvests, sleep came more easily to every home, untroubled by lingering fears of unaddressed loss or sudden interpersonal strife. In the quiet stillness of ancient Mesopotamia, as stars drifted slowly across the vast nocturnal sky, and the cool waters of the Euphrates flowed silently toward the sea, the human family took one of its earliest, quietest, and most enduring steps toward a peaceful world, a world where order is maintained not through fear or force, but through the quiet elegance of measured equity, restorative fairness, and shared understanding. Along the quiet banks of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, the ancient world moved to the slow, steady pulse of water, silt, and season. Long before the rise of massive empires and grand monuments, small communities learned to organize their shared existence through subtle agreements born of necessity and quiet observation. In the fertile soil of southern Mesopotamia, law began not as a harsh decree imposed by conquerors, but as a gentle framework designed to preserve balance among neighbors whose lives were intertwined by irrigation canals and wheat fields. As villages expanded into thriving city-states, the spoken memory of elders and communal customs gradually found a permanent home upon soft tablets of damp clay. Cuneiform wedge marks, carefully pressed into the earth with reed styluses, preserved the delicate harmony of daily life, recording simple boundaries, agricultural debts, and the shared stewardship of the land. These early inscriptions transformed raw justice into something visible and enduring, a soothing assurance that order could withstand unpredictable spring floods long summer droughts. Beneath the vast skies of antiquity, the earliest legal traditions rested upon the fundamental truth that peace required patience, foresight, and a deep respect for the rhythms of nature. As the centuries unfolded in the land of Sumer and Akkad, kings began to compile these gathered wisdoms into formal legal collections, seeking to present themselves as guardians of equity and protectors of the vulnerable. Among these early codifiers was King Lipitishter, who ruled the city of Isin in the early 20th century before the Common Era. His legal code, written in the Sumerian language upon clay tablets, sought to bring quiet order to trade, property, inheritance, and the cultivation of the soil. Rather than focusing merely on punishment or dispute, the laws of Lipitishter reflected a profound understanding of time and the slow, deliberate work required to nourish human community. Agriculture in Mesopotamia was a demanding task requiring years of patient effort, where the earth could not be rushed, and short-term demands could easily destroy long-term prosperity. The legal remedies of the era recognized that true fairness must accommodate the natural vulnerability of new growth, allowing human effort the time it needed to flourish without immediate burden. In this thoughtful climate, law became a sanctuary for labor, encouraging families to reclaim barren ground and transform dusty wilderness into green sanctuaries of abundance. This gentle alignment between legal foresight and agricultural patience is nowhere more clearly illustrated than in the specific statutes governing the planting of perennial crops. In Section 10 of the Code of Lipitishter, compiled around 1935 BCE in Mesopotamia, a tenant who planted a new date palm orchard on uncultivated land was legally exempted from paying rent to the landowner for 4 full years, while the saplings quietly took root. The date palm, vital to the life and sustenance of the region, required years of constant watering, shade, and tender care before its fronds would yield their sweet, heavy fruit. The law understood that to demand payment from a tenant during those fragile early years would discourage the long labor of cultivation and harm both the land and the community. By granting 4 unburdened years, the code created a quiet space for growth, allowing the cultivator to tend young roots, channel gentle waters, and watch tender shoots mature into a resilient grove. This 4-year period of grace aligned human governance with the silent pace of the natural world, balancing rights of ownership with the practical realities of nurture. It assured the tenant that their hard work would not be prematurely claimed, while guaranteeing the landowner that their once barren field would eventually become a fruitful, enduring asset for generations to come. In the stillness of those ancient orchards, where sunlight filtered softly through palm fronds, and the air carried the cool scent of river water, the law served as a quiet companion to human effort and hope. Such measures demonstrate how early legal thinkers viewed justice not merely as a set of static prohibitions, but as a living instrument intended to nurture life, cultivate trust, and safeguard the future. The simple act of allowing young trees 4 peaceful years to anchor themselves deep within the earth mirrors the broader spirit of early Mesopotamian jurisprudence, which sought to establish stability amidst an uncertain environment. As night fell over the sun-baked mud-brick homes and peaceful canals of Isin, citizens could rest knowing that the laws written upon clay tablets honored the steady, gradual pace of human endeavor. Through these ancient lines of cuneiform, we glimpse a timeless understanding that true justice is patient, recognizing that the most valuable fruits of life, whether an orchard of palms or a harmonious society, require time, protection, and gentle care before they can truly blossom and endure. Long ago, across the sun-drenched plains of the ancient Near East, early human communities began to map out the gentle boundaries of peaceful coexistence. In the Fertile Crescent, where mighty rivers wound slowly through soft alluvial soil, life moved to the quiet, reassuring rhythms of planting, watering, and harvest. As small settlements gradually grew into peaceful city-states built of sun-dried mud bricks, the morning breeze carried the sweet scent of damp earth and date palms across the fields. People realized that living together in harmony required more than unspoken customs. It demanded clear, enduring written agreements that every neighbor could trust and understand. These early legal systems were not designed for grandeur or conflict, but rather to protect the quiet cadences of daily routine, ensuring that each family could tend their home hearth and cultivate their crops in deep tranquility. The laws recorded on sun-cured clay tablets sought to balance the needs of the individual with the gentle well-being of the wider community, establishing an enduring sense of order that allowed civilization to rest securely beneath the wide, starlit desert sky. In these calm valleys, water was the very lifeblood of existence, a precious shared resource that called for thoughtful responsibility and mindful governance. The great rivers provided life to green barley fields and cool refreshment to travelers and townsfolk alike, but only when managed with patience, foresight, and mutual respect. Thus, legal order emerged not as a harsh or distant burden, but as a soothing framework that preserved fairness, nurtured quiet trust, and guarded the delicate balance between the land, the rivers, and human life. Among these early expressions of human jurisprudence were the cuneiform statutes that governed the kingdom of Eshnunna, where ancient scholars and leaders set down rules to preserve civic tranquility along the vital watercourses of Mesopotamia. Along the peaceful banks of the Dila River, agricultural life depended entirely upon the careful, equitable distribution of river water through an intricate network of hand-dug canals, earthen dikes, and clay sluice gates. To prevent negligence and protect the shared vitality of the community, long-standing legal traditions established precise, compassionate duties for those tasked with overseeing these delicate waterways. Irrigation inspectors walked along the embankments at daybreak, checking each wooden divider and clay embankment with quiet diligence to ensure that water flowed evenly across the countryside. Under the cuneiform laws of Eshnunna, compiled around 1770 BCE, irrigation inspectors along the Dyle River were legally required to line clay sluice gates with woven reed mats, ensuring river water flowed at a gentle, steady pace into barley fields without muddying downstream drinking basins. This thoughtful legal mandate reflected a profound understanding of community balance, demonstrating how ancient legal codes sought to resolve potential disputes before they could ever disturb the peaceful rhythm of the valley. By requiring the soft, flexible reed mats to filter sediment and temper the moving current, the law protected both the fragile barley shoots taking root in the fertile soil and the clear, clean drinking water essential to families living further downstream. In this way, legal stewardship was woven directly into the physical routines of daily life, transforming simple acts of agricultural care into lasting expressions of justice, quiet harmony, and civic consideration. As the evening air cools over the ancient riverbanks, the soft, rhythmic sound of water passing through reed-lined channels creates a peaceful lullaby that has echoed through thousands of years of human history. The enduring legacy of Eshnunna lies not in harsh declarations or grand monuments, but in these calm, practical measures that allowed neighbors to live side by side without friction or worry. In the stillness of the night, when the vast barley fields rest beneath a canopy of quiet stars, and the river reflects the silvery light of the moon, one can appreciate the timeless grace of laws designed to protect the common good. The ancient scribes who carefully pressed their reed styluses into soft clay offered a lasting vision of a society where every person's well-being was linked to the thoughtful care shown by those around them. Through such quiet and steady arrangements, early legal codes planted the seeds of justice that would ripple across centuries and civilizations, reminding us that true order begins with mindfulness, stewardship, and gentle restraint. Now, as darkness settles over the calm waters and the ancient plains drift into sleep, the soothing spirit of those early laws continues to offer a deep sense of rest and tranquility. As twilight gently deepened across the wide alluvial plains of ancient Mesopotamia, the soft, rhythmic murmur of water flowing through hand-dug canals provided a peaceful lullaby over vast fields of barley and wheat. Life along the fertile banks of the Tigris and Euphrates relied entirely upon shared rivers, where the gentle distribution of water sustained entire agrarian communities beneath a quiet, starry sky. In these early agricultural societies, law was not merely a rigid set of prohibitions, but a restful framework designed to foster neighborly harmony and collective stewardship of vital natural resources. When a farmer directed the nourishing river into his private channels to soak his soil, he accepted an enduring duty of care toward those whose fields lay just beyond his own borders. In section 55 of the Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, written around 1750 BCE, a farmer who opened an irrigation canal was legally obligated to regulate water flow and compensate downstream neighbors with harvested grain if his field softly overflowed into adjacent plots. This thoughtful provision reflected a profound understanding of community interdependence, recognizing that the prosperity of one farmer's plot was inextricably linked to the peaceful well-being of the next. The law gently guided the farmer to watch the water levels with patience and care, ensuring that any accidental spillover was met not with conflict, but with a calm, equitable restitution of golden grain carefully measured from his own harvest. Through such balanced guidelines, the ancient code cultivated a deep sense of shared responsibility, allowing villagers to rest easily at night, knowing their crops and hard work were guarded by mutual respect and established custom. Centuries later, across the sunlit, rolling hills and high plateaus of Anatolia, another ancient civilization crafted its own enduring legal codes to protect the calm rhythm of rural life. The Hittites, dwelling among wooded valleys and terraced mountainsides, understood that living in harmony with the land required constant mindfulness, particularly when tending the soil and managing the powerful elements of nature. During dry summer months, as farmers cleared dry scrub and brush to prepare fields for seasonal planting, the gentle afternoon breeze carried both warmth and potential peril across the countryside. Fire was an indispensable tool for clearing land, yet its glowing embers possessed an unpredictable path if left unattended near delicate orchards and fruit-laden branches. Under section 105 of the Hittite laws, compiled around 1500 BCE in Anatolia, a landowner clearing field brush with fire was legally obligated to maintain a damp perimeter around adjacent orchards to ensure stray embers never touched a neighbor's fruit trees. By mandating a moist, protective barrier of dampened soil or soaked vegetation, the law created a serene buffer between necessary agricultural work and the tender, blossoming branches of neighboring farms. This peaceful safeguard encouraged farmers to move slowly and deliberately over their daily tasks, dampening the earth around the perimeter before striking a flame. The Hittite legal tradition recognized that preserving fruit trees, which required years of patient care, watering, and pruning to reach maturity, was essential for the tranquil sustenance and long-term prosperity of the entire village. These early statutory codifications from Mesopotamia and Anatolia demonstrate how the foundational roots of human justice were woven from the quiet, daily practices of rural stewardship and community mindfulness. Rather than focusing solely on grand state decrees or harsh retributive measures, these ancient sections sought to preserve the subtle, resting balance between human labor and the shared environment. Whether guiding the steady trickling of an irrigation trench through sun-warmed clay, or cooling the perimeter of a clearing fire before nightfall, the law functioned as a steadying hand that reassured every family within the settlement. Each rule was born from the practical wisdom of observing the land, the seasonal flow of rivers, and the soft drift of wind across open pastures. In establishing clear obligations of care and fair restitution, these early legal codes allowed agrarian communities to flourish without the shadow of sudden loss or lingering dispute. The farmer tending his evening fire could watch the quiet embers turn to dark ash with a peaceful mind, while downstream neighbors slept soundly, trusting in the quiet promise of grain and water safely managed under the law. As darkness settled over the ancient fields and orchards, the enduring principles of fairness, foresight, and mutual protection laid down on stone stele and clay tablets remained as a quiet foundation for the human story, softly whispering across centuries that true justice begins with gentle consideration for one another's home and peace of mind. As the golden light of late afternoon softens over the rolling hills of 6th century BCE Attica, a quiet transformation was taking root within the social and physical landscape of ancient Athens. For generations, the rhythm of Athenian life had been dictated by custom, lineage, and the uncompromising severity of earlier legal traditions that often left smallholders vulnerable and communities fractured by feud and debt. When the statesman Solon was appointed to reform the city's constitution and laws, his primary task was not merely to settle immediate grievances, but to cultivate an enduring framework of balance and mutual restraint. In the stillness of the countryside, where silver-green olive groves met fields of golden grain, law began to manifest not as distant thunder, but as a gentle, guiding boundary woven into the daily chores of farming life. Solon recognized that true civic peace required more than grand declarations of justice. It depended on clear, sensible rules that governed how neighbors shared the fundamental elements of existence: the soil, the rain, and the space between their fields. As families tended their plots beneath the wide Aegean sky, the new legislation brought a soothing clarity to common disputes, encouraging farmers to look beyond immediate gain toward the long-term health of their shared valley. Among these thoughtful civic measures were laws designed specifically to protect the delicate balance of agrarian life, ensuring that one person's enterprise did not quietly diminish another's livelihood. Solon understood that certain trees, though prosperous and deeply valued, possessed vast, thirsty root systems capable of drawing vital nourishment from the surrounding earth far beyond their visible canopy. To prevent quiet conflict over shared resources beneath the ground, the legal code addressed the precise spacing required when introducing long-lived flora along boundary stones. Under Section 7 of Solon's Laws in 6th century BCE Athens. Anyone planting a new olive tree was legally required to set it at least 9 feet back from a neighbor's property line, so its roots would not draw moisture from adjacent barley fields. This deliberate distance allowed the shallow, delicate roots of the neighbor's grain to draw undisturbed moisture from the soil, while the robust olive sapling had ample room to anchor itself and flourish over decades. Such a rule revealed a profound respect for natural ecology and micro-level fairness, recognizing that true justice often lives in 9 feet of quiet earth left untouched between 2 working farms. By codifying these environmental boundaries, the Athenian statutes ensured that both the quick-harvesting cereal crops and the slow-maturing olive trees could thrive side by side in peaceful coexistence. This careful attention to everyday harmony extended into many other aspects of land management, from the digging of wells to the placement of beehives, establishing a precedent that law should act as an invisible, stabilizing hand rather than a harsh instrument of control. Rather than relying on arbitrary force or the whim of local elites, Solon had these regulations inscribed upon wooden tablets known as axons, which were mounted on wooden frames and displayed in public view, so that every citizen could read and understand their rights and obligations. In the calm center of the city, people could inspect the rules that governed their orchards and boundaries, knowing that the same measured justice applied equally across the countryside. This transparency shifted the nature of public life, instilling a calm confidence that disputes could be resolved through shared standards rather than personal conflict. The law became a steady, reassuring presence, a shared agreement recorded in wood and stone, standing silently in the public square while families worked their fields, cooked their evening meals, and rested in the quiet assurance that their labor and boundaries were respected by their peers. As twilight settles over the Athenian plain, the evening breeze moves gently through the olive groves, whispering through leaves that have sheltered generations of farmers. The measured distances of the fields, laid out with care according to ancient law, create a landscape of order and quiet rhythm, where each plot of land rests in harmony with its neighbor. In this restful silence, the legacy of Solon's early code reveals its quiet wisdom, that justice begins not with grand speeches in turbulent assemblies, but in the peaceful spacing of crops, the fair sharing of water, and the gentle boundaries that allow communities to flourish together. The stars appear one by one above the Aegean hills, casting a soft glow over fields of barley and groves of olive, where the earth lies calm and protected under the enduring care of law. Along the fertile banks of the Nile, where the twilight turns the wide waters into a mirror of polished stone, the practice of law quietly shifted from grand monumental inscriptions into the soft, rhythmic documentation of daily life. In the Hellenistic age of Egypt, justice was not merely a matter of high tribunals or public disputes, but a pervasive and gentle structure designed to safeguard the rhythm of the seasons and the shared livelihoods of entire communities. Scrolls of papyrus, written in dark ink by meticulous scribes working in the cool shade of courtyard colonnades, outlined the steady rules of commerce, agriculture, and civic duty. To walk through an ancient Egyptian village as evening fell was to witness a society resting beneath the protective canopy of administrative law. Every bushel of grain, every orchard, and every yield of oil was accounted for within a framework created to ensure stability and peace. The legal codes of the era recognized that true order was born from predictability, allowing farmers, artisans, and merchants to lay down their tools at dusk, with the quiet assurance that their labors were protected by recognized authority and standard measure. This deliberate care for the details of daily sustenance found one of its most remarkable expressions in the comprehensive state regulations governing agriculture and royal monopolies. Under the revenue laws of Ptolemy II, promulgated in 259 BCE in Egypt, all press managers were legally obligated to store harvested sesame seeds in ventilated reed baskets inside shaded earthen cellars to preserve their natural oils before pressing. This specific legal requirement revealed a profound synthesis of legal authority, empirical wisdom, and environmental design. The law did not simply demand revenue. It dictated the gentle handling of delicate crops, honoring the natural properties of the sesame seed and protecting it from the sweltering desert heat. The woven reed baskets allowed the warm evening breeze to circulate freely through the stored seeds, preventing moisture buildup, while the deep earthen cellars maintained a soothing, stable chill far beneath the sun-baked soil. In this way, the law functioned as an invisible, watchful guardian over the harvest, ensuring that the oil, vital for lighting lamps in homes across the realm and nourishing the populace, was preserved in its purest form before the heavy stone presses began their slow, rhythmic turn. As night deepened over the river valleys and the sound of daytime work dissolved into silence, these administrative decrees settled over the land like a calm blanket. The oil press workshops, having completed their daytime duties under the watchful eye of local officials, grew quiet and still. Inside the underground storerooms, the delicate scent of crushed seeds and cool earth lingered in the dim air, framed by the legal promises of fair allocation and careful stewardship. It is easy to view ancient legal history through the lens of dramatic punishments or monumental legal codes. Yet much of human justice has always resided in these quiet, practical ordinances that governed the storage of food, the standard weight of bread, and the maintenance of irrigation canals. Such laws provided a predictable horizon for human existence, removing the anxiety of chaos and replacing it with the restful certainty of established routine. Families could gather around small oil lamps in the evening, knowing that the very oil burning in the clay dishes was the result of a legal tradition that valued care, quality, and community balance above all else. Across the centuries, this peaceful aspect of law has continued to serve as a steady foundation for human civilization, quietly holding the complex machinery of society together while individuals rest in safety. The ancient scribes who penned the revenue laws did so with an awareness that human society flourishes best when the fundamental conditions of life are calm, continuous, and clear. As the silent river currents carried small wooden boats gently downstream towards the broad delta, the organized structure of Ptolemaic law remained fixed and comforting, anchored deeply in the soil and the daily practices of the working people. The legal obligations of the past were not merely arbitrary constraints, but quiet guarantees of safety and order that allowed an entire nation to close its eyes at night without fear. In the quiet subterranean cellars, surrounded by the cool earth and the soft rustle of woven reed baskets, the law rested alongside the rich harvest, maintaining its steady, unhurried watch over the sleeping world until the gentle return of the morning dawn. In the long story of human governance, the earliest expressions of law were often far more gentle than the grand monuments of conquerors might suggest. Beyond the decrees of kings and the public courtrooms of expanding cities, legal codification took root in the quiet, daily rhythms of rural life, where community survival depended upon foresight, patience, and mutual care. In ancient East Asia, as early legal frameworks developed, the law sought to protect not merely the state's domain, but the very sustenance that carried families through the leanest months of the year. During the Qin dynasty, imperial administration recognized that true stability began in the granary, where the autumn yield had to be preserved against dampness and decay. Inscribed on bamboo slips discovered at Shuhyuti and dated to 217 BCE, the Qin dynasty's agricultural laws legally required granary keepers to floor storage bins with woven straw mats and dry ash to keep harvested millet cool and dry through winter. This careful instruction, captured in neat characters on narrow bamboo strips, reflected a deep understanding of natural elements, how dry ash absorbs ambient moisture, and how coarse straw allows air to circulate beneath heavy stores of grain. By weaving these practical, protective measures directly into statutory law, the ancients ensured that the harvest remained safe, offering a quiet guarantee of food and comfort when snow blanketed the countryside. The presence of such detailed agricultural regulations reveals how early jurisprudence functioned as a soothing shield against the uncertainties of nature. To look upon those ancient bamboo slips is to see law stripped of drama, transformed instead into an art of quiet preservation. Granary keepers, tending their bins in the crisp air of late autumn, followed these statutory steps as a reassuring routine, laying down clean mats of woven straw and spreading smooth, pale ash across the timber floors before pouring in the golden seeds of millet. The grain lay undisturbed for months, resting in the darkened silence of the storehouse, protected from warmth and moisture by the natural absorbency of the ash beneath it. In this way, legal duty became indistinguishable from seasonal stewardship, anchoring the community's well-being in simple, repeatable acts of foresight. The law did not merely punish wrongdoing. It quietly instructed society on how to live in harmony with the seasons, transforming empirical knowledge into a shared civic obligation that rested gently upon everyone. Farther to the south and west, across the vast river valleys and agricultural plains of ancient India, a similar spirit of peaceful legal stewardship took root beneath the surface of the earth. Around 200 BCE, scholars compiled the Manusmriti, a comprehensive legal text designed to bring order and moral clarity to everyday social life. Among its provisions were thoughtful rules dedicated to resolving one of the most common sources of friction between neighboring families: the precise location of property lines across fields and pastures. Rather than relying on temporary wooden stakes or verbal agreements that might fade with memory, the law encouraged a method of boundary marking that drew upon the earth itself to maintain permanent tranquility. Within the 8th section of the ancient Indian legal text Manusmriti, compiled around 200 BCE, landowners established peaceful boundary lines by burying rot-resistant layers of charcoal, chaff, broken pottery, and river sand deep beneath the topsoil to settle property disputes quietly. When a question of land ownership arose years or even generations later, neighbors needed only to dig into the ground to discover the hidden, unaltered strata. The coarse black charcoal, the resilient pottery fragments, and the fine grains of river sand remained intact through rain and heat, silently attesting to the original agreement without the need for argument or litigation. These twin traditions, the chin granary mandates of East Asia and the subterranean boundary markers of the Indian subcontinent, illustrate a subtle and profound aspect of early jurisprudence. In both cultures, law operated not as a dramatic force of command, but as a quiet, steadying presence woven directly into the physical landscape. Whether preserving golden millet beneath dry ash through the long freeze of winter, or safeguarding neighboring friendships with hidden layers of sand and charcoal deep below the soil, these ancient codes sought to eliminate uncertainty before it could disturb human peace. They remind us that at its heart, justice has long been concerned with protection, foresight, and harmony, creating silent, enduring structures that allow communities to rest securely, trusting that their harvests and their boundaries remain quietly guarded by the wisdom of the past. As evening softly settles over the vast river plains of northern India, the ancient trade routes fall into a gentle stillness, wrapped in the cool mist of the twilight hour. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, the concept of governance and law underwent a quiet yet profound transformation under the Mauryan Empire. For centuries across many early civilizations, legal systems had primarily served to declare the power of rulers, delineate royal boundaries, or exact strict punishments for transgressions against the state. Yet as Emperor Ashoka reflected upon the duties of a sovereign after years of conflict, a new philosophy of law began to take root, one grounded not in fear or conquest, but in the compassionate duty of care, moral responsibility, and the quiet protection of all living creatures. This law, expressed through the principles of Dhamma, sought to weave justice directly into the fabric of daily life, transforming the authority of the state into a soothing presence that watched over the humble traveler, the farmer tending their fields, and the stranger journeying far from home. Under this vision, justice was no longer confined to palace halls or formal legal tribunals where disputes were argued under heavy silence. Instead, law became a gentle commitment to public well-being, assuring every soul that their basic human needs for safety, dignity, and peaceful rest were protected by royal decree. To ensure that these principles were not forgotten or confined to distant edicts spoken only in court, the sovereign ordered them to be permanently carved into the landscape itself, where anyone passing by could see and hear them read aloud. In 242 BCE, Emperor Ashoka inscribed legal edicts onto polished sandstone pillars across northern India, codifying a public right to shaded rest stops and banyan tree groves planted every 2 kos along trade routes. These towering pillars, crafted from smooth, fine-grained stone quarried near Chunar, were polished to a mirror-like sheen that caught the soft golden light of dawn and the calm silver glow of the evening sky. Surmounted by sculpted lions, bull capitals, and wheel motifs representing the cycle of moral law, the pillars stood as quiet guardians along the bustling highways connecting major cities, quiet monasteries, and countryside villages. The inscriptions carved into their surfaces were written in the local Brahmi script, using the clear, accessible Prakrit language, so that the common people could easily understand the rights granted to them. By legally protecting the simple comfort of shade and clean water every few miles, the law moved beyond abstract concepts of governance to offer immediate, tangible shelter to weary feet. The planted banyan trees, with their broad leaves and sprawling aerial roots, formed cool green canopies over the dusty roads, while nearby dug wells and mango groves provided refreshing respite from the midday heat. In this way, legal rights were etched into the earth not as boundaries or burdens, but as gifts of mercy and hospitality, open to all travelers without distinction of status or wealth. As centuries passed and dynasties rose and fell across the Indian subcontinent, the quiet wisdom of these stone pillars continued to offer a timeless vision of what justice could be. The idea that a legal code should safeguard the well-being of the vulnerable, extend sanctuary to the stranger, and protect the natural environment remains one of humanity's most peaceful legal legacies. In the quiet darkness of night, under the gentle canopy of ancient trees, one can imagine a traveler sitting by the root of a banyan tree, listening to the soft rustle of leaves in the night breeze, and feeling the deep, reassuring peace of being sheltered by law. The law was no longer merely a set of prohibitions or a mechanism for settling grievances after harm had been done. It was a proactive, living infrastructure of benevolence designed to prevent hardship before it began. When legal authority aligns itself with compassion, it creates space for quiet reflection, mutual respect, and restorative calm across the land. As the moon ascends into the quiet sky, illuminating the ancient trade routes and the silent stone pillars that still stand across the countryside, the enduring principle of protective justice invites a deep sense of stillness. It reminds us that at its highest and most noble expression, the law exists to bring comfort to the weary, to safeguard tranquility, and to allow all life to rest in quiet, unburdened peace beneath the gentle night. Long before statutory registers and formal courtrooms defined the reach of civic order, the governance of human societies was often inscribed upon the quiet landscapes through which people traveled. In the ancient river valleys of the Indian subcontinent, legal traditions had long balanced the practical necessities of trade, agriculture, and property with deeper philosophical reflections on cosmic order and righteousness. For centuries, early codes of law in the region had primarily sought to arbitrate disputes between neighbors, regularize commerce along busy riverways, and define the boundaries of royal authority. Yet, as the Mauryan Empire consolidated vast stretches of land under a unified crown, the concept of law underwent a profound and peaceful transformation. Under the reign of Emperor Ashoka, following a period of deep personal reflection, justice evolved from a mere apparatus of state enforcement into a sweeping vision of public benevolence and moral duty, known as *Dharma*, rather than relying solely upon threats of retribution or complex administrative penalties to maintain social order. The state began to view its highest legal obligation as the creation of conditions that fostered peace, comfort, and deep reverence for all living creatures. Across the broad expanse of the empire, polished sandstone pillars were raised along well-traveled thoroughfares, their smoothly carved surfaces catching the soft golden light of dawn and dusk, offering quiet reminders of a sovereign's enduring commitment to the gentle well-being of his subjects. These monumental pillars served not as harsh declarations of imperial power, but as tranquil guides for daily life, recording decrees designed specifically to ease the physical burdens of those who journeyed across the warm, expansive countryside. In an era when travel was slow and arduous, dependent upon footpaths and animal carts moving through sun-drenched plains, the law extended its reach to address the most fundamental daily needs of the weary traveler. Promulgated in 242 BCE under the Seventh Pillar Edict of Emperor Ashoka, Mauryan imperial law mandated the planting of broad-leafed banyan trees and mango groves at half-mile intervals along trade roads to provide soft shade and rest for traveling wayfarers and their livestock. This remarkable integration of environmental stewardship and social welfare within formal imperial decree demonstrated a vision of justice that prioritized quiet comfort over punitive control. Beneath the wide, protective canopies of the banyan trees, merchants transporting goods, wandering monks, and local villagers could find sweet respite from the intense midday heat, listening to the gentle rustle of heavy leaves in the passing breeze. Wells were dug at regular distances, and rest houses were constructed nearby, ensuring that both human travelers and the animals carrying their burdens could drink cool water and rest in safety before continuing their journeys. In this way, the law became a soothing presence along the royal roads, a physical sanctuary woven directly into the natural environment, where the simple act of taking shelter under a shaded grove was itself a manifestation of imperial care. This thoughtful approach to governance marked a rare and luminous moment in global legal history, where the primary purpose of codification shifted away from strict discipline toward active empathy and the protection of all living beings. Ashoka's edicts did not merely govern human interactions. They extended legal protection to animals, restricted hunting, established medical facilities for both humans and beasts, and encouraged a spirit of mutual respect among diverse communities. The polished surfaces of the pillars, smooth to the touch and gleaming in the fading evening light, stood as silent sentinels along the dusty highways, echoing a philosophy that viewed true justice not as a rigid hierarchy, but as a comforting balm for the hardships of daily existence. As night settled over the ancient plains, the shadows of the mango groves grew long and still, wrapping the resting wayfarers in a quiet calm that matched the timeless inscriptions carved into the stone nearby. Though empires would eventually yield to time, and ancient trade roads would shift across the centuries, the idea that law could serve as a gentle shelter for the weary remained planted deep within the human consciousness, enduring like the deep, spreading roots of the banyan trees that once kept watch over the quiet paths of the realm. As the sun rose over the hills of classical Greece, the early courts of Athens brought a sense of quiet structure to the civic life of the ancient Mediterranean. Within the open spaces of the agora, long before the noise of modern life existed, disputes were settled with a measured patience that sought balance above all else. In 4th century BCE Athens, civil court speeches were strictly timed using a clepsydra, a pair of matched clay vessels through which water trickled quietly through a bronze plug over a measured 6-minute span. This gentle liquid timepiece marked the passage of moments, not with harsh chimes or hurried demands, but with the steady, soothing drop of water moving from one earthenware vessel into another. Speakers understood that their time was bounded by this serene natural rhythm, encouraging concise, calm reflection rather than prolonged arguments. As the water emptied through the small bronze aperture, a profound quiet would settle over the stone steps where citizens stood listening, aware that justice in its earliest forms was tied to the slow, steady flow of nature itself. The clepsydra reminded everyone present that time was a shared resource, to be honored with clarity, restraint, and an enduring respect for peace. This deep appreciation for balance and proportion was not unique to the Greeks, for across the waters of the Ionian Sea, early Roman jurists were also seeking ways to write harmony into the texture of daily existence. As agrarian communities grew into organized towns, the need arose for clear, accessible guidelines that could prevent small misunderstandings from disturbing the quiet of a community. The earliest Roman laws were not born out of complex abstract philosophy, but out of a practical desire to ensure that neighbors could live side by side in tranquility. They addressed the immediate, tangible elements of everyday life, the boundary stones that marked the edge of a field, the path shared between homes, and the simple courtesy owed between families who tilled adjacent plots of land. By putting these customs into written form, early societies created an atmosphere of predictability and calm, allowing individuals to rest at the end of the day knowing that their rights and responsibilities were clearly understood by all. In this way, legal codes acted as a gentle scaffold for human interaction, protecting the quiet rhythm of domestic life from unnecessary friction. Nowhere was this gentle consideration for one's neighbor more beautifully illustrated than in the ancient statutory collections that governed property and land. Under Table VII of the Roman 12 Tables, compiled around 450 BCE, landowners were legally required to prune tree branches up to 15 feet high so that afternoon sunlight could filter softly into neighboring gardens. This thoughtful provision recognized that light and shade were vital to human well-being and agricultural sustenance, ensuring that no towering oak or spreading fig tree could block the comforting warmth of the late sun from gracing another's home. The law did not view trees as mere timber or property lines as rigid walls, but understood that a garden needed the golden rays of dusk to flourish, just as a home needed the quiet comfort of open space. Neighborly disputes over encroaching foliage were thus resolved not through acrimony, but through a shared legal obligation to maintain the flow of light across the landscape. The 15-foot height requirement ensured a generous canopy above while preserving the open air below, casting long, soft shadows across cultivated soil, and letting the quiet warmth of afternoon linger on quiet courtyards. Looking back across the centuries, these early legal traditions reveal a world where justice was inextricably bound to the physical environment and the gentle cadences of the natural day. Whether through the soft, rhythmic trickle of water in an Athenian courtyard, or the careful preservation of sunlight along a Roman garden path, ancient legal systems sought to establish a quiet equilibrium within human society. They recognized that true peace relies on simple, observable boundaries, a measured span of 6 minutes for a voice to be heard, or a clear sky overhead to catch the fading light of evening. As night settled over the ancient cities of the Mediterranean, the quiet work of jurists and citizens alike permitted communities to sleep with a sense of security and harmony. The laws written on bronze tablets and stone pillars were not meant to overpower, but to gently steady the pulse of civic life, offering a timeless reminder that fairness, light, and quiet order are among the most comforting gifts a civilization can nurture. As ancient civilizations expanded beyond the simple boundaries of village settlements, their legal systems evolved to govern not only human interactions and private ownership, but also the vital shared resources that sustained entire communities over centuries. In the rolling countryside of the Roman Republic and early empire, law became a quiet custodian of essential public works, weaving civic duty seamlessly into the natural landscape. The Roman approach to jurisprudence was deeply rooted in a practical understanding of civil order, recognizing that the long-term health, stability, and peace of a city depended on the careful, continuous maintenance of its shared life support systems. Water, flowing unceasingly from distant mountain springs down into the heart of growing urban centers, was viewed with profound respect and protected by administrative statutes designed to endure across generations. These legal measures were not born of heated conflict or dramatic political debate, but rather of a calm, methodical desire to preserve harmony between human architectural innovation and the surrounding physical environment. Magisterial overseers and dedicated public water officials, guided by written codes and long-established administrative traditions, regularly walked the rural routes to inspect masonry arches, underground channels, public fountains, and surrounding soils. Through this steady and predictable legal stewardship, the law established a soothing, rhythmic cadence of public care, ensuring that every drop of clear, cool water completed its long journey unhindered, quietly nurturing both vibrant city life and peaceful, sunlit rural pastures where cattle grazed along the quiet streams. This deliberate balance between legislative mandate and natural ecology reached a refined clarity during the reign of Augustus, when precise statutory measures were codified to safeguard the physical integrity of the empire's water supply. promulgated in 9 BCE under the Roman law known as the asterisk, lex quinctia asterisk. Public water commissioners were legally mandated to maintain a 15-foot clear buffer of grassy meadow along rural aqueducts, prohibiting tree planting to keep subterranean stone conduits cool and free from root intrusion. This thoughtful legal standard transformed the varied terrain surrounding the stone water channels into soft, unencumbered green corridors of meadow grass that stretched peacefully across the rolling Italian countryside. By strictly keeping deep-reaching tree roots from penetrating and fracturing the subterranean stone masonry, the law prevented moisture loss and structural damage, while protecting the flowing currents from the subtle warming effects of ambient air and direct summer sunlight. The mandated grassy strip created a serene visual boundary across rural estates and open fields, a quiet, tangible manifestation of how precise administrative law could promote structural durability and environmental calm. Landowners whose private property adjoined these aqueduct paths understood the buffer zone not as a restrictive encroachment, but as a vital civic boundary that preserved the shared lifeblood of their broader civilization. Under the diligent supervision of the water commissioners, these wide clearings allowed gentle winds to pass smoothly over untroubled turf, ensuring that subterranean waters traveled in cool, unblemished silence beneath the earth toward the waiting cisterns, baths, and public fountains of ancient Rome. Such regulations reflect a foundational truth in the evolution of legal systems, that true governance extends far beyond resolving private disputes to actively cultivating order, quiet safety, and environmental harmony across the landscape. The lex quinctia demonstrated how legal codes could act as a gentle, stabilizing force, aligning human technological achievement with the rhythmic patterns of the natural world. Rather than relying on reactive repairs after structural infrastructure suffered damage, Roman jurisprudence favored preventive clarity and thoughtful conservation, embedding environmental stewardship directly into public law. As generations passed, these broad grassy pathways along the aqueducts became quiet sanctuaries of grass and ambient light, quietly defining the countryside while preserving the vital streams beneath. Inspection. Crews walked these tranquil paths under the open sky, carrying out their seasonal duties with a quiet, measured efficiency that reflected centuries of refined legal practice and civic devotion. In this way, Roman water law provided not just a formal structure of state authority, but a gentle, comforting rhythm that reassured citizens of their security, continuity, and shared civic purpose across ages. In the stillness of evening, as soft shadows lengthened over the grassy meadows and cold water flowed undisturbed through subterranean conduits, laws like the asterisk lex quinctia remained as enduring monuments of administrative foresight and quiet wisdom, reminders that the quietest laws often provide the deepest stability for human life, allowing society to rest peacefully in the assurance of unbroken order and enduring legal care. As the afternoon sun softly yields to the quiet dusk over the Italian countryside, the great stone arcades of the Roman aqueducts cast long, gentle shadows across the rolling hills and fertile valleys. Long before the bustling crowds of the capital gather in the Forum, or sleep beneath the tiled roofs of the city, fresh mountain water travels for miles along these noble conduits, carried by gravity with steady, unhurried grace. To the ancient Romans, civil law was not merely an instrument for settling grievances or maintaining political order, but a living architecture designed to protect the subtle rhythms of everyday existence. The legal mind of Rome recognized that the vitality of a vast civilization depended upon the smooth, unceasing operation of its public infrastructure. And nowhere was this care more evident than in the stewardship of its water channels. Across generations, jurists, surveyors, and magistrates crafted a thoughtful body of property regulations, balancing the rights of individual landowners with the overarching necessity of keeping the urban water supply pure, accessible, and undisturbed. Beneath the open sky, where stone structures crossed private estates, rural boundaries were shaped not only by wooden fences or freshly plowed furrows, but by solemn statutes that sought to harmonize human activity with the enduring, quiet flow of nature. Within this comprehensive framework of civic responsibility, the office of the Water Commissioner, or Curator Aquarum Asterisk, carried a profound duty to maintain both the physical masonry and the legal boundaries surrounding the city's vital lifelines. Among those who recorded these delicate administrative traditions was the statesman Sextus Julius Frontinus, whose dedicated treatises offer a vivid and peaceful glimpse into the meticulous care required to manage Rome's vast network of channels. The statutes recognized that while time and changing weather pose obvious natural challenges to stonework, the quiet growth of surrounding vegetation could present an even more persistent threat to structural integrity over decades. Subterranean root systems, silently seeking moisture in the cool earth beneath the heavy stone piers, could gradually shift foundation stones, crack internal mortar linings, and interrupt the pure streams bound for public fountains, bathhouses, and residential basins. The legal system understood that protecting these public works required preventing damage before it could ever take root, establishing clear physical zones of protection that transformed legal theory into tangible, tranquil landscape design. It was this deep understanding of preventative governance that led to specific legislation governing the immediate surroundings of every arcade. In 11 BCE, under a Roman Senate decree recorded by Water Commissioner Sextus Julius Frontinus, property owners along municipal aqueducts were legally mandated to preserve a 15-foot wide clear corridor planted with soft grass on either side of stone arches, ensuring tree roots would not disturb the quiet flow of drinking water into the city. This serene green ribbon of land created an open, unobstructed sanctuary around the masonry, allowing maintenance crews and inspectors to walk alongside the conduits with ease, while keeping tall oak, fig, and pine trees at a safe, respectful distance. Property owners along the route understood that their stewardship of these grassy buffer zones was a quiet contribution to the health, safety, and comfort of thousands of their fellow citizens. The mandate did not demand harsh clear-cutting or barren earth, but favored soft, low turf that naturally absorbed rainfall, prevented soil erosion, and preserved the gentle, rolling beauty of the countryside. As night settles over the landscape, these peaceful corridors remain as a timeless testament to how law can act as a quiet guardian of life's simplest necessities. Walking along these open grassy paths at sunset, an observer in antiquity would see only smooth, verdant turf stretching gracefully alongside the magnificent stone arches, a tranquil haven where the faint, rhythmic sound of rushing water drifted softly through the calm evening air. The law had achieved its highest purpose through balance and foresight, safeguarding monumental engineering, not through force or conflict, but through simple, clear rules of restraint, shared responsibility, and mutual respect. In these quiet green margins, justice was measured not in fiery courtroom speeches or contentious debate, but in the soft rustle of wind through grass and the steady, clean stream flowing onward into the resting city. As the stars emerge above the silent aqueducts, the enduring harmony between legal order and the natural world invites a sense of deep, comforting calm that whispers across the centuries. Across the vast and sunlit reaches of the ancient Mediterranean world, law was far more than an abstract collection of scholarly debates, formal court proceedings, or administrative edicts inscribed upon heavy bronze tablets. It was a tangible, quietly enduring presence that subtly shaped the rhythms of daily existence, transforming the physical spaces where citizens walked, traded, and rested their minds. In the densely populated heart of imperial Rome, where multi-story residential buildings rose high into the summer sky, early urban growth had long unfolded without uniform planning, leaving narrow, timber-framed passages vulnerable to the swift spread of summer heat and sudden conflagration. As the capital expanded, the need for order became increasingly vital for the peaceful continuation of urban life. When catastrophic destruction touched the city, imperial governance recognized that the lasting safety and tranquility of its people depended upon legislative foresight and spatial order. Statutory law thus became an instrument of thoughtful city design, carving out light, ventilation, and structural protection within the crowded stone neighborhoods. Promulgated after the Great Fire of 64 CE by Emperor Nero, Roman urban building statutes legally mandated that all newly constructed residential asterisk insulae be spaced at least 3 feet apart and framed with open stone porticos, creating cool, shaded arcades where city residents could walk undisturbed by afternoon heat. These newly required stone porticos deeply altered the daily experience of Roman urban life, offering a soothing buffer against the intense Mediterranean sun and a peaceful retreat from the noise of the main thoroughfares. The mandatory 3-foot separation between individual residential structures allowed gentle air currents to circulate freely through the narrow lanes, clearing away oppressive heat and reducing the risk of fires leaping unchecked across wooden eaves. Sturdy stone arcades, stretching along the base of the residential blocks, provided broad, shaded avenues where townspeople could stroll in cool comfort during the peak hours of midday warmth. Through these precise architectural mandates, legal authority wove safety, health, and personal ease directly into the brick and mortar of the metropolis. Pedestrians could navigate the city along quiet, sheltered colonnades, protected from both thermal intensity above and potential structural hazards. In this manner, jurisprudence revealed its capacity to serve as a calming guardian of public well-being, proving that well-crafted statutes could design physical environments of quietude, spaciousness, and gentle rest. As imperial administration matured and expanded across distant provinces, this same spirit of legal stewardship extended beyond urban architecture into the careful management of vital agricultural resources. Across the peaceful, olive-draped hills and sun-drenched plains of Attica, Roman governance sought to harmonize private enterprise with the long-term needs of the broader community, ensuring that fundamental provisions remained plentiful year after year. In ancient Athens, where silver-leafed olive trees had been cultivated for centuries along terraced slopes, olive oil was the essential foundation of daily life, serving as nourishment, fuel for oil lamps, and a cornerstone of economic stability. To safeguard the population against unexpected crop failures, smooth out market fluctuations, and maintain a dependable civic reserve through lean seasons, imperial decrees established clear, protective bounds for agricultural management. Promulgated around 125 CE by Emperor Hadrian in Athens, an imperial law mandated that olive oil producers reserve 1/3 of their harvest for civic reserves, storing the liquid in glazed terracotta amphorae sealed with soft pine pitch to preserve its natural scent. This thoughtful imperial decree ensured that the bounty of the land was shared equitably, balancing the commercial interests of private growers with the overarching security of the city. The smooth, glazed terracotta amphorae were carefully arranged in cool subterranean storehouses, where the dark, stable air protected the golden liquid from degradation throughout the changing seasons. The soft pine pitch formed a delicate, natural seal across the narrow mouths of the vessels, locking in the fresh, earthy aroma of the pressed olives, until the community had need of its reserves. Through such measured governance, statutory law operated as a silent steward of civic tranquility, fostering trust between the state, the land, and the populace. Whether through mandating shaded stone walkways along the streets of Rome, or securing fragrant stores of oil in the cellars of Athens, ancient legal systems established an enduring framework of safety and predictability. These quiet laws allowed ordinary lives to unfold with a reassuring sense of harmony, order, and lasting peace. As dusk settled gently over the terraced slopes of Hellenistic Asia Minor in the 2nd century before the Common Era, the ancient city of Pergamon transformed into a tranquil sanctuary of stone, light, and shadow. High above the valley floor, the great Acropolis cooled beneath a softening sky, while below, wide paved avenues wound gracefully down through residential quarters, where family life unfolded in a quiet, measured rhythm. In this refined era of antiquity, the historical evolution of law had reached a remarkably thoughtful and pragmatic phase, expanding beyond the sweeping decrees of legendary monarchs to touch the intimate, everyday details of municipal harmony and civic stewardship. Justice, in the eyes of the Hellenistic city-state, was understood not merely as the adjudication of disputes or the punishment of transgressions, but as the deliberate creation of an orderly, peaceful environment in which human life could flourish without unnecessary friction. The legal codes of the period recognized that a peaceful society relies as much upon the thoughtful management of shared urban spaces as it does upon abstract principles of moral philosophy. In the gentle stillness of the evening hours, as oil lamps began to cast a warm glow behind shaded courtyard doorways, and the heat of the sun faded into the cool air of dusk, the city's legal framework manifested as a comforting, protective presence. It guided the small, unspoken duties of neighbors whose daily actions preserved the physical integrity and social tranquility of their hillside home, weaving law into the restful fabric of nightly life. This commitment to civic tranquility was embodied in the specialized municipal regulations overseen by public magistrates known as the astynomoi, who were entrusted with maintaining the safety, cleanliness, and structural harmony of the urban landscape. Under the 2nd century BCE law of the astynomoi from Hellenistic Pergamon, householders along paved avenues were legally required to clear stone drainage channels each evening and repair gutter tiles with smooth lime mortar, ensuring rainwater flowed quietly into terraced underground cisterns. In the soft twilight, as the day's commercial clamor gave way to evening calm, residents would step out onto the smooth stone pavements outside their dwellings to carry out these modest, vital tasks. With patient care, they cleared accumulated dust, fallen leaves, and small stones from the narrow channels carved into the rock, allowing the evening dew and seasonal rains an unobstructed passage. Where gutter tiles had grown worn misaligned. Householders applied carefully prepared lime mortar, smoothing the joints to prevent leakages and to deaden the sound of dripping water against the stone walls. Through these legally mandated evening routines, the city ensured that sudden downpours would be quietly harvested into vast subterranean reservoirs, rather than washing away soil or disturbing the sleep of the community. This elegant synthesis of environmental care and civic obligation demonstrated how early administrative law could transform a practical necessity into a soothing ritual of shared responsibility, preserving both the vital water supply of the city and the restorative silence of the night. As darkness deepened over the stone terraces and the constellations drifted lazily across the Mediterranean sky, the quiet effectiveness of these ancient ordinances echoed through the serene streets. The law had created an environment where the physical city operated like a harmonious, living, breathing organism, where every channel, tile, and stone contributed to the peaceful rhythm of urban existence. Citizens could rest securely in their homes, knowing that their neighbors were bound by the same protective codes, each family taking quiet pride in the preservation of their shared hillside sanctuary. This gentle, preventative approach to governance represented a profound milestone in the history of legal thought, demonstrating that justice could be found in the serene order of a well-tended street, as surely as in the grand marble halls of a high judicial tribunal. The soft, rhythmic trickling of rainwater channeled through mortar-sealed conduits into underground vaults became a subtle auditory testament to the wisdom of collective stewardship, a gentle, comforting reminder that law, at its absolute best, fosters comfort, stability, and enduring peace. Long after the last oil lamps were extinguished and the hillside settled into a deep, uninterrupted slumber, the quiet conduits beneath Pergamon continued their silent work, cradling the precious waters of life under the watchful, enduring protection of ancient civic law. In the quiet sprawl of ancient Mediterranean cities, as stone courtyards settled under the soft, unfolding hues of dawn, the law quietly expanded beyond simple physical boundaries to protect the subtle quality of daily human life. As urban centers grew more densely populated, with multi-story dwellings and expansive family estates standing shoulder to shoulder along narrow, cobblestone streets, Roman jurists and legal thinkers began to ponder the delicate balance required for peaceful coexistence. A home in the classical world was conceived not merely as a practical physical shelter constructed of brick, mortar, and clay tile, but as an inner sanctuary centered around an open courtyard, an atrium or peristyle thoughtfully designed to collect gentle rainwater, invite cool evening breezes, and gather the shifting light of the open sky. In these serene domestic spaces, the slow, calm rhythm of household life was dictated by the soft movement of natural light across marble pillars, tiled mosaic floors, and painted plaster walls. Yet as ancient cities grew ever taller and more densely inhabited, the risk of one landowner constructing high masonry walls that might eclipse the sun of an adjoining property became a frequent source of quiet concern among neighbors. Early legal traditions in the ancient world had focused primarily on direct, tangible trespasses, such as unlawful physical entry, damage to timber, or the destruction of livestock. But as Roman legal philosophy matured, scholars recognized that a neighbor could harm a household just as deeply by stealing its access to the clear blue sky. Lawgivers began to realize that true civil harmony required protecting the delicate, invisible threads that bound a home to its natural surroundings, ensuring that the tranquil atmosphere of domestic life remained undisturbed by the unmanaged growth of neighboring architecture. Within the rich and thoughtful tapestry of classical jurisprudence, this recognition gave birth to sophisticated legal doctrines governing property servitudes, which carefully balanced individual rights of land ownership with the shared environmental well-being of the surrounding community. Legal scholars throughout the classical Mediterranean world spent long, contemplative hours considering how the rights of land use could be harmoniously restricted so that every household might enjoy a quiet, restful environment. Codified in Book 8 of Justinian's Digest from 2nd century Juris Gaius, Roman property law protected a homeowner's legal right to unobstructed daylight *servitus, ni luminibus officiator, prohibiting neighbors from building structures that blocked soft morning sunlight from reaching courtyard bedchambers. Through this elegant legal mechanism, known to jurists as a negative servitude, the law effectively declared that a landowner's right to build stopped at the precise boundary, where it threatened to cast an unyielding shadow over another family's sanctuary of rest. Roman jurists deeply understood that the gentle light entering a courtyard bedchamber in the early morning brought warmth, health, and a soothing rhythm to the start of each day. And to strip a home of that quiet natural gift was recognized as a meaningful legal wrong. It was a remarkably compassionate legal principle, demonstrating that even amidst the grand administrative ambitions of empire, the complexities of international trade, and the bustling noise of urban commerce, Roman jurisprudence carved out a permanent space to preserve the subtle, comforting elements of domestic tranquility. This ancient protection of natural daylight laid a durable foundation that would echo across centuries of human legal thought, shaping how towns were planned and how neighbors related to one another through generations of urban growth. As Roman legal codifications were preserved, translated, and reinterpreted through the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, and into the modern era, the the underlying doctrine of rights to light influenced municipal building regulations, common law easements, and urban planning standards throughout Europe and beyond. The core legal philosophy remained unchanged through the passage of centuries. That human law, at its most refined and civilized, serves to protect the quiet, natural rhythms of life against thoughtless physical encroachment. It stands as a timeless, gentle reminder that justice is found not only in dramatic courtroom trials or sweeping statutory reforms, but also in the quiet, statutory protection of morning sunlight spilling softly across a peaceful bedchamber floor, allowing a home to remain a timeless place of stillness, safety, and restorative rest. As the sun sets and night falls softly over our modern world, the peaceful legacy of these ancient legal scholars continues to operate quietly in the background of our built environment, holding back the shadows so that quiet comfort, gentle warmth, and natural light may always find their rightful place inside our homes. As twilight settles softly over the golden waters of the Bosphorus, the Golden Horn, and the Sea of Marmara, the grand city of 6th century Constantinople drifts into a quiet, restful calm. In this storied capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, where stone basilicas, marble porticos, and terraced gardens catch the final amber rays of sunset, scholars and jurists worked under the guidance of Emperor Justinian and his chief legal advisor, Tribonian, to gather, harmonize, and organize centuries of legal wisdom into a single enduring monument of human thought, commissioned to bring clarity and order to a vast expanse of judicial history. These ancient scholars combed through thousands of old parchment scrolls, extracting principles that could guide both the grand administration of empire and the intimate rhythms of daily life. Beyond the bustling public forums, imperial palaces, and solemn judicial halls, the codifiers of Byzantine law understood that true justice was not merely a matter of sweeping imperial decrees or stern criminal penalties, but also a quiet, protective framework woven into the fabric of everyday domestic living. The law reached gently into the peaceful corners of neighborhoods and residential hills, seeking to preserve balance and harmony among citizens who shared the narrow stone streets and rising vistas overlooking the water. In the quiet late afternoon hours, as cool sea breezes drifted inland carrying the soft scent of salt and cypress, the great legal compilation took shape, transforming centuries of scattered rulings by classical Roman praetors into clear, enduring principles designed to ensure that peace, light, fresh air, and open space were preserved for all who dwelt within the imperial city's shelter. To wander through the seaside residential districts of old Constantinople was to witness a thoughtful balance between architectural growth and neighborly peace, where every home was understood to exist in harmony but the surrounding landscape and the community. In Roman jurisprudence, property was not viewed merely as an isolated parcel of land to be used without regard for others, but as an integral piece of a larger social tapestry, where the rights of one owner were carefully balanced against the peaceful habitation of another. The Roman legal tradition had long recognized the concept of civil servitudes, established legal rights and restrictions attached to real property that prevented a landowner from modifying their property in a manner that unreasonably infringed upon another person's quiet enjoyment of their own home. Within the expansive books of Justinian's massive compilation, known as the Digest or Pandects, jurists carefully transcribed detailed regulations governing urban living, ensuring that the natural expansion of the vibrant city would never strip away the restorative gifts of the surrounding elements. Among these contemplative ordinances was a legal provision specifically created to safeguard the quiet tranquility that comes from gazing out across the peaceful, undulating waters of the sea. In 6th century Constantinople, Title II of Book 8 in Justinian's Digest codified a civil servitude protecting a homeowner's legal right to an unobstructed view of the open sea, forbidding neighbors from building walls that blocked the quiet maritime horizon. Through this gentle and considerate legal protection, the law declared that access to the broad expanse of water, the soft, shifting light of dusk, and the distant, rhythmic passage of sailing vessels was not an ephemeral privilege to be casually obstructed, but a valued right of urban residency protected by the full authority of the state against thoughtless construction. This formal protection of the open maritime vista reflects a deeply restful legal philosophy, one in which human laws do not exist solely to resolve disputes or enforce public duties, but also to shield the quiet, contemplative spaces essential for human well-being and rest. The ancient lawmakers recognized that when a home is granted its unhindered share of sky and sea, the mind within finds space to quiet its thoughts at the end of the day. As night settled fully over the capital and oil lamps were softly extinguished in the quiet rooms where legal scribes had worked, the newly transcribed parchment scrolls rested upon smooth cedar desks, preserving a legal tradition that linked human justice to the vast, unchanging rhythms of the natural world. The sea remained visible from quiet upper chambers and stone terraces, serving as a constant source of calm and perspective, untouched by towering new masonry or spiteful boundaries. Across the coming centuries, as these legal texts were preserved, copied, and studied across Europe and the Mediterranean, this tranquil doctrine of light and sight remained a testament to the idea that law at its best serves as an invisible guardian of quietude, balance, and natural beauty. And so, as the faint evening murmurs of the ancient capital fade into absolute stillness, the city slumbers peacefully beneath a dark canopy of stars, while the gentle waves of the Marmara lap softly against the shore, forever open to the vast and tranquil horizon. As twilight settled over the ancient cities of the Mediterranean, the bustling hum of daily trade gradually yielded to the quiet stillness of evening. In the residential quarters of Rome and its provincial towns, houses stood closely side by side, sharing sturdy stone boundary walls and listening together to the soft murmur of nightfall. The architecture of these classic homes was intimately designed around central open-air courtyards, where wide roof openings welcomed the soft glow of the moon and the occasional gentle shower of evening rain. Within these dense urban environments, ancient Roman legal thinkers recognized that true civic order was built not only through grand imperial decrees or solemn public trials, but through the delicate balance of everyday domestic life. The law sought to ensure that each household could find lasting peace within its private sanctuary, entirely free from disputes over the subtle ways natural elements passed between adjacent properties. In this tranquil realm of civil jurisprudence, even the softest shower of rain falling upon curved terracotta roof tiles became an opportunity to codify neighborly harmony, turning potential friction between adjacent owners into a well-ordered melody of shared space and quiet understanding. As the cool evening breeze drifted through colonnaded peristyles and stone porticos, the overarching legal framework gently cradled the night, inviting a deep sense of enduring calm across every home. In the dense, historic neighborhoods of Roman cities, rooflines often met above narrow alleys and shared courtyard spaces, making the natural path of trickling rainwater a matter of careful legal consideration. To preserve goodwill between adjoining properties while respecting the natural flow of water, Roman jurisprudence developed exceptionally refined concepts of real property easements known as urban servitudes. Under Roman urban property law codified in Justinian's Digest, homeowners could establish a servitus stilicidii, giving them a protected legal right to let clean rainwater drip softly from tiled roof eaves into an adjacent courtyard. This delicate right recognized the steady rhythm of nature, while establishing a clear legal boundary that allowed neighbors to dwell in peaceful proximity without fear of trespass or conflict. The ancient jurists understood that water, left unmanaged, had the subtle power to wear away masonry over time, or create small misunderstandings between those who resided beneath nearby roofs. Therefore, Roman jurisprudence moved beyond abstract rights to specify practical, elegant architectural standards designed to protect property and preserve urban serenity. Codified in Book 8 of Justinian's Digest from 3rd century Juris Paulus, Roman urban property law required homeowners to install tile-lined catchment basins under eaves, so rainwater fell gently from roof tiles into stone garden cisterns without eroding neighboring courtyard walls. These tile-lined channels ensured that every droplet followed a prescribed, gentle pathway into waiting cisterns, where it could be gathered for lush courtyard gardens or domestic use. Through such thoughtful codifications, the legal system transformed potential domestic discord into a calm, predictable arrangement where rainwater was welcomed as a quiet blessing rather than a source of contention. This gentle attention to domestic detail reveals a profound aspect of Roman legal thought: the enduring belief that a truly civilized society is one where even the smallest physical interactions are governed by quiet wisdom and care. By providing clear, predictable frameworks for shared boundaries, the jurists ensured that homeowners did not need to worry in the dark of night about subtle damage to their masonry or unwanted intrusion upon their private spaces. The soft, rhythmic patter of raindrops descending from terracotta tiles became a living testament to a legal system that valued permanence, order, and mutual respect among neighbors. As night deepened across the Roman world, from the historic hills of the capital to peaceful provincial villas overlooking distant seas, these laws operated silently in the background, offering quiet security to those resting beneath heavy timber beams. The stone cisterns below filled slowly, trickling drop by drop in a soothing rhythm that echoed through darkened corridors and sleeping courtyards. In these ancient legal texts preserved across centuries, jurisprudence appears not as a cold instrument of command, but as a protective canopy under which daily life could unfold with ease and quiet reassurance. The peaceful dripping of water into stone basins served as a rhythmic lullaby for families tucked safely into their bedchambers, knowing that centuries of legal reflection held their homes in safe and harmonious balance. Under the vast, starlit night sky, the city rested, enveloped in the quiet security of laws crafted to protect both stone and sleep. As the centuries unfolded across the Mediterranean world, the study and practice of law gradually shifted from rigid, ancient rituals toward a more thoughtful, nuanced pursuit of enduring balance. In the heart of the Roman Republic and subsequent empire, jurists approached the governance of daily life not as a series of harsh commands, but as a quiet, deliberate craft, an ongoing effort to weave fairness into the subtle patterns of human existence and the surrounding natural landscape. This peaceful philosophy recognized that true justice was rarely found in sudden, sweeping decrees, but rather in the steady, predictable order that allowed towns and rural communities to flourish without friction. Across tranquil agrarian valleys, vineyard hillsides, and quiet provincial settlements, legal scholars carefully observed how neighbors shared essential resources, walked along common pathways, and tended to the land they inhabited. Law became a gentle framework, much like the invisible threads of a quiet tapestry, binding individual rights to the common good with steady, measured care. The Roman approach to property was particularly attentive to the delicate harmony between private ownership and the shared environment, understanding that the choices made upon one parcel of land inevitably rippled across the surrounding fields and pastures. In this restful legal worldview, the ultimate goal was equilibrium, a state where each family could enjoy their holdings in quiet security, confident that their neighbors were held to the very same standard of thoughtful restraint, patience, and mutual respect. This deep appreciation for environmental harmony and communal balance found its clearest expression in the laws governing watercourses, meandering streams, and the fertile lands that bordered them. Water, with its soft, persistent movement across the countryside, was understood to belong to no single person entirely, but rather to serve as a shared lifeblood for the entire agricultural valley. To protect both the individual farmer and the broader community, Roman jurisprudence laid down careful, soothing rules regarding how riverbanks could be shaped, reinforced, and maintained over time. Codified in Book 43 of Justinian's Digest from 3rd century Juris Ulpian, Roman property law permitted riverbank landowners to line stream edges with smooth stone retaining walls, provided the masonry maintained the natural, gentle velocity of the water across neighboring meadows. This legal requirement was born from a profound respect for natural dynamics and neighboring rights. If a wall accelerated the river's flow too sharply or diverted its course, it might erode the soil downstream or submerge a neighbor's quiet pasture, disturbing the peaceful balance of the entire valley. By insisting that any stonework preserve the stream's original tranquil speed, the law ensured that human craftsmanship worked in soft harmony with nature rather than against it. Landowners could protect their soil from gradual wear, yet they were bound to do so in a manner so gentle that the water continued to glide peacefully past every meadow, nourishing each field in turn without causing harm or disruption to those who lived along its winding, sunlit banks. The inclusion of such thoughtful, balanced provisions within Justinian's Digest reflects a lasting legal legacy that valued preservation, patience, and peaceful coexistence above all else. When the Emperor Justinian commissioned the gathering and systematic organization of centuries of legal scholarship in the 6th century, it was precisely these calm, practical insights from jurists like Ulpian that were preserved for future generations. The Digest brought together vast streams of Roman legal thought into a single, cohesive repository, creating a lasting foundation that would quietly guide civil law across continents for centuries to come. In reading these ancient texts, one senses a deep, abiding commitment to the quiet rhythm of daily existence, an understanding that the true purpose of law is to foster a calm environment where people can sow their fields, build their homes, and rest peacefully under the evening sky. As twilight settled over ancient meadows and modern cities alike, these timeless statutes served as a quiet reminder of our shared responsibility to one another and to the land. By establishing clear, gentle boundaries that respected both human effort and the natural contours of the earth, Roman legal tradition offered a comforting assurance that justice was not merely an abstract ideal, but a comforting, everyday presence. Like the smooth, rounded stones lining a quiet meadow stream, these ancient principles provided structure without imposing strain, allowing the calm current of human civilization to flow steadily and peacefully onward through the quiet passage of time. As dusk settles gently over the rolling hillsides of 7th century Iberia, the landscape softens under a blanket of twilight, echoing with the peaceful, rhythmic sounds of rural life. In this calm expanse, where sun-warmed earth meets the cool evening air, the timeless cycles of agriculture have long dictated the flow of daily human existence. During the middle decades of the 7th century, the Iberian Peninsula experienced a moment of quiet transformation as disparate legal traditions gradually dissolved into a unified system of civil order. Promulgated in 654 CE under King Rexuswinth, the great compilation known as the Liber Iudiciarum Asterisk, or Visigothic Code, brought together the deep-seated customs of both Hispano-Roman locals and Visigothic inhabitants. Rather than relying solely on grand edicts of imperial power, this remarkable body of law turned its attention to the subtle, everyday needs of the agrarian countryside. Lawmakers understood that true stability within a realm was built upon the peaceful coexistence of neighboring farms, the quiet stewardship of shared natural resources, and the steady protection of honest rural labor. Across terraced hillsides and fertile river valleys, small farming communities relied on precise customs to govern boundary lines, communal pastures, and vital waterways that sustained their livelihoods. In an era when survival depended entirely on the fruits of the soil, the codification of these customs provided a comforting predictability, allowing villagers to tend their fields with a renewed sense of security and enduring tranquility. Within the expansive pages of the Code, Book VII was devoted specifically to matters of rural property, land damage, and the intricate management of agricultural life. Here, the law reflected a deep understanding of the patient, long-term commitment required to nurture the earth. Cultivating traditional Mediterranean staples, such as grapevines and olive trees, demanded years of unhurried care, careful pruning, and constant attention before any harvest could be gathered. A farmer planting a tender young olive sapling was investing in a future that might take a decade to bear abundant fruit, requiring unwavering faith that the land would remain undisturbed throughout the changing seasons. Recognizing that such long-term agricultural investments were essential to the collective prosperity of the entire community, the legal code established explicit safeguards to protect these growing plants from thoughtless interference or selfish resource competition. Under Book VII of the 654 CE Visigothic Code, landowners who planted young grapevines or olive trees were granted legal protection, prohibiting neighbors from diverting mountain irrigation streams away from their growing groves. Water descending from high mountain springs was the lifeblood of these arid hillside terraces, flowing through network channels carved painstakingly out of stone and packed earth. By forbidding upstream landholders from rerouting or blocking these crucial channels, the statute ensured that fragile young roots received a steady, uninterrupted supply of moisture during the dry summer months. This protective measure encouraged farmers to undertake the slow, restorative work of orchard planting, knowing that the law stood guard over their precious streams long after the sun had set behind the distant ridges. This gentle focus on shared water rights and agricultural equity highlights how early legal systems served as instruments of quiet harmony rather than mere tools of arbitrary punishment. By establishing clear, equitable guidelines for the distribution of natural resources, the Visigothic Code fostered a culture of mutual responsibility among neighboring families who shared the same sunlit valley. The law recognized that a mountain stream belonged not to a single landowner who happened to dwell closest to its origin, but to the collective ecosystem of farms that depended on its liquid nourishment. As night fell over the sleeping villages of Iberia, the reassuring sound of water continuing its uninterrupted journey down stone channels brought a profound sense of calm to the valley floor. Farmers could sleep peacefully in their homes, confident that their tender saplings and young vines were safe under the protective mantle of established custom and written law. Over centuries, these early Iberian statutes would help lay the foundation for complex irrigation laws and famous water tribunals that persisted throughout the region for generations to come. The enduring spirit of these ancient laws lies in their quiet recognition that justice is often found in the simplest acts of fairness, allowing water to run its natural course, protecting the vulnerability of young growth, and ensuring that every worker of the soil may enjoy the restful reward of a peaceful night. Across the sun-dappled hillsides and quiet valleys of the medieval Byzantine countryside, the daily rhythm of life was governed not merely by distant imperial decrees, but by a deeply practical and gentle legal tradition known as the farmer's law, or nomos juridicus asterisk. In these agrarian communities, land was frequently held or grazed in common, requiring thoughtful customs that balanced individual enterprise with the collective well-being of the entire village. The law recognized that when a shepherd or hard-working farmer invested care into nurturing the shared landscape, their quiet dedication deserved protection without needlessly depriving others of the earth's natural gifts. Promulgated in the late 7th century, the Byzantine farmer's law granted a villager who grafted a cultivated branch onto a wild olive tree in communal pastures exclusive rights to harvest that tree, while leaving the surrounding clover free for neighboring livestock to quietly graze. This subtle distinction allowed the wild pasture lands to remain open for the village herds to drift peacefully from meadow to meadow, while still honoring the patient labor of the individual who transformed a wild specimen into a fruitful tree. Such legal frameworks reflected a calm understanding of shared stewardship, where personal rights were defined not by rigid walls or contentious borders, but by mutual benefit and the sustained harmony of the rural countryside. In the quiet hum of late afternoon, as sheep rested peacefully in the shade of ancient boughs, the law provided an unspoken framework of security, ensuring that human ingenuity and nature's silent generosity could flourish side by side across the centuries. As the seasons turned and soft autumn rains swept across the terraced slopes, the law extended its gentle protection to the very soil beneath the villagers' feet, maintaining stability across adjacent farms. On steep inclines, where vineyards yielded their rich harvest, alongside silver-leaved olive groves, water runoff posed a constant, subtle threat to lower fields. To prevent rich topsoil from washing away into neighboring plots, rural customary law placed clear yet harmonious responsibilities upon landholders, binding adjacent farms together in a shared obligation to care for the landscape. Codified in the 8th century Byzantine farmers' law nomos juridicos, hillside vineyard owners were legally obligated to build low, dry stone retaining walls packed with wild thyme and soil, ensuring autumn rainwater seeped gently into terraced roots without washing away adjacent olive groves, built carefully without mortar so that moisture could filter naturally between the stones. These fragrant barriers cushioned the descending streams, allowing water to soak deep into the earth rather than scour the fragile surface away. The scent of bruised thyme would softly fill the cool mountain air whenever rainfall soaked the hillside, serving as a tranquil, sensory reminder of a legal code written to protect both the crops and the peace between neighbors. Through such practical remedies, legal order manifested not as harsh enforcement or punitive authority, but as a deliberate blueprint for agricultural longevity, preserving the delicate balance of terrace, vine, and grove for future generations. In looking back at these ancient provisions, one senses a profound historical wisdom. True justice often begins at the quiet edges of daily life, where simple rules preserve human dignity and community trust. The legal traditions of the rural Byzantine world were designed to resolve potential friction before it could disturb the peaceful atmosphere of the village, turning potential disputes into routines of cooperative care. A fallen stone wall, a straying animal, or a flooded boundary ditch was addressed not as an occasion for hostility, but as a minor imbalance easily restored through clear, equitable guidelines. By anchoring the law in the tangible realities of soil, rainfall, and seasonal growth, the community cultivated an enduring sense of order in which every family understood their responsibilities to the land and to one another. As evening fell over the terraced hillsides and the soft tinkling of sheep bells echoed gently through the cooling air. The villagers could rest with the comforting assurance that their livelihoods were safeguarded by a law as steady and enduring as the stone walls supporting the terraced earth. In this restful synthesis of human governance and natural rhythm, the history of law reveals its most reassuring purpose: to build a tranquil foundation where neighbors can live, work, and sleep in quiet peace. In the quiet green hills of early medieval Ireland, law was not carved into majestic stone monuments or enforced by standing armies, but carried tenderly in human memory, poetic verse, and the steady, unhurried rhythm of rural life. Long before centralized courtrooms or formal statutes emerged, small communities across the countryside relied on an intricate system of customary legal traditions known as Brehon law, administered by respected legal scholars called Brehons, who traveled patiently between settlements and farmsteads. This ancient legal framework sought to bring calm, equitable resolution to daily grievances, rather than viewing justice as a punitive force or an instrument of harsh retribution. Brehon law approached human conflict as a delicate imbalance that needed gentle restoration, preserving the warmth of neighborly peace among people bound together by shared pastures, meandering streams, and the turning of the seasons. The laws grew organically from the land itself, observing the natural environment with quiet attentiveness and weaving the instincts of livestock, the growth of crops, and the movements of wildlife directly into the social contract. In this peaceful agrarian landscape, every boundary stone, field edge, and wooded grove possessed a clear place in the collective understanding. When misunderstandings arose, the Brehons listened with measured patience, guiding families toward solutions that prioritized community stability and mutual care over triumph or defeat. The air of these early valleys was filled with the soft lowing of cattle, the whispering of meadow grasses, and the quiet contentment of a society that understood true justice to be a quiet agreement to live in enduring harmony with one another. As generations passed and oral traditions gradually took written form, monks and scholars carefully recorded these ancient customs onto calfskin parchment, preserving them in vast compilations such as the Sench's Mar or the Great Tradition, written down during the 8th century. Within these weathered manuscript pages lay comprehensive rules governing nearly every aspect of village life, treating even the smallest daily occurrences with remarkable dignity, nuance, and thoughtful precision. The scribes paid close attention to how human property intersected with the untamed habits of nature, recognizing that animals naturally follow their own instincts rather than human boundaries. When hives of honeybees took flight each spring, swarming across stone walls and hedgerows to gather sweet nectar from neighboring fields of clover and buttercups, questions naturally arose regarding who rightfully owned the fruits of their laborious foraging. Rather than allowing such small points of contention to ferment into discord between neighboring households. The law provided a peaceful, highly detailed framework for resolution. Under early Irish Brehon law preserved in the 8th century Census Mar, legal disputes over straying honeybees were peacefully settled by sharing fixed portions of harvested honeycomb with neighboring landowners. This elegant arrangement acknowledged that while the bees themselves might belong to one homestead, their vitality and honey were derived from the flowers growing upon adjacent land, making the harvest a shared bounty of the local landscape. By mandating an annual offering of fresh honeycomb to surrounding neighbors, the legal code transformed potential grievances into a sweet, recurring ritual of gratitude and mutual respect. This gentle resolution to the straying of bees illustrates a profound and enduring principle that lay at the very heart of ancient customary law: the belief that the highest aim of jurisprudence is restorative justice. Success in a dispute was not measured by inflicting loss upon another, but by restoring equilibrium so that neighbors could continue to live side by side in quiet security. A golden comb of honey handed across a wooden gate at the end of the harvest was far more than mere compensation. It was a tangible symbol of goodwill, affirming that community harmony was worth far more than any private gain. The ancient legal scholars understood that human laws function best when they mirror the quiet order of the natural world, teaching people to yield to one another with grace, just as tall meadow grasses yield to the evening breeze. As twilight gently settled across the Irish landscape, and the final foraging bees returned to their woven straw skeps, a serene stillness descended upon the countryside. Every family could rest easily, knowing that their rights were protected not by fear or force, but by a shared commitment to fairness, balance, and quiet compromise. The memory of these ancient Irish laws lingers through the centuries, offering a peaceful reminder that justice, at its truest and most restful, is simply the art of living together in harmony, keeping peace across the fields and beneath the quiet stars. Long before the rise of centralized monarchies or vast codifications of imperial decree, law took root in the quiet rhythm of the land itself, shaped by the practical needs of rural communities living in harmony with the changing seasons. In the green valleys of early medieval Ireland, justice was not enforced through distant garrisons or grand stone courtrooms, but was preserved in the oral traditions and intricate texts of the Brehon law system. Known natively as fenechas, this ancient body of customary law reflected a deep understanding of human relationships, pastoral life, and mutual obligation within the countryside. Rather than focusing primarily on punitive measures, Brehon law sought restitution, balance, and the preservation of social harmony among neighbors. The judges, known as brehons, traveled between settlements, holding court under the open sky, beneath ancient oaks, or near peaceful riverbeds. They weighed disputes by carefully interpreting centuries of accumulated wisdom, measuring value not in coin, but in land, cattle, summer pastures, and the fruits of daily labor. In this legal tradition, every class of society had a recognized place and a carefully defined set of rights and responsibilities. The law bound lords and tenant farmers in intricate relationships of clientage, where protection, livestock, and land were offered by the wealthy, while the tenants returned annual yields of grain, wool, and dairy products. It was a law deeply entwined with the soil, where the steady passage of the seasons dictated the calendar of obligations and the rhythm of daily life. As the early Irish legal tracts were gradually set into writing by monastic scribes during the 7th and 8th centuries, the meticulous nature of these agrarian laws became wonderfully apparent. Among the surviving legal texts, the Cain Aesilni provided extensive guidelines governing the relationship between landowners and base tenants, outlining the precise nature of seasonal food rents with extraordinary care. These regulations were not merely abstract principles of ownership, but thoughtful, practical standards designed to ensure fairness, quality, and respect between both parties. For example, during the mild months of late spring and early summer, when the herds grazed on lush meadow grasses, the production of rich, golden butter formed an essential part of the tenant's tribute. Under 7th century, Irish Brehon law recorded in the Cain Aesilni tenant farmers rendering seasonal butter to landowners were legally required to pack the butter into carved wooden firkins lined with fresh dock leaves to keep it cool and sweet during early morning transport. This gentle requirement illustrates how ancient law touched even the quietest details of daily work, turning a simple task of farmcraft into an act of legally recognized integrity. The broad, cool dock leaves provided a natural insulating barrier against the rising morning sun, ensuring that the butter arrived at its destination preserved in prime condition. By codifying such thoughtful practices into law, the Brehon legal framework helped maintain trust across rural communities, establishing standard measures of quality that honored both the laborer's effort and the recipient's due. The presence of such detailed provisions within early Irish legal texts reveals a philosophy of justice that was intimately connected to the tangible realities of human existence. Law was not seen as a distant, unyielding set of commands imposed from above, but as a living tapestry of customary agreements designed to preserve peace and order within small, interdependent communities. Every obligation, whether it involved the care of shared fences, the maintenance of mill races, or the proper handling of agricultural goods, carried a sense of shared responsibility. In a society where wealth and social standing were intimately tied to land and cattle, the legal protection of everyday goods was fundamental to economic stability and social cohesion. When disputes over property or agrarian contracts arose, the Brehons examined the evidence with great patience, considering the specific local circumstances, historical precedents, and the fairness of the final outcome for all involved. By focusing on compensation and restoration rather than corporal punishment, Brehon law created a resilient framework that endured for over a millennium, surviving through sweeping changes in politics and society across the island. Even as centuries passed and legal systems evolved into more formalized statutory institutions, the spirit of these early codes remains a powerful reminder of how human law began. At its very core, law emerged as a peaceful human endeavor, a collective agreement to handle life's daily interactions with care, fairness, and mutual respect, allowing communities to flourish in quiet, enduring harmony beneath the steady passage of time. In the quiet valleys and mist-shrouded hills of 10th century Wales, the rhythm of daily life moved in gentle harmony with the turn of the seasons. Across this green and peaceful landscape, governance was not born from rigid central authority or imposing stone fortresses, but from the deep-rooted customs of rural communities and the shared wisdom of local assemblies. Long before these custom laws were committed to parchment, they lived in the soft, spoken recitations of elders and judges, who passed down precedents from generation to generation beneath the shade of ancient gathering trees. Under the thoughtful leadership of King Hywel DDA, known affectionately as Hywel the Good, the various regional codices and oral traditions were gathered into a single, cohesive body of law designed to foster peace and enduring stability across the realm. Law in this ancient Celtic tradition was viewed not as an instrument of harsh domination or arbitrary power, but as a quiet framework of mutual respect, designed to resolve disputes softly and preserve social equilibrium. Legal scholars, bards, and community leaders assembled at Whitland to record these enduring principles, drawing upon generations of practical experience to craft rules that governed everything from family inheritances and land boundaries to the peaceful stewardship of common woodlands. In every carefully scribed line, there resided a calm recognition that human harmony relied upon fair dealing, restorative justice, and an abiding respect for the natural world that sustained every village. This legal tradition sought to balance individual rights with communal responsibilities, ensuring that every member of society, from noble lords to humble tenant farmers, understood their place within a serene and orderly social fabric. As the legal scholars set feather to parchment, they paid meticulous attention to the subtle details of everyday rural life, codifying the precise economic value of livestock, crops, timber, and the wild gifts hidden within the ancient forests. In the quiet expanse of the medieval forest, wild bees nested deep within hollow trunks and tangled boughs, operating according to their own industrious rhythms beyond the boundaries of cultivated fields. Among the most cherished of these natural resources were the wild honeybees, whose golden nectar sweetened simple meals, and whose precious beeswax illuminated scriptoria, home hearths, and sacred altars during long, quiet winter nights. Compiled around 945 CE under King Hywel Dda in Wales. Legal tradition established precise property values for wild bee swarms based on their resting place, pricing a swarm found in a tall oak tree at 12 pence, and one settled in a soft hazel grove at 4 pence. This thoughtful distinction revealed a profound understanding of human effort, physical risk, and environmental context. The majestic oak, with its deep roots and towering canopy high above the forest floor, presented a formidable challenge for anyone seeking to harvest its nest, justifying a higher valuation to reflect the care, time, and danger involved in retrieving the swarm. Conversely, the modest hazel tree, growing low to the ground with flexible, easily reached branches, permitted a far simpler and safer harvest, calibrating legal values to the physical reality of the natural landscape. The code ensured that property rights were balanced against actual labor, preventing unfair enrichment while encouraging neighborly cooperation throughout the quiet woods. This nuanced approach to woodland property reflected a broader legal philosophy that prioritized reconciliation, restorative equity, and social harmony over punitive measures, offering a profound sense of tranquility to all who dwelt within the kingdom. Rather than relying on harsh physical punishments, the laws of Hywel Dda established a comprehensive system of monetary fines, carefully measured restitution, and honor price compensations tailored to the specific nature of each grievance. When twilight settled over the Welsh countryside and the evening breeze rustled gently through the leaves of oak and hazel, villagers could rest in the comfortable assurance that their homes, livestock, and hard-earned goods were protected by a predictable, compassionate order. The legal code functioned much like the sturdy, thatched roof of a communal hall, providing warmth and shelter from unpredictable conflicts, while allowing individual families to thrive in peaceful contentment. In taking such quiet care of both the lofty canopy and the humble grove, Sifraith Hywel demonstrated that true justice begins with attentive observation of the world around us. As generations passed and the medieval world shifted, this serene legal heritage remained a cherished landmark in the history of human justice, serving as a reminder of a time when the law was crafted not to subjugate, but to sustain, weaving human fairness into the tranquil rhythms of the natural world. In the quiet expanse of 12th century Iceland, where mist lingers softly over volcanic hills and green slopes descend into shadowed fjords, human life moved to the gentle rhythm of the seasons and grazing flocks. In a land defined by vast horizons and sparse settlements, the need for law arose not from dense cities or grand royal courts, but from the everyday necessity of living peacefully alongside neighbors in remote valleys. Here, justice was bound to the earth itself, written into the landscape through custom and deliberate care. When shepherds guided their sheep across damp, mossy hillsides, pasture boundaries were marked not by tall fences or guarded walls, but by simple, harmoniously placed markers crafted from the local environment. Under Iceland's 12th century, Gregor's legal code, rural property boundaries between sheep pastures were legally required to consist of 3 smooth river stones stacked in a row and topped with a flat slab of green turf, allowing shepherds to identify grazing limits through misty coastal valleys. These modest cairns stood as silent guardians of order in the quiet landscape, easily recognized even through the heavy sea fog rolling in from the North Atlantic. The 3 rounded stones, smoothed by centuries of flowing mountain streams, provided a stable base, while the fresh cap of turf allowed the marker to blend seamlessly into the surrounding meadow, growing living grass that anchored the stone pillar over time. A shepherd pausing on a hillside, wrapping his woolen cloak tight against the damp breeze, could look across the valley and spot these earthen sentinels, knowing instantly where one farm ended and another began. It was a legal system designed with profound empathy for the environment, replacing dispute with visual clarity and quiet understanding. As centuries folded into one another and law continued to evolve, the island's coastal communities turned their eyes toward the ocean, which brought both sustenance and rare treasures to their rocky shores. In a land with few large trees, timber was an essential resource of immense value, needed for constructing sturdy homes, crafting long oars, and repairing fishing boats. Much of this precious wood arrived unexpectedly from afar, carried on ocean currents across hundreds of leagues of open sea, until washing ashore along silent fjords. Because a solitary log cast upon the shore could mean warmth and shelter during the long Arctic winter, the law established clear, generous protocols for how such gifts of the tide should be cared for when discovered. Codified in the 1281 CE Icelandic legal code Jonsbok, coastal landowners who discovered ocean driftwood along public fjords were legally mandated to drag the timber above the high tide line, mark each log with a wooden peg, and bed the wood on dry birch bark to prevent salt rot while awaiting its owner. This thoughtful statute transformed an act of chance into a solemn duty of stewardship and civic trust. A farmer walking along the sea-smoothed gravel of the shoreline, upon spotting a heavy trunk tossed by the waves, would labor patiently to lift the sodden wood beyond the reach of rising waters. Embedding a small wooden peg into the surface signaled to all who passed that the timber had been logged according to proper legal form, while the bed of fragrant, water-repellent birch bark sheltered the wood from moisture lingering in the soil below. It was an arrangement built upon patience and mutual respect, trusting that the rightful owner would eventually collect the preserved wood. These early Icelandic statutes reflect a philosophy of justice deeply interwoven with the rhythms of nature and the shared struggles of survival in a harsh, beautiful realm. Law was not an abstract set of decrees imposed from afar, but a practical, living framework designed to nurture harmony, prevent friction, and protect human cooperation. Whether setting 3 river stones in a line upon a grassy ridge, or carefully elevating a piece of sea-drifted pine above the tide, the inhabitants of the island encoded their ethics directly into their daily interactions with land and water. The soft rustle of sheep grazing on high pasture grass, the quiet lapping of cold sea waves against the rocks, and the steady presence of turf-capped boundary markers all testified to a society that valued order, foresight, and quiet rest. As night settles over the coastal fjords, the ancient stones remain embedded in the mossy soil, an enduring testament to an era when human justice found its expression in simple, gentle acts of care. The winds grow calm over quiet valleys, waves rock gently against the dark shore, and the lingering spirit of these ancient codes invites a deep, undisturbed stillness across the land. As the high Middle Ages unfolded across the rolling landscapes of Central Europe, the administration of justice began to shift softly from unwritten village customs to structured regional codes recorded in the common tongue. For generations, the rhythms of rural life had been guided by unspoken agreements passed along hedgerows, farm tracks, and village squares, where elders remembered how boundaries were originally drawn and how shared pastures were managed through the changing seasons. In these agrarian communities, law was not an abstract set of punitive commands issued from distant castles, but a living reflection of local harmony, designed to keep peace among neighbors whose livelihoods depended on the steady turning of the wheel of agriculture. Jurists and legal compilers of the 13th century recognized that true justice was rooted in the predictable patterns of daily life. The rising of the morning sun over tilled fields, the natural flow of boundary streams, and the quiet sharing of common woodland resources. By gathering these long-established practices into written manuscripts, medieval scholars sought to preserve a delicate social balance, offering clear, gentle guidelines that could settle disagreements before they disturbed the deep tranquility of rural hamlets. Among the most influential of these legal compilations was the Mirror of Saxon Law, a comprehensive text designed to reflect the customary traditions of the land as clearly as a calm pond reflects the autumn sky. Compiled in the early 13th century by the Knight and scholar Eik von Ripgau, this landmark work sought to harmonize feudal obligations with the practical, earthbound wisdom of local agricultural communities. Rather than relying solely on Latin, which remained distant from the daily experiences of ordinary working people, the compilation was rendered into the regional vernacular, allowing village bailiffs and landowners to understand their rights and duties in their own familiar language. The code touched upon matters, both great and small, outlining feudal tenure, alongside the minute details of farmstead management, crop protection, and neighborly boundaries. Under the Sachsenspiegel legal code, compiled around 1220 CE in Saxony, rural property law declared that ripe fruit, dropping naturally from overhanging boughs onto adjacent land, belonged to the neighbor who quietly gathered it after morning dew cleared. Such a provision exemplified the thoughtful balance at the heart of medieval customary jurisprudence, recognizing that what nature yields without force or trespass should serve to foster peace rather than provoke contention between adjoining farmsteads. This quiet approach to property and stewardship reflected a broader legal philosophy that sought to minimize friction in close-knit rural communities. Boundary lines were rarely seen as rigid, impassable walls, but rather as shared spaces where nature and human life overlapped in quiet accord. Trees growing along fences, ditches collecting rainwater from neighboring hillsides, and paths trodden through shared meadows all required legal rules that favored harmony over petty dispute. The law recognized that wind, gravity, and the passage of time operated beyond human control, and thus it crafted rules that adapted to these natural realities with gentle wisdom. By decreeing that windfalls belonged to the one upon whose soil they rested, the law removed the necessity for intrusive retrieval or tense negotiation over low-hanging branches. In doing so, it encouraged neighbors to walk their orchards with patience, waiting for the morning mist to evaporate from the grass before gathering what the night breeze had gently delivered. This emphasis on calm observance and respectful restraint helped sustain the cooperative spirit essential for medieval village life, where mutual assistance during planting and harvest was vital to survival. As twilight settled over the timbered farmhouses and cultivated valleys of medieval Saxony, these written codes provided a steady sense of security and order. The legacy of such customary laws lies not merely in their formal articles or legal definitions, but in their deep appreciation for the quiet rhythm of human relationships bound to the earth. Through centuries of social change, the underlying principle remained clear. Law at its best is a soothing framework that allows communities to live in gentle accord with one another and with the land they share. The peaceful resolution of small, daily concerns laid a durable foundation for civil society, proving that justice need not always speak with a thunderous voice. Instead, it often rests in the simple, restful clarity of a rule that respects the morning dew, the falling leaf, and the quiet dignity of a neighbor's threshold, carrying the mind into a tranquil state of reflection as the day draws to a complete and peaceful close. As late summer softened into autumn across the rolling valleys of medieval Saxony, the rhythm of daily life was guided as much by local custom as by the turn of the seasons. Across these rural landscapes, small agricultural communities relied on a shared understanding of boundaries, land, and communal responsibility to preserve peace. For centuries, these understandings lived primarily in memory, passed down through spoken words recited during village gatherings, or settled by local elders under the shade of ancient oak trees. Yet as towns grew and trade routes expanded across northern Europe, there arose a gentle effort to capture these oral customs into written form, ensuring that the quiet balance of rural life could endure across generations. These early vernacular legal compilations were not crafted to impose harsh new rules from high thrones, but rather to distill the time-honored practices that allowed families and neighbors to live side by side in steady harmony. The legal atmosphere of the era reflected a deep attunement to the physical world, the movement of water, the clearing of timber, and the passage of livestock between pastures. In this landscape, property was defined not merely by static markers of stone or timber, but by the practical realities of daily work and the quiet courtesies required when neighboring lives inevitably overlapped. Among the most influential of these early legal records was the Sachsenspiegel asterisk, or Saxon Mirror, compiled by the knight and scholar Eich von Ribgau during the early 13th century. Written in the Low German dialect so that common people as well as local magistrates could understand its pages, the text sought to reflect existing law just as a mirror reflects the human face. Within its illuminated manuscripts, intricate illustrations depicted everyday scenes of agrarian life, turning legal principles into recognizable visual stories of harvest, grazing, and stewardship. The code addressed complex matters of inheritance and feudal duties, but it devoted equal care to the subtle friction of neighboring farms. Codified around 1220 CE in the Saxon legal code, Sachsenspiegel asterisk, property owners were legally obligated to allow a neighbor's grazing livestock peaceful access to any ripe pears or apples that fell naturally across boundary lines onto adjacent meadow pasture. Such a rule recognized that nature did not pause at human property lines, and that wind-blown fruit belonged gently to the flow of the land, rather than becoming a cause for dispute. By protecting the livestock's right to graze upon what fell freely, the law encouraged a spirit of calm patience, trusting that small natural occurrences should enrich the community rather than seed division. This thoughtful approach to neighborly relations speaks to a fundamental aspect of medieval legal philosophy, where justice was frequently measured by the preservation of ongoing community peace. In an era before modern surveyors or digital registry offices, the boundaries between meadows were often porous, defined by living hedgerows, winding streams, or the overhang of heavy fruit trees. The law understood that rigid enforcement of absolute ownership over every stray leaf or fallen branch would breed friction where quiet cooperation was needed most. By establishing clear yet gentle rules for shared spaces and natural windfalls, the legal code nurtured an environment of predictable calm, allowing farmers to go about their evening chores with a sense of security and fairness. The sight of cattle slowly moving through the twilight grass, pausing to eat the sweet, wind-dropped fruit beneath a neighbor's overhanging branch, embodied a legal order designed to soften conflict before it could begin. As dusk settled over the Saxon countryside, the written law offered a soft framework of reassurance, anchoring individual rights within the broader warmth of mutual respect and long-standing tradition. Looking back across the centuries at these early written codes, one sees how law served as a soothing tapestry woven into the fabric of everyday human experience. It was a craft of balance, weighing individual ownership against the shared rhythms of nature and communal well-being. The enduring beauty of these medieval legal mirrors lies not in grand declarations of power, but in their quiet attention to the smallest details of rural life: the wind falling through orchard branches, the calm movement of herds at dusk, and the enduring agreement to live peacefully together under a shared sky. In these quiet provisions, the history of law reveals its deepest purpose: to create a steady, tranquil space where life can unfold with ease, order, and enduring peace. As twilight fell across the undulating valleys and gentle mountain ridges of medieval Europe, the reach of legal codification extended far beyond the lofty halls of kings, marble basilicas, and urban courtrooms. Law quietly wove itself into the delicate, restful rhythm of rural life, finding expression not only in formal contracts or judicial decrees, but in the soft soil, weathered boundary stones, and ancient pathways trodden by livestock and farm hands. In an era when communal survival depended upon the delicate balance between agriculture and pastoral husbandry, legal systems began to establish thoughtful spatial rules to prevent discord among neighboring communities. These laws recognized that the land was a shared tapestry, requiring clear boundaries and protected passages, so that seasonal migrations could take place without disrupting the quiet work of growing crops. Through carefully measured rights of way, medieval jurists sought to foster harmony between settled farmers and nomadic herders. The law acted as an invisible guardian over the countryside, ensuring that long-standing custom was enshrined in written statute, preserving both the peace of the realm and the vitality of the landscape. Across the sun-warmed hills and sun-dappled plains of southern Italy, the ancient tradition of transhumance brought thousands of sheep down from high mountain pastures to winter grazing lands each autumn, returning upward as spring bloomed. To protect this vital economic rhythm and prevent conflicts over trampled harvests, legal minds sought to formalize these seasonal routes into permanent public corridors. Under the 1231 Constitutions of Melfi, promulgated by Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II, transhumance shepherd trails across southern Italy were legally protected as public corridors 60 paces wide, allowing migrating sheep to graze peacefully on wild clover during seasonal mountain journeys. These vast green arteries, known locally as trattoria, were carefully surveyed and maintained under royal oversight, so that sheep could pass freely through private estates without fear of impoundment or hostility from local landowners. The 60-pace width was designed with quiet, practical wisdom, offering ample room for large herds to walk unhurriedly, rested by the abundance of wild forage underfoot. As the sheep moved along these protected passages, their slow, rhythmic steps created a peaceful tapestry of sound across the landscape, sustained by a body of law that recognized the public good in open, shared transit across the kingdom. Farther to the north, among the mist-shrouded valleys, towering fjords, and alpine meadows of medieval Scandinavia, similar challenges inspired equally elegant legal solutions. In the Norwegian countryside, the arrival of spring marked the traditional exodus of cattle from farmsteads in the low valleys up to high mountain pastures, known as setters, where livestock could feast on rich summer grasses. However, driving heavy cattle across narrow farm boundaries posed a constant risk to delicate hayfields and blooming crops waiting for harvest. To reconcile the needs of dairy farmers with those of crop growers, royal legislation introduced meticulous rules governing rural thoroughfares. Codified in 1274 under King Magnus Lagabøte's Norwegian landslov, rural land statutes legally required farmers moving livestock to mountain summer pastures to herd their cattle strictly along stone-bordered turf paths called jail, preserving adjacent wildflower meadows from trampling. These stone-lined corridors, lined with thick sod and turf, directed the movement of cattle in single or double file, creating a safe channel through vulnerable fields. By confining the livestock to these defined paths, the law ensured that the vibrant carpets of mountain buttercups, clover, and grasses alongside the route remained undisturbed, allowing both pastoral herding and crop cultivation to flourish side by side in quiet equilibrium. Whether along the wide cloverage trattoria of Apulia or the narrow stone-bordered jail of the Scandinavian highlands, these medieval rural statutes demonstrate how deeply legal thought cared for the spatial order of everyday existence. Law was not merely an instrument of command issued from distant capitals, but a living framework that walked alongside the shepherd and the farmer, protecting their livelihoods while guarding the natural world from unnecessary ruin. In codifying these peaceful corridors, medieval monarchs recognized that justice was inextricably bound to the stewardship of shared ground and the quiet preservation of common resources. As night fell over the mountain passes and valley pastures, herders could rest easy knowing that their paths were secured by ancient decrees, allowing humans, livestock, and the surrounding wilderness to coexist under a shared umbrella of legal order, mutual respect, and quiet, enduring restraint. As the soft, golden light of the Scandinavian summer lingers late into the northern evening, the historical tapestry of human law reveals a quiet passage rooted in the rustic landscapes of medieval Sweden. Long before codified national statutes bound the entire kingdom together, rural justice moved to the gentle rhythm of local assemblies known as things. Gathered beneath open skies or within peaceful forest clearings, elders, farmers, and appointed lawmen met to recite, refine, and uphold the customary traditions that maintained order across agrarian valleys. In these communities, law was rarely an instrument of distant royal ambition or dramatic decree. Rather, it was a living, practical framework designed to safeguard the quiet continuity of daily life. The turning of the seasons brought predictable tasks and shared responsibilities, demanding clear agreements so that families could cultivate their crops while allowing cattle to graze in lush summer pastures. Justice in this setting was defined by balance, foresight, and mutual reliance, seeking to prevent friction between neighbors long before any dispute could arise. Through such peaceful traditions, early Scandinavian legal systems demonstrated that true social order grows from the soil of shared understanding and practical cooperation. Across centuries, the memory of these peaceful assemblies reminded generations that legal order need not be harsh to be effective. Among the provincial legal codes recorded during this era, the law of Upland offers a particularly vivid window into how law guided the physical environment and domestic routines of farming communities. Promulgated in the late 13th century across a region defined by dense woods, calm lakes, and rolling fields, this comprehensive code paid meticulous attention to land management, timber rights, and property boundaries. The law recognized that harmonious coexistence depended heavily upon visible, well-maintained structures created through collective effort. Formulated under Sweden's 1296 Law of Upland, neighboring landowners were legally required to build shared pasture fences using fresh birch poles stacked precisely 7 twigs high to safely enclose grazing livestock during summer months. This specific standard provided a simple, unambiguous benchmark that anyone could inspect and verify without confusion. The choice of fresh birch timber provided supple strength and durability throughout the warm season, while the precise height of 7 twigs ensured that cows and sheep could not leap over into neighboring fields of rye and barley. The law also recognized the seasonal nature of farm work, ensuring that fence construction was completed before the herds were released into open pastures. By establishing clear physical parameters for shared fences, the law of Upland transformed potential points of contention into straightforward, predictable duties. The requirement for neighboring families to construct these enclosures jointly turned the law into an active exercise in community bonding. In the early weeks of summer, farmers worked side by side in the cool morning air, felling birch saplings, trimming branches, and interweaving the poles to erect stout barriers between their holdings. This collaborative effort reinforced neighborly trust, ensuring that neither household bore an unfair burden in protecting the village's agricultural livelihood. This shared sense of ownership transformed physical labor into a comforting annual ritual of renewal. As cattle grazed contentedly within the scented wooden enclosures and green shoots matured in adjacent fields, the physical fence stood as a tranquil symbol of civic harmony. The law provided peace of mind, replacing anxiety over straying herds or damaged harvests with the calm assurance of agreed-upon boundaries. In this way, legal codes operated not through coercion or heavy-handed penalties, but by embedding fair, cooperative habits into the seasonal rhythm of rural work. Each stacked branch represented a shared commitment to quiet stability and neighborly goodwill. Reflecting upon these medieval provincial codes reveals an enduring principle in the history of courts and justice. The most resilient legal systems are often those that bring calm, practical order to everyday human experiences. From ancient river valleys to the tranquil forests of medieval Scandinavia, humanity has continually turned to law to establish predictability, protect shared resources, and foster peaceful coexistence. The simple 7-twig birch fence of upland remains a quiet testament to how law can function as a gentle guide, shaping human relationships with wisdom, balance, and quiet dignity. As dusk settles over the fields and the night breeze rustles softly through the birch leaves, the legacy of these ancient agreements endures in the timeless search for fairness and peaceful quiet. In the slow evolution of human justice, peace has always been built twig by twig, pole by pole, through the steady, caring work of communities living in harmony with one another. In the quiet, elevated sanctuaries of the Central Alps, where mist lingers soft and pale against towering granite peaks, human communities have long organized their lives around the steady rhythms of the changing seasons, long before formal statutes were inscribed onto parchment in distant legal centers. The inhabitants of these high mountain valleys governed their daily existence through customary law, an unwritten yet deeply revered tradition, born of practical experience, environmental necessity, and mutual trust. As winter slowly yielded to spring, green grasses would emerge softly across the lower valleys, inviting herds of livestock to move upward toward the sun-drenched meadows of the high country. Yet this shared natural abundance was not unlimited. The fragile alpine soil and delicate mountain flora could easily be exhausted if grazed without restraint. To protect these invaluable communal resources and preserve peace among neighboring households, rural communities developed intricate systems of customary rights designed to balance individual needs with the long-term well-being of the collective. Justice in these quiet valleys was not defined by punitive measures or distant royal decrees, but by a shared commitment to equilibrium, ensuring that every family received a fair share of the land's bounty, while safeguarding the delicate ecological harmony of the alpine landscape for generations to come. This delicate balance found one of its most enduring legal expressions in the customary governance of the central Swiss valleys during the late 13th century. Under the 1291 CE customary land laws of the Swiss canton of Uri, alpine pasture rights were strictly regulated by the Stas principle, granting each farming family access to summer mountain meadows based precisely on the number of cattle their barn could shelter and feed with dried meadow hay through the quiet winter months. This simple yet remarkably effective legal rule created a self-enforcing ecological limit, tying summer grazing privileges directly to winter sustenance. A farmer could not send more livestock to the shared high pastures than could be safely maintained on private valley holdings during the long, snowbound season when the mountains slept beneath a thick blanket of white. By linking summer pasture access to winter hay production, the Stas principle prevented any single household from overstocking the communal meadows or consuming more than their equitable share of grass. It ensured that the total number of cattle grazing high above the tree line remained perfectly balanced with the carrying capacity of the valley below, preventing environmental degradation and avoiding the disputes that often arise over shared land. The legal mechanism of the Stas principle reflected a profound understanding of community stewardship, demonstrating that law could function as a quiet mechanism of sustainability rather than a tool of conflict. The community watched over these pasture boundaries not with suspicion, but with a calm, shared understanding that the survival of all depended upon the restraint of each. Every spring, as the ice melted and bright alpine flowers began to bloom across green slopes in delicate shades of gold and blue, the local council would carefully verify each family's wintering capacity before the herds made their peaceful ascension up the mountain tracks. This seasonal ritual was marked by a serene orderliness as cowbells chimed rhythmically through the clear mountain air, and families guided their cattle to the high pastures assigned to them by custom. The governance of the commons in Uri stood as a model of cooperative justice, showing how legal structures could emerge organically from the land itself to foster social cohesion, prevent resource depletion, and maintain an uninterrupted harmony between human settlement and the natural environment. As autumn approached and the cold mountain winds began to sweep through the high passes, the herds were gently guided back down the winding paths to the valley settlements, returning to the quiet warmth of their winter quarters. The haylofts stood filled with the sweet, dry fragrance of summer grass, harvested through months of patient labor in the lower meadows. In the tranquil stillness of the winter months, when heavy snow settled softly upon the timber roofs and mountain streams murmured beneath crystalline ice. The community rested in the certainty that their customary legal covenants had protected their shared heritage for another year. The law, in its gentlest form, was thus seamlessly woven into the tapestry of everyday life, not as an imposing body of rigid edicts, but as an enduring rhythm of fairness, stewardship, and peaceful coexistence that sustained mountain communities across centuries of quiet, enduring time. High among the mistreathed peaks of the European Alps, law took shape not in grand marble halls or imperial courts, but in the quiet agreements of small mountain communities bound together by shared seasons and steep terrain. In these high valleys, custom and necessity gradually crystallized into written charters designed to maintain harmony both among neighbors and between human life and the surrounding landscape. Here, justice was measured by the preservation of common resources, ensuring that every family could thrive without endangering the delicate ecological balance that protected their secluded home. As early as the 14th century, mountain inhabitants recognized that the integrity of a slope and the strength of its forest roots were essential guarantees of their collective safety. In 1347 CE, the mountain village of Turbel in the Swiss Alps enacted a legal communal charter restricting all large timber harvesting to quiet winter months over packed snow, preserving root systems so mountain slopes would naturally protect lower pastures from spring landslips. This prudent ordinance demonstrated how early customary law functioned as an act of communal foresight, balancing immediate practical needs for timber with long-term ecological stability. By harvesting wood only when the soil was frozen solid and covered in heavy white blankets of snow, logs could be transported smoothly across the winter terrain without dislodging the protective soil layers beneath. The rhythm of such legislation mirrored the slow, cyclical pulse of the mountain landscape itself, where human activity adapted naturally to the changing seasons. During the long, still months of winter, when cold air settled deep in the shadowed ravines and snow hushed the pine forests, woodcutters worked with quiet, deliberate care. The large timber gathered during this frozen interval provided essential warmth and building materials for the village, while the intact root networks of living trees remained firmly anchored within the earth, holding the steep mountainsides steady against the thaws and rains of spring. Through these thoughtful boundaries, the law became an invisible shield woven into the environment, quietly preventing landslips before they could begin. The written charter of Turbel was enforced not through harsh sanctions, but through a shared commitment to mutual safety and the preservation of the valley that sustained them all. In this peaceful manner, early forestry laws served as a gentle custodian of the alpine realm, guiding daily labor into harmonious patterns that allowed both human society and the wild slopes to endure side by side through centuries of quiet life. As winter turned into spring and the snow line slowly receded toward the summits, the law moved alongside the villagers as they migrated up into the lush alpine pastures. In these elevated grazing lands, where dense mountain fog could roll across the slopes without warning and veil cattle from their keepers within moments, legal charters once again provided soft, practical solutions to maintain order and safeguard communal livelihoods. Codified in the 1475 Dorfrecht village charter of Appenzell, alpine dairy farmers leading cattle to high summer pastures were legally mandated to fasten hollow wooden bells with carved pine clappers around herd necks, producing a quiet, resonant chime that prevented cows from straying through misty mountain valleys. The hollow wooden bells emitted a gentle hum that echoed softly across the damp meadows, carrying far enough through the mountain air to guide both cowherds and livestock without disrupting the profound stillness of the high peaks. The choice of carved pine clappers produced a warm, soothing tone rather than a sharp metallic ring, blending seamlessly into the quiet, natural symphony of mountain breezes and trickling meltwater. Through such pragmatic regulations, medieval alpine communities crafted a form of justice that was quiet, protective, and deeply reassuring. These early village charters revealed that law, at its most fundamental level, is a gentle framework for mutual care, establishing shared customs that allow human life to unfold with tranquility and security. Whether safeguarding a steep slope from erosion or ensuring a grazing herd remained safely connected in the shifting mist, the statutes of Turble and Appenzell reflected an enduring wisdom rooted in stewardship and respect for the natural world. As evening settles quietly over the high pastures and the last golden light softly fades from the snow-capped summits, the memory of these ancient charters lingers like the peaceful chime of wooden bells drifting through the calm mountain air, offering a quiet invitation to rest in the harmony of order and time. As dusk settles softly over the high alpine meadows, the history of legal thought turns its gentle gaze toward the quiet valleys, where law was fashioned not by imperial decrees or distant magistrates, but by shared necessity and long-standing communal custom. High among the isolated peaks, where the steady rhythm of the seasons dictates the pace of daily existence, human survival has always depended upon the peaceful, equitable sharing of vital natural resources. In these remote mountain communities, governance was less about command and control, and more about maintaining a delicate balance among neighbors who relied upon one another for their warmth, food, and safety through long mountain winters. Here, customary law grew quietly from the soil, shaped by generations of practical wisdom, and handed down through oral tradition rather than heavy volumes of complex statutory text. It was a form of justice rooted deeply in mutual trust, where unspoken agreements carried the full weight of legal authority, because every family understood that the well-being of one household was inextricably linked to the prosperity of all. The crisp alpine air, still and clear under the darkening sky, seems to hold the memory of these peaceful covenants, reminding us that order can flourish without friction when guided by respect for the land and for one another. Long before modern nation-states attempted to codify every detail of civic behavior, these high-altitude villages demonstrated how enduring systems of equity could blossom naturally from the simple desire to live together in harmony, undisturbed by the ambitions of distant rulers. High in the Valais region of Switzerland during the 14th century, this philosophy of shared stewardship found one of its most elegant and peaceful expressions in the management of glacial meltwater. Under 14th century customary water laws in the Swiss Valais, mountain villages allocated glacial stream water through carved wooden aqueducts called bisses, using carved wooden tally sticks to quietly shift diversion gates to neighboring meadow pastures at precise hourly intervals. These remarkable aqueducts, crafted by local woodworkers from hollowed larch logs and painstakingly suspended along steep cliff faces, stretched for miles across the rugged terrain to convey life-sustaining water to arid alpine terraces. The allocation of this precious flow was managed with extraordinary care and quiet precision, governed not by contentious disputes or rigid enforcement, but by the steady, rhythmic turn of the diversion gates. Each family or farming collective possessed a designated allotment of time, tracked meticulously with intricate notches carved into wooden tally sticks that served as official legal instruments of water rights. As the appointed water guard walked the mountain paths in the soft twilight, moving the wooden barriers to guide the stream from one field to the next, the entire process unfolded with a serene regularity that matched the steady ticking of a clock. In this tranquil arrangement, the water moved gently from pasture to pasture, nourishing the soil while reaffirming the village's enduring commitment to fairness and collective harmony. This quiet, time-tested stewardship of the bisses illustrates how customary legal systems often functioned with a gentle, self-enforcing grace, minimizing conflict by making fairness visible and accessible to everyone in the valley, because every household understood the vital importance of the water rotation and could witness its impartial operation day after day. Compliance was preserved not through fear of punishment or judicial intervention, but through a deeply ingrained sense of shared responsibility. To respect the water rights of a neighbor was simply to participate in the sanctuary of community life, ensuring that when one's own allotted hour arrived, the mountain streams would flow just as reliably into one's own field. This intimate connection between law, landscape, and community created an atmosphere of profound stability, where justice was not an abstract ideal debated in distant courtrooms, but a tangible, daily reality experienced in the quiet rustle of irrigated grass and the cool spray of mountain streams. As the evening deepens and the cool mountain shadows stretch across the valley, the gentle murmur of water passing through ancient wooden conduits offers a soothing testament to human cooperation. The soft, rhythmic flow of the abysses serves as a restful reminder that the true spirit of law lies in balance, stewardship, and the calm, enduring peace of a community living in harmony with the natural world. In the gentle warmth of the 13th century, across the sun-dappled plains and slow, winding river valleys of the Iberian Peninsula, a remarkable effort took root to reshape how human communities understood their shared spaces. Under the thoughtful guidance of King Alfonso X of Castile, a monarch remembered across history as El Sabio, the wise scholars, jurists, and philosophers gathered in quiet chambers to compile a monumental collection of legal thought. This era was characterized by a deep, reflective desire to harmonize ancient Roman legal principles, canon law, and long-standing regional customs into a single, cohesive framework designed to offer stability, fairness, and enduring peace to all people within the realm, delivering an overarching sense of security and shared purpose to citizens of every station. The codification process was far more than an exercise in royal authority. It was a serene, contemplative attempt to align human statutes with natural equity and moral harmony. As quill pens moved deliberately over parchment in quiet scriptoriums, the legal scholars of Castile sought to write principles that recognized the intrinsic needs of everyday life, ensuring that the law offered sanctuary rather than burden. The resulting body of work reflected a world where the gentle rhythms of daily existence, the slow movement of traders along dusty roads, the seasonal quiet of agrarian fields, and the steady drift of river currents were recognized as vital threads of human society, deserving of protective, compassionate governance. Central to this ambitious legal synthesis was a profound recognition that certain elements of the natural world were so essential to human survival, work, and peaceful movement that they must remain forever beyond the reach of private exclusion or commercial toll. Promulgated around 1265 CE by King Alfonso X of Castile, the Sayat Partita's legal code declared all riverbanks and sea beaches to be common public property, granting fishermen and travelers an unalienable right to tie up boats, spread drying nets, and rest beneath shaded coastal trees without paying fees. This thoughtful ordinance drew upon the ancient Roman concept of asterisk, res communes asterisk, things belonging by nature to all human beings, yet gave it a tangible, deeply compassionate application for the humble coastal workers and weary wanderers of the medieval world, in an era where feudal privileges often parceled out land and restricted access to basic resources. The partitas ensured that the gentle margins where water meets the earth remained open to all who sought passage, shelter, or sustenance. A fisherman returning from a long harvest at dawn could secure his small wooden vessel to a sturdy root on the shoreline, stretch his heavy linen nets across the warm sand under the afternoon sun, and find quiet repose beneath the soft rustle of coastal leaves without fear of fines, fees, or harassment from local landowners. By enshrining these simple, essential freedoms into the supreme law of the kingdom, the Castilian crown affirmed that the edges of the waters belonged to the human family as a whole, creating an enduring sanctuary of shared space along every riverbank and seashore, where sea meet river and land meet sky in quiet equilibrium, and where the natural rhythm of tide and stream could be met with quiet dignity and restful peace. The quiet influence of the Sayat partitas extended far beyond the medieval Iberian kingdom, silently shaping legal traditions and human rights across continents for centuries to come. As the years drifted forward like water flowing steadily down a peaceful river, the statutes governing public waterways and coastal commons established foundational principles that would later underpin modern maritime law, environmental protections, and the public trust doctrine that still safeguards shores, lakes, and rivers today. The legal philosophy crafted in King Alfonso's court demonstrated that law, at its most noble, functions as a gentle balance, preserving the human connection to nature while shielding the vulnerable from arbitrary restriction. To walk along a sunlit beach today, or to sit quietly beside a slow-moving stream, is to participate in an enduring legal legacy of shared earth, where the law softly steps back to ensure that nature's quiet beauty remains accessible to every passerby, inviting a sense of calm rest that spans across generations. In the fading light of evening, as the waters whisper softly against the shore and the wind settles among the coastal trees, the spirit of those 13th century laws remains alive, offering a reassuring reminder that some places are meant to remain tranquil, welcoming, and open to all beneath the quiet sky. As dusk settles softly over the historical landscape, the evolution of human governance reveals how deeply law has always been entwined with the gentle, rhythmic elements of the natural world. Long before modern codifications reshaped global society, medieval jurists recognized that rivers were the living arteries of civilization, conveying goods, news, and quiet travel across vast distances. To protect these vital liquid highways, early legal systems sought to maintain the natural momentum of streams and rivers, preventing any single landholder from choking the current for private gain. In the green, mist-draped valleys of 13th century England, this fundamental principle was formally woven into one of history's most famous legal documents. When the barons gathered with King John upon the damp meadows of Runnymede, their concerns reached far beyond royal taxations and feudal rights to encompass the everyday tranquility of the realm's waterways. Under Clause 33 of the 1215 Magna Carta, English law mandated the complete removal of all wooden fish weirs from the Thames and Medway rivers, ensuring that clear water currents flowed unobstructed for peaceful river navigation across the countryside. These wooden stakes and woven wicker fences, which had long been erected by local landowners to catch migrating fish, had gradually narrowed the rivers, creating turbulent eddies and dangerous hazards for barges drifting along by the gentle tide. By demanding their total clearance throughout England, except along the coastal sea edges, the charter restored a quiet equilibrium to the water, allowing wooden skiffs, trading vessels, and local travelers to glide effortlessly through calm waters beneath open skies. This spatial regulation established a precedent that public rivers belonged to the entire community, transforming the flowing currents into shared sanctuaries where movement remained free, peaceful, and undisturbed by private obstructions. Further north, across the cool expanse of the Baltic Sea, similar legal principles took root amid the pine-scented forests and winding river basins of Scandinavia. In medieval Sweden, where communities relied heavily upon both the power of flowing water to turn millstones and the annual abundance of fish, lawmakers crafted elegant statutes designed to reconcile human industry with the delicate rhythms of nature. The rivers were essential not only for grinding grain into flour to sustain villages through long winters, but also for allowing salmon to return to their ancestral spawning grounds upstream. To ensure that progress did not sever the quiet cycles of the wild, Swedish regional laws carefully delineated how watermills could be constructed without entirely blocking the natural stream. Codified in the 1296 CE Swedish Upplandsligen milldam owners along public rivers were legally required to maintain a 3-foot open channel called the Kungsader, allowing migratory salmon to swim quietly upstream past wooden water wheels. This designated passage, known literally as the King's Vein, served as a protected sanctuary of continuous water, preserved specifically so that neither trade, nor local dams, nor timber construction could halt the passage of life along the riverbed. The law recognized that a river belonged to all who depended upon it, from the miller, whose wheel turned slowly in the current, to the silent fish gliding beneath the shaded banks. By establishing this mandatory 3-foot channel, the Upplandsligen created an early form of environmental stewardship embedded directly within civic law, ensuring that the soft splash of turning wheels and the silent journey of fish existed side by side in quiet harmony. These early statutory protections for rivers illustrate a profound, soothing truth about the history of law. At its quiet core, justice often began as a gentle effort to keep pathways open and life moving in natural balance. Whether clearing obstructive fish weirs from the Thames or maintaining the asterisk Kungsader through the wooden dams of upland medieval legal codes, recognized that natural waterways were shared public trusts meant to nourish entire communities rather than be monopolized by private interests. As the centuries drifted peacefully forward, these local river ordinances expanded into broader frameworks of maritime and environmental jurisprudence, laying the foundational concepts of public trust, common access corridors, and ecological care that continue to inform modern legal thought today. The gentle flow of water, uninterrupted by arbitrary barriers, became an enduring symbol for the ideal administration of law itself, clear, continuous, and quietly facilitating the peaceful coexistence of human endeavors and the natural world. Tonight, as nightfall softly blankets quiet riverbanks and ancient waterways across the globe, the enduring legacy of these thoughtful medieval statutes lingers in the calm, unhurried currents that flow steadily toward the sea, reminding us that true legal order brings peace, open space, and restful harmony to all living things. As twilight fell across the mist-shrouded valleys of medieval Scotland, the grand waterways that carved through the countryside rivers like the Tay, the Tweed, and the Forth carried not only the cool, clear runoff of the Highlands, but also the vital rhythm of life that sustained surrounding communities. In the early decades of the 15th century, legal thought began to weave itself into these natural channels in ways that recognized a quiet, enduring truth. Human laws, if they were to maintain order and prosperity across generations, needed to honor the silent cadences of the natural world. Long before modern concepts of environmental regulation and conservation biology took formal shape in academic treatises, early legal codes sought to balance the immediate demands of human commerce with the thoughtful preservation of the surrounding ecosystem. The scope of law was gradually expanding its vision, moving beyond mere boundary disputes, tax levies, feudal obligations, and local court judgments to consider the long-term stewardship of land, forest, and water. In these damp, verdant lands, the rivers served as vital communal veins, providing rich nourishment and avenues for trade, yet remaining deeply vulnerable to the subtle pressures of overharvesting if left unguided by established custom and royal statute. To ensure that these clear, winding streams remained abundant with life far into the future, thoughtful lawmakers recognized that human enterprise must learn to pause, granting the river's wild inhabitants the essential space, silence, and time needed to fulfill their ancient natural journeys. This deep awareness of ecological harmony found formal, lasting expression in the statutory records of the realm, where royal decrees sought to codify traditions that had long been practiced along the quiet riverbanks, codified in 1424 under King James I of Scotland. River conservation law mandated Saturday's slap, requiring salmon fishermen to lift all net gates from Saturday evening to Monday morning, so migrating fish could swim unobstructed through quiet river currents. As the gentle dimming of daylight settled over the water on Saturday dusk, fishermen along the banks would quietly travel down to their wooden weirs, stone traps, and woven net gates, systematically raising the barriers and clearing the central channels. For 36 tranquil hours, the mechanical structures that spanned the river were held wide open, restoring an unbroken path of water from the ocean's coastal tides all the way to the peaceful gravel spawning beds nestled high in the headwaters. The evocative phrase, Saturday's slap, referred to the physical opening or gap left in the fish weirs, a deliberate breach that transformed the river from a place of active capture into a serene sanctuary of free passage. Through this simple yet profound legislative mandate, the law established a mandatory weekly Sabbath, not only for the human laborers who tended the nets, but for the entire aquatic landscape. Under the calm, watchful light of a Sunday moon, silver salmon could journey upstream through cool, undisturbed currents, unimpeded by human craft, ensuring that the living lineage of the river remained vibrant and unbroken. The true wisdom of such early conservation statutes lay in their seamless integration with the natural rhythms of the weekly calendar, embedding ecological restraint into the steady, comforting routine of daily life. By binding the protection of migratory fish stocks to the traditional period of weekend rest, the legal system made environmental care an effortless and shared civic responsibility. It was a formal recognition by the Crown that long-term abundance was inextricably tied to seasonal restraint, and that enlightened governance required establishing times when nature was left entirely unhindered. Families living in the timbered homes along the riverbanks could rest peacefully in the evening hours, listening to the rhythmic, soft murmur of the passing waters, knowing that beneath the surface, aquatic life was moving freely in its timeless migratory dance. As centuries passed and legal doctrines evolved, the historical precedent of Saturday's slap stood as an early monument to sustainable resource management, illustrating how ancient legal codes could cultivate a peaceful balance between human necessity and ecological stewardship. Tonight, as the gentle current glides silently beneath dark, tree-lined banks, and the night sky unfolds its canopy of stars above the undisturbed waters, we are reminded of the timeless serenity found in laws that understand when to yield, allowing all of nature to rest, restore, and flow in its natural turn. Across the sun-drenched, tranquil landscapes of the Iberian Peninsula, human communities have long understood that the true foundation of order rests upon the fair and gentle stewardship of shared natural gifts. In the fertile floodplains surrounding Valencia, where the Turia River glides softly toward the Mediterranean Sea, water was never merely a resource to be claimed or contested, but a precious communal lifeline to be cherished and carefully distributed among all who depended upon it. Centuries ago, elaborate networks of irrigation canals, known locally as acequias, were painstakingly carved into the landscape, branching outward like delicate veins to carry liquid nourishment into emerald fields of grain, fragrant citrus groves, and lush market gardens. Because every single drop carried the quiet promise of life and sustenance for whole families, the inhabitants of the valley required a system of governance that was transparent, accessible, and entirely free from the convoluted delays and abstract arguments of distant legal authorities. Justice in these quiet working fields was not derived from heavy volumes of obscure text or imposing marble courthouses. Rather, it emerged organically from the soil itself, shaped by mutual trust, generations of oral memory, and a deep, shared reverence for the natural balance of the earth. The daily life of the entire valley moved in peaceful rhythm with the gentle murmur of rushing water, where every wooden sluice gate opened and closed in accordance with an unwritten agreement between neighbors who recognized that individual prosperity relied entirely on collective harmony and mutual care. This enduring commitment to custom, community, and local consensus found its purest expression in an institution that has quietly persisted through centuries of profound historical change. In 10th century Islamic Valencia, the Tribunal de las Aguas established a weekly Thursday court where 8 elected farmers sat in a quiet semicircle of worn wooden chairs outside the cathedral to smoothly allocate irrigation schedules for the Turia River Valley. These judge farmers, chosen directly from among their agricultural peers, to represent the principal irrigation channels winding through the valley, brought no lengthy legal scrolls, written briefs, or complex scholarly treatises to their weekly gatherings. Instead, dressed in simple, dark traditional smocks, they sat together under the open sky and listened attentively as fellow cultivators presented their practical needs, seasonal adjustments, or minor concerns regarding water distribution. Decisions were reached swiftly and peacefully through direct spoken dialogue, guided by long-standing custom and unwritten principles that prioritized equity, kindness, and the long-term health of the land above technical penalties or rigid punishment. Because the proceedings took place in the open public air of the plaza, bathed in gentle sunlight, every farmer could watch and listen, creating an atmosphere of absolute openness that reinforced trust across the entire countryside, without the need for a single written document, financial fee, or professional legal advocate. Complex questions of channel maintenance and water rotation were resolved with a calm nod of consensus, restoring balance to the valley before the afternoon sun began its slow descent. The remarkable longevity of the water court offers a quiet testament to the idea that law, in its most peaceful form, is simply the art of living well together. Over the course of more than 1,000 years, through shifting dynasties, changing languages, and modern legal codes, this gathering maintained its unpretentious routine without interruption. The wisdom of the institution lay in its deep understanding of human scale. By entrusting governance to those who worked the soil every day, the court ensured that rules remained practical, flexible, and grounded in the real rhythms of seed time and harvest. Rather than viewing disputes as battles to be won, the farmers approached each situation as an opportunity to restore harmony to the shared channel network, demonstrating that oral tradition rooted in mutual accountability could prove far more durable than rigid laws enforced from afar. As night falls gently over the Valentia plain, the ancient acequias continue their quiet work, carrying cool water through shadow and light just as they have for generations. The legacy of those 8 wooden chairs endures as a gentle reminder that true justice does not require grand spectacle or contentious debate. When legal order is shaped by shared necessity and practiced with calm integrity, it operates like the steady, soothing flow of a river through a fertile valley, quietly nourishing the roots of community and allowing all who dwell along its banks to rest in peace. As human settlements expanded across the quiet landscapes of medieval Europe, the scope of customary law broadened beyond tangible property like stone boundaries, grazing rights, and timber reserves, reaching gently toward the ethereal forces of the natural world. In regions where human life was intricately tied to the subtle rhythms of air and water, legal thinkers and local assemblies realized that justice required a quiet stewardship of the environment itself. The law became a silent framework designed to preserve balance between neighbor and neighbor, and between communities and the invisible currents of nature. Customary law had long governed the soil beneath one's feet, but in lowland territories, legal traditions gradually lifted their view upward to the atmosphere, recognizing that the unseen breeze carrying across open fields was as essential to communal survival as fresh water or arable earth. Local customs evolved not out of contentious disputes, but out of a peaceful, shared necessity to keep life moving in calm, predictable harmony. In these waterlogged regions, community governance took the form of patient compromise, where individual desires were softly tempered to shield the collective well-being, demonstrating how ancient legal frameworks could quietly adapt to safeguard the delicate equilibrium of daily life against subtle disruptions. In the low-lying landscapes of the Netherlands during the High Middle Ages, this legal philosophy took on a remarkably tangible yet ethereal form, as communities engineered vast networks of polders, tracts of low land reclaimed from marshes and sea waters through gentle, persistent drainage. The central guardians of these tranquil, green expanses were the windmills, whose wide wooden sails turned continuously under the soft ocean winds to lift water from low ditches into surrounding canals. To ensure that these vital machines operated without interruption, local charters developed a unique legal concept known as the windrecht asterisk, or right to wind. Under 13th century Dutch customary land law, local charters codified the windrecht, or right to wind, legally prohibiting neighboring property owners from erecting high structures or planting tall trees that could disrupt the soft, steady airflow needed to turn polder windmill sails. This thoughtful customary rule recognized that a landowner's right to build upward was bounded by the community's shared need for an unobstructed atmospheric corridor. By legally preserving the soft flow of the air, medieval charters created an early form of environmental zoning, ensuring that no tall oak tree or high barn could cast an invisible wind shadow across the landscape, balancing individual ownership with the quiet, ongoing needs of the entire countryside. This gentle regulation of the atmosphere reflected a broader medieval understanding of law as a living, protective web that harmonized human ambition with environmental realities. The administration of the windrecht was often entrusted to early water boards, or waterschappen asterisk, which were among the earliest democratic institutions in Europe, dedicated entirely to regional resource management and public safety. These local councils met in calm, deliberate assemblies to survey the polders, carefully inspecting tree lines and new building plans to preserve the steady breath of the sky. Rather than imposing harsh punishments or contentious litigation, the legal process favored calm mediation and long-term harmony, allowing landowners to understand how their own plot of land fit into the vast, interconnected ecosystem of the lowlands. Through these peaceful legal mechanisms, the right to wind became a celebrated principle of mutual care, teaching communities that the air moving across the horizon belonged to everyone and served a quiet, vital purpose for all. This peaceful alignment of law, technology, and natural elements illustrated how justice could function not merely as rigid prohibition, but as a gentle guide for coexisting in quiet harmony with the surrounding world. As centuries passed and legal systems grew increasingly complex, the spirit of the windrecht remained a serene testament to the ways human societies have sought order by honoring the natural world. It reminds us that justice has often found its highest expression not in grand declarations, but in the quiet protection of everyday life, protecting the steady turn of a windmill sail, the soft murmur of water flowing through a canal, and the unobstructed path of a gentle breeze. Long before modern environmental laws took shape, these medieval charters recognized that true justice cradles both the land and the sky, preserving the delicate balance that allows communities to flourish in peace. As the evening deepens and the air grows still, the historical legacy of customary law remains a soothing reminder of human care, where laws were written to keep the gentle currents of life moving quietly, softly, and endlessly onward through time. Across the long and quiet currents of human history, the law has often served as a subtle container for collective safety, translating high philosophical ideals into gentle, tangible acts of everyday care. In the maritime world of 12th century Europe, where wind and wave dictated the unpredictable rhythms of trade, the open ocean frequently brought physical hardship and sudden illness to the sailors who navigated its vast expanse. Recognizing the profound vulnerability of these mariners when far from home, early legal traditions began to frame detailed obligations that extended well beyond simple commercial contracts, establishing human compassion as an essential cornerstone of coastal commerce. Promulgated around 1160 CE by a leaner of Aquitaine, the maritime laws of Alerin legally obligated shipmasters resting in Atlantic harbors to provide sick mariners with a quiet shore lodging, a tallow candle, and a dedicated attendant until they recovered. This thoughtful mandate transformed busy medieval ports into places of sanctuary, ensuring that when an ill sailor could no longer haul ropes, adjust sails, or mind the helm, he was not abandoned to the damp chill of the ship's hold or left to rely solely on the precarious charity of strangers. Instead, the law carved out a protective space of rest upon the shoreline, illuminated by the steady, soft flame of a tallow candle, where healing could unfold in silence and safety while the vessel waited at anchor. Such maritime covenants demonstrated how legal frameworks could extend an invisible hand of comfort across distant shores, weaving a lasting sense of security into the very fabric of seafaring life. The explicit requirement of a dedicated caregiver, a warm room, and a quiet shelter reflected a deep structural understanding of human fragility, acknowledging that the prosperity of maritime trade depended ultimately upon the physical well-being of those who bore its heavy burdens. As merchant ships rode gently against the rolling tides of Western Europe, their wooden hulls cradled by sheltered Atlantic bays, these laws offered a soothing promise of protection against the harsh uncertainties of long voyages. But this gentle impulse toward social order, predictability, and mutual care was by no means unique to the ocean trade routes of the medieval West. Far across the world, in the tranquil agricultural valleys of ancient East Asia, similar legal impulses were shaping the daily existence of farming communities, anchoring civil peace in the steady, visual balance of standardized measurement and shared communal trust. In the early 8th century, the island nation of Japan sought to unify its diverse provinces through a comprehensive system of statutory governance that harmonized taxation, land management, and civic duty into a single, cohesive framework. Under under Japan's 701 C Tang Code, provincial administrators were legally required to measure harvested grain using standardized square wooden boxes called masu, marked with official vermilion seals to maintain quiet economic harmony across agricultural villages. As the soft autumn sun turned the terraced rice fields into shimmering expanses of gold, local farmers and government officials gathered under calm skies to divide the yield of the harvest season. The smooth, joinered sides of the square masu provided an unyielding, uniform measure of volume, ensuring that no peasant family was unfairly overcharged and no provincial registry shortchanged. The bright vermilion seal, stamped into the polished surface of the wood, served as a serene visual symbol of imperial authority and impartial fairness, reassuring villagers that every container filled was true and equitable. The rhythmic, whispered slide of golden grain filling the wooden boxes echoed softly through the countryside, transforming the potential friction of grain assessment into a calm, predictable ritual of rural life. In comparing these distant legal traditions, one observes how early codes of justice functioned as subtle instruments of peace, replacing potential conflict with steady predictability across vastly different human landscapes. Whether providing a sick mariner with a quiet shore room and a flickering tallow candle along the Atlantic coast, or ensuring that a Japanese farmer's grain harvest was measured with an officially sealed wooden box in a quiet mountain valley, ancient jurisprudence sought to bring balance and comfort to human existence. These historical laws recognized that true justice was not merely found in grand judicial pronouncements or stern penal codes, but in the quiet, reliable routines that allowed individuals to rest easy at night, confident in their personal safety and economic fairness. As the centuries drifted forward, these foundational principles of practical care, standard measure, and social harmony continued to shape the quiet architecture of human civilization, offering a timeless reminder of law's gentlest and most protective purpose. Across the fertile river valleys of Eastern Asia, where silver streams wound gently through emerald hills, the governance of human affairs was seen as a reflection of the quiet harmony found in nature. In the early centuries of the Tang dynasty, justice was not merely a set of stern decrees pronounced from high palace walls, but a living rhythm that brought order to the everyday lives of farmers, artisans, and travelers alike. As dusk descended upon the vast countryside, the gentle sound of water trickling through earthen channels echoed across the landscape, binding distant communities together in a shared reliance upon the earth's natural abundance. Scholars and administrators believed that true governance lay in preventing discord before it could disturb the peaceful life of the realm, seeking to align legal principles with the steady, predictable movements of the seasonal cycles. In this tranquil environment, legal systems were thoughtfully crafted to ensure that every individual understood their place within the broader social fabric, fostering a deep sense of security, stability, and mutual trust. The law was envisioned as a quiet, nourishing stream itself, flowing smoothly through every town and rural village, smoothing away the sharp edges of disagreement, and ensuring that vital resources were shared with fairness and enduring care. Beneath the soft, warm glow of paper lanterns, local officials worked to uphold an ancient ideal of balance, understanding that the enduring strength of the entire empire depended upon the quiet contentment of its humblest fields. To maintain this delicate balance across thousands of miles of fertile farmland, the imperial administration instituted precise, highly organized methods of record-keeping that transformed abstract legal concepts into practical, everyday harmony. Promulgated in 624 CE, China's Tang Code required provincial magistrates to maintain detailed land registers on durable mulberry paper to harmoniously allocate shared river water for rice paddies. These official documents, crafted with extraordinary skill from the fibrous bark of mulberry trees, possessed a remarkable durability that could withstand both the relentless passage of time and the heavy moisture of the river valleys. On these smooth, resilient sheets, magistrates drew fine ink lines outlining every individual plot of land, recording the names of families, the exact boundaries of fields, and the precise schedules for opening and closing the wooden sluice gates that fed the cascading rice terraces. By establishing such clear, unambiguous, and enduring public records, the legal code systematically removed the uncertainties that might otherwise lead to disputes among neighboring farming villages. Each morning, as the soft morning mist lifted from the mirror-like surfaces of the flooded paddies, farmers could tend their young crops with the calm assurance that their water rights were preserved by an administrative system far larger and more permanent than any single village council. The dark ink upon the pale mulberry paper represented a quiet, solemn pact between the state and the land, where human organizations served to honor the natural flow of water, ensuring that every stem of grain received its measured, rightful portion of life. This thoughtful integration of written law and natural rhythms created a lasting framework of societal peace that endured across generations, shaping the daily existence of millions. The Tang Code demonstrated how legal structures, when grounded in fairness, clarity, and meticulous local administration, could cultivate a serene environment where human society flourished without friction or fear. Rather than relying solely upon heavy coercion or unpredictable decrees, the legal order achieved its true purpose through the quiet predictability of its daily application, offering a comforting structure that allowed families to sleep peacefully, knowing their livelihoods were carefully safeguarded. In the quiet halls of provincial magistrate offices, rolls of mulberry paper lay neatly stored in polished wooden chests, serving as silent, steadfast guardians of public trust and communal harmony. beyond the immediate practical benefits of agricultural irrigation. This administrative philosophy reflected a deeper cultural understanding that justice is best preserved when it flows gently and predictably, much like the rivers that sustain the earth. As night falls softly over the ancient waterways, and the distant stars reflect in the still pools of the flooded fields, the legacy of these early legal codes remains a comforting testament to humanity's long search for order, equity, and peaceful coexistence. The soft rustle of leaves, the gentle murmur of the night breeze through quiet bamboo groves, and the rhythmic flow of water all merge into the stillness of evening, leaving behind a profound sense of restful calm that cradles the sleeping land. In the expansive history of human jurisprudence, law has often manifested not only in grand constitutional decrees or courtroom verdicts, but also in the quiet, systematic regulation of everyday crafts that supported the state. During 11th century China, under the cultured stewardship of the Song dynasty, administrative law achieved a remarkable level of refinement, extending its watchful yet harmonious guidance into the details of civic life and industrial production. The imperial government recognized that an enduring society required reliable records, and for contracts, court transcripts, and imperial edicts to withstand the passage of centuries, the physical medium of writing itself had to be governed by precise standards. Magistrates and departmental overseers drafted comprehensive regulations that dictated the exact composition, dimensions, and manufacturing methods for paper, brushes, and ink. These codes were not seen as burdensome constraints, but rather as a shared commitment to excellence and order, ensuring that every magistrate's ledger across the vast empire maintained a uniform standard of permanence. In this peaceful, bureaucratized environment, the law functioned as a subtle rhythm, guiding the hands of weavers, metalworkers, and ink makers alike. The atmosphere inside the state-sanctioned workshops was characterized by patient discipline, where time was measured not by urgent demands, but by the natural cycles of raw materials settling, drying, and maturing. Through this gentle integration of statutory oversight and traditional craft knowledge, the Song legal system wove a tapestry of stability that quieted societal friction and fostered a deep respect for process, quality, and enduring legal truth. Among the most meticulously codified traditions was the production of pine soot ink, a substance essential for recording legal judgments and scholarly commentaries. Artisans would gather fine soot from slow-burning pine wood in hillside kilns, blending it with aromatic herbs and delicate animal glues to create a smooth, workable paste. Once shaped into pristine blocks, these unrefined cakes required an extended period of rest under specific environmental conditions to prevent cracking and to ensure the rich pigment would bond perfectly when reconstituted with water. Under 11th century Song Dynasty craft regulations, recorded in China's Mopu ink manual. Ink artisans were legally mandated to store freshly molded pine-soot ink cakes on cedar shelves inside dark, damp cellars for 40 days, allowing the herbal bindings to cure in stillness before final polishing. Within these subterranean chambers, protected from drafts and direct sunlight, the fragrant aroma of cedar blended with the earthy scent of pine soot and herbal resins. The 40-day curing period was monitored with quiet reverence, treating time itself as a key legal requirement in the creation of quality goods. The cool humidity of the cellar slowed the evaporation of moisture, enabling the organic binders to settle evenly throughout each dense cake. Inspecting magistrates would periodically check the storage vaults, confirming that artisans adhered to the mandatory curing timeline before permitting the ink to receive its final hand buffing and gold leaf branding. This legal insistence on patient curing ensured that the resulting ink sticks produced deep, velvet black strokes that would not fade or smudge on government scrolls, preserving land deeds, judicial precedents, and philosophical texts for centuries to come. This intersection of law and quiet craftsmanship reflects a fundamental principle of early administrative justice: the understanding that order is maintained through patient, predictable processes rather than hasty decrees. When law embeds itself in the physical rituals of daily production, it transforms compliance into a contemplative art, the quiet stillness of the ink cellar, where dark cakes lay undisturbed upon smooth cedar planks, mirrored the serene order that song jurists sought to foster throughout their society. Just as the herbal bindings required 40 undisturbed days to reach structural perfection, so too did legal disputes require measured reflection, deliberate investigation, and adherence to established procedure. Across imperial towns and quiet countryside prefectures, scribes dipped their bamboo brushes into fine black ink born of this lawful stillness, recording court proceedings, civil agreements, and official decrees with a steady, tranquil hand. The dark strokes on mulberry paper became silent guardians of justice, bridging the gap between abstract legal philosophy and tangible human affairs. In the quiet hours of evening, as lamps flickered in magistrate offices and artisan workshops alike, the knowledge that even the simplest tools were governed by thoughtful regulations brought a reassuring sense of harmony and stability. Through such meticulous codes, legal history reveals itself not merely as a chronicle of power, but as an enduring commitment to order, patience, and the gentle preservation of truth across generations. Throughout the long history of civilization, the scope of human law extended far beyond high tribunals, criminal trials, and royal decrees, reaching deeply into the subtle details of everyday craftsmanship and architectural design. Long before modern municipal codes standardized urban living, ancient and medieval societies understood that civic order depended on the physical safety, structural harmony, and peaceful atmosphere of the spaces people inhabited. In 11th century China, during a period of remarkable cultural refinement and architectural growth, imperial administrators recognized that legal governance included protecting sanctuaries of learning and reflection from the subtle degradation of weather and decay. This philosophy culminated in civil standards that dictated the exact methods master builders were required to follow when preparing materials for courtyards and scholarly retreats. Under the 1103 CE Chinese Architectural Code, Yingzhou Fashi, compiled by Li Jai, master carpenters constructing timber courtyards, were legally mandated to soak pine beams in river water for 40 days and seal joints with boiled tung oil to protect quiet study rooms from damp drafts. The law thus transformed a craftsman's patience into a matter of civic duty, recognizing that true structural integrity could not be rushed. One can imagine the calm patience required by such a decree, as pine logs lay submerged beneath the cool flow of river currents for over a month, releasing raw resins and becoming stabilized against moisture and insects. When the timber was finally lifted from the water and dried, artisans worked with care, applying warm tung oil into every mortise joint. This sealant formed a quiet barrier against dampness, ensuring that when autumn rain fell or cool evening mists rose from surrounding gardens, the study rooms within remained dry, warm, and silent, safeguarding the peace of scholars reading beneath the soft light of paper lanterns. Across the trade routes of the medieval world, similar legal principles emerged to protect the health, well-being, and trust of urban communities through the careful regulation of commerce and medicinal craft. In 9th century Baghdad, a bustling center of scholarship and trade during the Islamic Golden Age, civic order was maintained through a refined system of market jurisprudence known as hisba. The officials overseeing these codes were tasked with ensuring fairness in trade, preventing adulteration, and maintaining strict standards of hygiene across every specialized shop. The law recognized that the efficacy of medicines and the purity of fragrant botanicals depended on proper storage conditions, as heat and sunlight could quickly diminish delicate oils. Codified in 9th century Baghdad under Islamic hisba market regulations, apothecary shopkeepers were legally required to store dried medicinal lavender and rosewater in stoppered blue ceramic vessels placed inside cool, shaded cypresswood cabinets to preserve their natural aroma. This regulatory mandate combined empirical scientific understanding with legal oversight, creating a calm harmony between commercial integrity and public health. Inside the dim, shaded alcoves of apothecaries, rows of deep blue glazed jars sat neatly arranged within aromatic cypress shelves, protected from the bright desert light and summer heat outside. The cobalt glaze of the pottery shielded the floral distillates from light damage, while the tight ceramic stoppers kept the air still and pure inside. As dusk settled over the grand bazaars and the call to evening prayer echoed across the city, customers could step into these cool, fragrant shops with total confidence, knowing that the soothing scent of rosewater and the calming properties of dried lavender had been legally guarded for their comfort. When viewed across centuries and continents, these historical building codes and market standards reveal a side of legal history that is often overlooked, a quiet, protective framework designed to cultivate stability, trust, and peaceful daily life. Law was not merely an abstract system of rules enforced through punishment, but a living practice of care that shaped the tactile environment, ensuring that timber was properly seasoned, remedies were safely stored, and homes were built to endure the turning of the seasons. These ancient regulations acknowledged that human flourishing requires quiet spaces, reliable provisions, and a shared sense of safety within one's home and community. The master carpenter soaking pine beams in a flowing river, and the apothecary placing blue jars within a shaded cypress cabinet were both participating in a grand, quiet tradition of legal responsibility that valued quality, patience, and public good above speed or profit. As the night deepens and the world slows down, we can draw comfort from the knowledge that for thousands of years, human societies have sought to weave order and protection into the very fabric of their surroundings, creating an enduring shelter where individuals can live, rest, and sleep in lasting peace. In the golden twilight of Constantinople, where the gentle waters of the Bosporus reflect the fading light of day, the rhythm of daily existence was anchored by a quiet and enduring framework of law. Within the Byzantine Empire, legal codes were conceived not merely as instruments to settle contentious disputes or impose severe penalties, but as a soothing tapestry woven to preserve civic harmony across every quarter of the great capital. At the center of this well-ordered society stood the office of the eparch, the imperial prefect, whose serene oversight guided the commercial and social pulse of the metropolis. It was the duty of the eparch to ensure that market life moved with fairness, predictability, and calm restraint, shielding citizens from arbitrary pricing, fraudulent goods, and chaotic competition. Under this gentle yet firm guardianship, the numerous trade guilds of Constantinople operated within clearly defined boundaries that honored both the craftsman's skill and the buyer's peace of mind. From the bakers heating their brick ovens in the early morning stillness to the silk weavers guiding fine threads through wooden looms, every artisan functioned within a legally protected rhythm that favored quality over haste. In this expansive vision of governance, true justice was reflected not only in monumental judicial rulings, but in the quiet reliability of daily commerce, in honest weights, unadulterated materials, and the reassuring sense that human effort was governed by balance, wisdom, and mutual respect. This dedication to orderly stewardship found one of its most vivid expressions in the realm of trade regulation, where law extended its protective hand to the sensory and material details of everyday life. Among the most remarkable legal documents of this era was a comprehensive manual designed to maintain economic equilibrium and elevate the standards of urban craft throughout the empire under the 912 CE asterisk book of the eparch, promulgated by Byzantine Emperor Leo VI. Perfumers and ointment sellers in Constantinople were legally mandated to store raw balsam, frankincense, and rose oil in sealed terracotta jars inside cool basement cellars to preserve their delicate fragrances before market sales. This insightful decree recognized that the rare resins and floral essences brought by merchants along ancient trade routes were sensitive to the harsh influences of heat, light, and ambient air. Beneath the sun-warmed cobblestone avenues, down smooth steps carved into deep foundations, quiet subterranean cellars provided a natural sanctuary of shadow and constant temperature. Here, heavy earthenware vessels rested upon cool floorstones, safely enclosing precious scents harvested from distant valleys and sunlit groves. By establishing such precise environmental standards, the imperial legal system ensured that when perfumers opened their shops along the shaded portico of the Mise, buyers were met with genuine quality and uncompromised beauty. The law thus transformed the physical preservation of fragrance into an act of legal integrity, demonstrating how thoughtful regulation could protect both public trust and natural beauty. Beyond the practical benefits to trade, such laws reflected a deeper philosophical understanding of governance as a restorative force that nurtures stability in the human community. When legal systems turn their attention to the protection of small, quiet details, such as the condition of an ointment, the purity of wax, or the weight of a loaf of bread, they build a foundation of quiet trust that allows society to flourish without fear or friction. As night softly settled over the great harbor of the Golden Horn, and the distant calls of gulls faded into the darkening sky, the statutes of Emperor Leo VI continued their silent vigil throughout the capital. The cool basement vaults remained peaceful and undisturbed, their sealed terracotta jars holding precious resins in calm stillness, until the morning sun would once again warm the open market stalls and stone colonnades. In the soft hush of the evening hours, the legacy of Byzantine law revealed itself not as an imposing shadow of strict authority, but as a steady, comforting shelter under which citizens could rest, confident in the enduring balance of custom, order, and mutual care. This quiet alignment of human law with the peaceful, unhurried rhythms of daily living offered a gentle reassurance that lingered long into the night, wrapping the ancient city and its slumbering inhabitants in enduring tranquility. In the sun-warmed cities of 12th century Al-Andalus, The reach of jurisprudence was felt not only in grand royal palaces or solemn courtrooms, but in the quiet, steady rhythm of everyday civic life. As soft twilight settled over the whitewashed stone buildings of Seville and Cordoba, the governance of the urban community expressed itself through a rich and thoughtful tradition of municipal oversight known as the asterisk hispa. This extensive body of local law, supervised by an esteemed magistrate called the asterisk mudhezib asterisk, sought to preserve public tranquility, safety, and ethical fairness across every bustling market square, quiet artisan workshop, and winding residential lane. Far from operating merely as a set of harsh prohibitions, these Andalusian ordinances functioned as a protective, living framework for the shared spaces of the town. They ensured that flour was ground without adulteration, that building overhangs were constructed high enough so as not to dislodge the burden of a passing camel or mule, and that public cisterns were kept pure for travelers and residents alike. In this serene urban environment, legal scholars turned their attention to the subtle physical processes of daily work, recognizing that the lasting strength of a society rested upon the dependable quality of its simplest goods and the quiet integrity of its craftspeople. The law served as an invisible, reassuring companion to daily labor, offering clear standards so that community life could unfold with ease, trust, and predictability. Among the most remarkable and detailed surviving records of this medieval civic stewardship is the comprehensive legal treatise composed in Seville by the jurist Ibn Abdon. Writing with deep devotion to the social and material balance of his city, Ibn Abdon set down practical regulations for nearly every trade, establishing standards designed to prevent structural defects, resource waste, and economic friction long before any harm could occur. His writings recognized that even the delicate phase of cooling freshly fired ceramics required clear legal standards to protect both the potter's long hours of labor and the consumer's confidence in the finished vessel. Codified in the 12th century Andalusian asterisk hispa manual by Ibn Abdon of Seville, tile and vessel potters were legally required to line their cooling racks with dry palm leaves, allowing warm terracotta water jars to cool gradually in shaded courtyards without cracking. This precise legal mandate demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of thermodynamics and material care, elevating practical craftsmanship into a binding public duty. As the freshly baked clay vessels rested upon their soft, dry bedding of woven fronds, shielded from sudden gusts of cool air, the ordinance quietly protected the very jars that would later store life-sustaining water in homes throughout the city. Such rules revealed a legal philosophy that viewed justice not as a distant abstract concept, but as a tangible presence that safeguarded the small, indispensable objects of everyday human life. The protective philosophy of the hispa reached into nearly every domain of urban existence, weaving a sense of calm reliability into the fabric of the Andalusian city. Masons and carpenters were provided with strict guidelines on the proper curing of timber and mixing of mortar, ensuring that multi-story homes remained resilient against time and weather. Bakers were legally required to maintain pristine ovens and to stamp their loaves with unique wooden seals, allowing families to rest assured of the weight, quality, and origin of their daily bread. Even the arrangement of vendor tables in the market was regulated to keep walkways clear and allow gentle breezes to cool the shaded stone arcades. In these historic codes, law was understood as the maintenance of balance, where individual effort was harmonized with the collective well-being of the neighborhood. As night descended over the silent courtyards and the soft splashing of stone fountains filled the evening air, these ancient statutes left behind a city built on mutual respect and methodical care. The terracotta jars, cooling slowly on their beds of palm leaves beneath the darkening sky, stood as quiet testament to a legal system that found its highest purpose in fostering safety, harmony, and lasting peace. As night turned toward dawn across the historic hills of Bursa, the legal landscape of the early modern Ottoman Empire revealed itself not only in grand courtroom decrees, but in the quiet, methodical governance of daily life. Here, standardizing law took the form of the etched, a comprehensive legal code regulating commerce, craftsmanship, and civic well-being to protect the public from fraud and standard failure. Long before modern consumer protection, statutes existed. Municipal inspectors, known as *muhasibs*, moved through quiet stone bazaars to examine scales, assess product purity, and ensure that every item brought to market honored an established measure of fairness. The law in this era was envisioned as a protective blanket designed to maintain social harmony, ensuring that the routine exchanges of bread, textiles, and spices proceeded with predictability and mutual trust. In cities across Anatolia, the rule of law reached into the smallest details of craft production, establishing a sense of calm reliability, where every resident knew the standard to which local tradesmen were held. This meticulous approach to civic order rested on the conviction that justice was not merely an abstract ideal discussed by scholars, but a practical, reassuring presence felt in the simple transactions of each morning. In the year 1502, Sultan Bayezid II promulgated the Bursa Market Code, known historically as the *Canon Nami, Itisab letter 131 Bursa *, which stands as one of the world's earliest comprehensive legal frameworks for municipal standardization and consumer welfare. Within its detailed clauses, the code set precise guidelines for weight, price, and preparation methods across numerous guilds, seeking to preserve both the health of the citizens and the integrity of the market. Bread, as the essential staple of daily sustenance, received particularly thoughtful legal attention. with rules governing the quality of the flour, the purity of the water, and the precise environment in which loaves were prepared. Under the 1502 Bursa Market Code, promulgated by Sultan Bayezid II, Ottoman bakers were legally required to cool fresh wheat loaves on woven willow trays lined with clean linen cloth, allowing warm moisture to evaporate gently before morning sales began. Such precise legal requirements ensured that the crust remained firm and the interior wholesome, preventing the bread from souring in the damp heat of early morning baking. Through these careful instructions, the law transformed the kitchen into a sanctuary of measured practice, where the quiet rhythm of cooling loaves became a legal duty fulfilled in the tranquil hours before the city awakened. This quiet attention to detail reflected a deep-seated philosophy that saw justice as an act of balance, maintaining equilibrium across every layer of society. The Bursa regulations governed not only bakers, but also weavers, butchers, potters, and blacksmiths, creating a unified tapestry of legal expectations that bound the community together in shared accountability. When a shopper approached a stall at first light, the legal framework guaranteed that the weight of the flour matched the official iron standard, and that the cloth was woven to an exact thread count. This predictability allowed daily life to unfold with a serene lack of friction, as citizens could place their trust in the institutional oversight of the state, rather than relying on constant, anxious bargaining. The law acted as a silent partner in every workshop, encouraging craftsmen to take pride in adherence to established quality, rather than cutting corners for fleeting gain. By embedding fairness into the mechanical steps of trade, the lining of a willow tray, the striking of a seal, the calibration of a balance, the legal tradition created an environment of steady, dependable calm that defined the civic spirit of the age. Looking back across the centuries, the Ottoman market codes remind us that the story of law is far more than a record of trials, penalties, and constitutional debates. At its heart, legal history is also the quiet narrative of how human societies have organized their daily lives to ensure safety, fairness, and mutual respect. When we consider the peaceful streets of 16th century Bursa, where linen-lined trays held cooling bread under the watchful, benevolent eye of municipal regulation, we see a vision of law as a stabilizing force that lulls friction into stillness. The careful measures written into ancient parchment served to steady the heartbeat of the marketplace, transforming potential disputes into moments of quiet, routine harmony. As dusk settled over the domes and archways of the historic city, the law fulfilled its quietest purpose, providing a reliable framework within which families could rest with confidence, knowing that the morning would bring honest measures, peaceful trade, and the enduring assurance of a well-ordered community. As medieval societies expanded, the reach of codified law shifted gently from broad royal decrees to the quiet, regular daily rhythms of commerce and craft. Across town squares and riverbanks, regulations began to govern not merely criminal grievances or land inheritance, but the very texture of everyday life, ensuring that every staple of sustenance and every creation of human hands met a reliable, shared standard of quality. These statutory codes were designed to foster trust among neighbors, replacing uncertainty with structured routines that echoed through morning markets and tranquil workshops alike. In an era when community survival relied upon honest trade, civic authorities recognized that fairness in small, essential things laid the bedrock for enduring social peace. Through carefully recorded statutes, local governments set forth measured expectations for weights, prices, and methods of production, transforming common crafts into honored traditions protected by law. Through these quiet, steady rules, the law became a reassuring presence in the daily lives of townspeople, instilling a sense of order and care into the essential tasks that sustained human life day after day. In 13th century England, this devotion to standardizing fundamental goods found expression in a historic ordinance designed to safeguard the community's primary food supply. Under the 1266 English Statutory Code known as the asterisk size of bread and ale asterisk, village bakers were legally required to press a carved wooden seal into each unbaked dough batch and let the finished wheat loaves rest on clean oak tables for 3 hours before sale. This deliberate pause allowed the heat of the oven to settle slowly from the crust, ensuring that every family received wholesome, properly cooled bread, while leaving an indelible mark of accountability upon each loaf. The simple wooden seal served as both an artisan's signature and an enduring guarantee of public trust, linking the artisan directly to the well-being of the village. The requirement to rest the warm bread upon pristine oak tables preserved the purity of the grain and prevented spoil, encouraging a rhythmic patience within the bakehouse from the early morning hours of mixing to the quiet afternoon sale. In this way, legal statutes gentle-handedly turned routine baking into a communal ritual of integrity, where every step of preparation was guided by law to protect both the purchaser and the craftsman. Across the continent, in the sunlit valleys of Tuscany, similar statutory principles were crafted to protect the renowned textile arts that sustained municipal life and local pride. Under the 1339 statutes of the Republic of Lucca, silk weavers were legally required to wash raw mulberry silk skeins in the calm, cool waters of the Serchio River strictly during early morning hours to protect the delicate natural luster of the threads from harsh afternoon sun. The municipal authorities understood that the vibrant beauty of their famous silks depended upon respecting the natural elements, integrating environmental wisdom directly into municipal law. As dawn broke over the serene riverbanks, weavers submerged the delicate fibers in the mist-shrouded currents, allowing the cool water to clean the silk threads without damaging their soft sheen. By restricting this process to the early morning hours, the law prevented the hot Tuscan sun from drying the raw fibers too quickly or fading their natural radiance. This tranquil morning law not only preserved the reputation of Lucchese silk throughout distant trading routes, but also established a harmonious tempo for the artisans, aligning their daily labor with the calm, natural cycles of the flowing river and the soft morning sky. These medieval statutes reveal how legal history is not merely a record of trials and punishments, but a deep story of human care, foresight, and balance woven into the fabric of daily work. Whether defining the resting hours of warm bread in English villages or prescribing the morning wash of silk threads along Italian riverbanks, such early regulations sought to establish harmony between society, nature, and industry. By embedding standards of honesty, quality, and quiet patience into daily routines, ancient and medieval legal codes created spaces of reliability and safety amidst an unpredictable world. They reminded citizens that law, at its best, exists to protect the quiet dignity of human effort, to cultivate trust between strangers, and to ensure that the fruits of shared labor bring peace to every home. As night settles over ancient towns and modern cities alike, these historic codes remain as quiet testaments to our enduring quest for order, fairness, and thoughtful stewardship across the generations. In the late medieval cities of Europe, law was not merely a collection of abstract principles or grand codifications set down by distant sovereigns, but a living cadence woven into the quiet routines of daily labor and civic craftsmanship. Within the bustling yet deeply ordered Republic of Florence, governance rested upon the meticulous statutes of its powerful guilds, known as the Arti, which sought to harmonize trade, ensure unfailing quality, and protect the shared resources of the community. These craft guilds established careful rules for every stage of production, recognizing that justice and fairness were rooted as much in the integrity of an artisan's raw materials as in the resolutions of a formal courtroom. Long before modern municipal environmental regulations or standardized industrial codes existed, these medieval statutes dictated how water was drawn, how timber was harvested, and how raw fleece was prepared along the banks of the rivers that sustained urban life. As dusk gave way to twilight and the city paused its daily commerce, the weight of civic responsibility rested softly upon the shoulders of master craftsmen, dyers, and weavers. The legal framework of the era sought to balance individual ambition with collective well-being, crafting a social contract where every thread, measurement, and seasonal practice was guarded by common consent and mutual trust. In this tranquil intersection of law and daily life, order was experienced as a steady, reliable rhythm, guiding the hands of workers from the first twilight hours of morning to the quiet descent of evening. This careful balance of civic regulation and natural harmony was vividly reflected in the specific statutes governing the wool trade, which formed the economic heart of Renaissance Florence. To ensure that the famed textiles of the city maintained their renown across distant markets, the guild officers drafted precise regulations detailing the handling of materials long before any dye or loom was engaged. Under the 1325 Guild Statutes of the Art della Lana in Florence, textile dyers were legally mandated to wash spun wool skeins exclusively in the calm upper waters of the Arno River before dawn, submerging the fleece inside woven wicker baskets to keep river silt from dulling its natural softness. This gentle legal directive reflected a deep understanding of environmental stewardship and material care, binding the dyer to the natural stillness of the river before the city awoke and disturbed the clear waters downstream. The requirement to submerge the wool within woven wicker containers served both a practical and a legal purpose, creating a protective barrier against particulate matter, while ensuring that every workshop adhered to an identical standard of preparation. By anchoring such detailed practices in formal law, the Guild removed the temptation for hasty shortcuts, protecting the reputational integrity of the entire community through shared discipline. As the cool waters of the upper Arno flowed smoothly through the open weave of the baskets in the pale morning light, the law manifested not as a harsh instrument of restraint, but as a quiet guardian of quality, patience, and craft. As the centuries unfolded, these guild codes demonstrated how legal systems often evolve from the ground up, shaping human interactions with the natural world into enduring traditions of quiet care. The laws governing the Arno were not singular in their design. Across the Italian peninsula and throughout Europe, similar ordinances governed the timing of timber harvests, the clearing of shared irrigation ditches, and the preservation of clean mountain streams. In each instance, law functioned as a stabilizing force, providing predictability and peace of mind to communities dependent upon fragile ecological and economic ecosystems. The quiet discipline required of the Florentine dyers, rising in the cool gray dark to immerse their wool in the calmest currents, reminds us that justice in its earliest forms was deeply intertwined with respect for natural rhythms and the quiet art of patience. When we look back upon these historic statutes, we see a world where civic duty was measured not merely in formal oaths or written decrees, but in the slow, attentive immersion of soft fleece into clear, undisturbed waters. This lingering heritage reminds us that law at its finest creates a sanctuary of order, shielding the delicate processes of work, trade, and life from the chaos of haste. As the night deepens and the mind settles into rest, the memory of these ancient regulations offers a tranquil testament to human order, where law, labor, and nature rested side by side in silent, enduring harmony. as twilight settled over the winding stone streets of late medieval Europe, the reach of law expanded quietly beyond grand royal palaces into the intimate spaces where everyday goods were crafted and traded. For centuries, legal systems had defined high matters of land and civic duty. Yet, as urban centers flourished, a softer form of governance took root within artisan workshops. Merchant and craft guilds recognized that true justice was found not only in judicial courts, but also in steady standards that governed honest labor. Across growing towns, master craftsmen gathered to compose elaborate books of statutes that established fair prices, regulated apprenticeships, and protected the collective reputation of their trade. In this atmosphere of commercial order, law became a quiet guardian of quality, shaping daily work so that buyers and sellers across distant lands could rely upon a shared standard of truth. The regulations transformed the daily handling of timber, leather, wool, and precious metals into acts of codified responsibility. This gentle tapestry of trade law helped foster security and harmony, allowing bustling marketplaces to settle each evening into peaceful rest, anchored by mutual trust. In the prosperous Republic of Florence, where trade flourished along the banks of the Arno, the city's guilds, known as the Arti, developed sophisticated legal frameworks. Among these influential bodies, the Silk Guild held a position of exceptional importance, guiding the production of luxurious fabrics prized across continents. To maintain the legendary standard of Florentine textiles, the Guild drafted strict statutes governing every stage of production, from the reeling of raw silk to the application of rich dyes. The lawmakers of the Guild understood that true color could easily be disguised by misleading illumination, leading to errors that might erode public trust. In 14th century Florence, statutes of the Art della Seta Silk Guild legally mandated that master dyers evaluate raw silk threads under indirect morning sunlight in open courtyard loggias, prohibiting flickering candlelight to ensure true color quality. Under the cool arches of these loggias, as early daylight washed softly across the stone, master dyers paused in quiet concentration to inspect each fine strand. This legal requirement ensured that no shadowy flame could obscure subtle imperfections in the dye. The law thus tied the administration of justice directly to the steady purity of natural light, establishing a serene morning ritual where patience and legal duty rested in perfect balance. This insistence on visible truth and careful measurement was characteristic of a growing movement across European trade law, where statutes sought to eliminate ambiguity through clear, observable standards. By forbidding nocturnal inspections under uncertain light, guild regulations protected both the artisan and the buyer, creating an environment where craftsmanship was held to an unshakable standard of integrity. Similar codes governed harbor waymasters, bakers measuring flour at dawn, and goldsmiths testing purity on touchstones. These laws were experienced not as harsh impositions, but as a calming framework that simplified human interaction and reduced friction in commerce. When a merchant in Bruges unrolled a bolt of Florentine silk, the legally binding mark of the art della seta served as a silent promise of authenticity, backed by disciplined mourning assessments in distant courtyards. The law acted as a bridge across geographical distances, weaving scattered communities into a single network of shared expectation and quiet reliability. In the slow cadence of guild life, the law was felt as a comforting, rhythmic pulse, guiding hands, eyes, and minds through the quiet work of each day. As night falls once more, and the memory of ancient looms grows still, the legacy of these early trade statutes remains embedded in our understanding of fair dealing and consumer protection. The transition from unregulated markets to thoughtful systems of standardized quality marked a vital milestone in the history of human jurisprudence. It demonstrated that law could descend from abstract principles into the subtle textures of daily life, guarding the integrity of a single thread of silk as carefully as the borders of a nation. The peaceful atmosphere of those Renaissance loggias, bathed in soft morning light, reflects a time when justice was found in the quiet practice of seeing things truly and treating one's neighbor fairly. Today, the spirit of those statutory guardians continues to whisper through modern commercial codes, reminding us that order and harmony are built upon small, honest acts repeated day after day. As the world slumbers, we can find restful comfort in this enduring tradition of human law, a tradition that brings clarity, equity, and peace to the soft rhythm of our shared world. Throughout the long history of jurisprudence, the law has often worn a quiet, protective mantle, extending its reach beyond high courts and judicial decrees into the peaceful, everyday rhythms of human craft. In many ancient and early modern societies, statutory codes recognized that true justice included the careful preservation of quality, structural integrity, and shared standards of workmanship. Across the serene waters of northern Italy, the Venetian Republic codified this gentle guardianship over the tactile art of papermaking. In the sunlit shelter of the Toscolano Valley, along Lake Garda, paper mills operated under strict statutory guidelines designed to protect the delicate texture and longevity of their parchment and paper. Under the 1569 paper manufacturing statutes of the Venetian Republic, paper mills along Lake Garda's Toscolano Valley were legally required to hang newly sized linen paper sheets on soft horsehair ropes inside shaded wooden lofts, allowing gentle mountain breezes to cure the paper without warping its smooth surface. This legal mandate ensured that no hurried commercial pressure would diminish the paper's soft resilience, elevating the quiet movement of mountain air into a legally prescribed agent of perfection. papermakers moved with steady, unhurried steps through the high, open lofts, placing each damp sheet across the forgiving strands of horsehair, knowing that the law itself commanded them to wait patiently for the gentle winds to finish the curring process. Far across the sea, during the quiet centuries of peace in feudal Japan, legal codification similarly wrapped its protective structure around the traditional arts of cultivation and homecraft. Regional authorities and guild magistrates understood that the tranquility of a living space was built upon exact standards of agriculture and material processing, where statutory law preserved the fragrance, texture, and lasting beauty of domestic furnishings. In Bingo province, renowned throughout the islands for producing the finest floor coverings, legal statutes governed every delicate stage of harvesting the rushes that lined imperial residences, temples, and quiet tea rooms under 17th century guild regulations of Japan's Bingo province, codified during the Edo period. Cultivators of imperial tatami rush grass were legally mandated to coat freshly harvested stems in fine clay dust and dry them on woven bamboo racks under morning shade, preserving their pale green color and sweet herbal scent. The fine clay dust served as a gentle shield against the harsh heat of midday, while the soft morning shade allowed moisture to evaporate gradually without scorching the tender green reeds. Through these meticulously enforced regulations, the law ensured that every step of harvest remained in quiet harmony with the natural environment, preserving the serene sensory qualities that defined traditional Japanese architecture. These early statutory protections reveal how legal systems, far from being merely abstract frameworks for settling grievances, often served as quiet guardians of patience, precision, and handcraft. By codifying the exact manner in which linen sheets cured in alpine breezes or rush grass dried under morning shadows, historical lawgivers sought to anchor human industry to the gentle, unchanging laws of the natural world. The statutes were not written as oppressive constraints, but rather as communal promises that honored the slow passage of time necessary for true material excellence. When an artisan suspended paper high in a garda loft or carefully dusted rush stems in Bingo, their compliance was an act of quiet reverence for both legal order and traditional beauty. In this way, early legal codes created calm spaces where commerce, nature, and human skill existed in balanced, peaceful equilibrium. As we look back through the quiet corridors of legal history, we find that the impulse to regulate was frequently an impulse to preserve peace, consistency, and gentle order in everyday life. Whether specifying the soft texture of a horsehair rope in a Venetian loft or guiding the placement of a bamboo rack in Edo, Japan, legal codes provided an enduring framework of trust that stretched across generations. The law assured the scholar that every sheet of linen paper would remain flat and smooth under the quill, and assured the household that their tatami mats would release a soothing, herbal fragrance for years to come. In these tranquil intersections of law, environment, and craft, justice was not announced with dramatic speeches or the strike of a gavel, but whispered in the steady mountain breeze, curring linen, and felt in the cool, clay-dusted stems resting peacefully in the shade. Throughout the long and varied tapestry of legal history, the true reach of codified law extended far beyond the solemn archways of tribunal courts and the stern pronouncements of penal statutes. In quiet, peaceful epochs, law functioned as a subtle, structuring rhythm that eased the flow of daily life, establishing shared standards of quality, mutual trust, and communal harmony. During the Tokugawa era in Japan, a period characterized by deep administrative stability, flourishing internal trade, and refined artistry, legal governance manifested gracefully within local trade edicts and provincial craft codes. Rather than serving merely as rigid instruments of restriction, these legal frameworks were carefully crafted to preserve customary arts, protect regional economies, and maintain a thoughtful balance between human industry and the natural environment. Guild regulations and local administrative decrees laid out clear, repeatable methods for artisans, treating the mastery of physical materials not simply as private commercial enterprise, but as a matter of civic duty and lawful practice. Across guilds, rural villages, and bustling workshop districts, the law provided a dependable foundation, ensuring that products bearing a specific region's mark met exact, high-quality specifications. This legal devotion to standard and procedure meant that when a merchant, magistrate, or household acquired crafted goods, they received not only a tangible item of utility, but also the calm assurance of a promise maintained through statutory oversight. In this quiet fashion, legal order wove itself seamlessly into the texture of ordinary days, anchoring trade in patience, respect for seasonal resources, and the gentle predictability of well-crafted law. Among the most delicate and illuminating examples of this regulatory stewardship were the provincial statutes governing papermaking in central Japan, where local legal authorities sought to protect the renowned purity and strength of handmade paper. Under 17th century craft regulations of Japan's Mino province, codified during the Edo period, paper artisans making translucent shoji window sheets were legally mandated to soak mulberry fibers in mountain spring water during winter months, curring the pulp in cool shade to achieve a smooth, light diffusing texture for evening screens. This statutory requirement was rooted in a profound understanding of natural chemistry. The cold mountain waters held fewer organic impurities and prevented premature decay of the delicate mulberry fibers, while the crisp winter air tightened the structural weave of the pulp. By enshrining these precise environmental and seasonal requirements directly into provincial law, the local government ensured that every workshop adhered to identical, time-honored methods of production. Paper craftspeople stepped into clear, chilling streams under quiet winter skies, knowing their daily labor was guided by a codified tradition that elevated individual work into a unified regional legacy. The law regulated every phase of the process, specifying the timing of the fiber harvest, the temperature of the wash, and the shadow-filled curring spaces where sheets rested undisturbed by direct sunlight. Through these detailed mandates, the legal system shielded consumers from hurried, inferior goods while preserving the delicate natural conditions necessary for papermaking. Law, in this restful setting, acted as a guardian of patience, ensuring that commercial pressures could never compromise a process that relied fundamentally upon natural cold, pristine spring water, and unhurried rest. When we look back across the vast history of legal codes and human courts, it becomes clear that justice has found many expressions far beyond resolving conflict and administering public order. True legal wisdom lives also in the quiet standards that bring balance, dependability, and visual serenity into the physical spaces of everyday living. The translucent paper sheets created under Mino's strict legal directives were carefully wrapped and carried along mountain paths and riverways to illuminate homes, temples, and quiet residences across the realm. Installed within sliding timber frames, these shoji screens softened the glow of lantern flames and oil lamps, filtering harsh night shadows into a warm, uniform luminescence that filled living spaces with peaceful stillness. A household sitting quietly behind a shoji window rested under the invisible protection of 17th century lawmakers, whose codified rules guaranteed the strength, clarity, and enduring beauty of their screens. In this way, legal history demonstrates how structured governance can nurture the aesthetic harmony of an entire culture, when law mandates that human craftsmanship proceed in patient synchrony with mountain springs and cool shade. It transforms administrative decree into a quiet instrument of art. As night deepens and gentle light glows through the fine fibers of a paper screen, we glimpse the peaceful legacy of law, not as a distant voice of command, but as a calm, enduring code that fosters quietude, beauty, and restful evening peace. Across the long tapestry of human history, the law has often declared itself not only through the firm pronouncements of magistrates in crowded courts, but also through the quiet, patient preservation of recorded memory. In the realm of medieval East Asia, legal thought recognized that true justice requires continuity, and that continuity depends upon an unyielding devotion to historical truth and administrative transparency. Within the Joseon Kingdom of Korea, governance was viewed as an enduring dialogue between the present ruler and the recorded wisdom of the past. Every judicial decision, royal decree, diplomatic agreement, and administrative precedent was painstakingly written down by official historians whose independence was protected by custom and law. These records were transcribed onto resilient mulberry paper, crafted by hand from the bark of native trees, chosen for its remarkable flexibility and resistance to the slow decay of time. Scribes worked in quiet chambers, their brushes moving with steady grace across the smooth surfaces, creating an unbroken chronicle of governance. To ensure that these legal and historical documents remained untainted by political influence or physical catastrophe, the state established a sophisticated legal framework designed to safeguard them across centuries, viewing the protection of memory as one of its highest duties. This commitment to preservation received its most complete legal expression in the 15th century with the compilation of the Gyeongguk Dejian Asterisk, the foundational legal code of the Joseon dynasty. This comprehensive code codified every aspect of state administration, dividing the governance of the realm into 6 detailed books corresponding to the primary ministries. Within Book 3, which addressed administrative rights, protocol, and cultural duties, the law established exact protocols for protecting the kingdom's official annals and historical records. Recognizing that timber-built capitals were perpetually vulnerable to fire, humidity, and the tumult of war, the code mandated that duplicate sets of historical records be dispersed across distant, elevated sanctuaries hidden deep within the realm's mountain ranges. Under Book 3 of the 15th century Gyeongguk Dejian legal code in Joseon, Korea, royal archive keepers were mandated to store historical records in mountain repositories, wrapping each aromatic cedar trunk in waxed paper and dried mugwort to protect mulberry paper pages from humidity. Nestled among the quiet peaks of regions like Odison and Tibikson, these remote mountain archives, known as Sago Asterisk, served as silent vaults of justice, elevated far above the lowland mist, where damp air and insect life might otherwise degrade the precious paper. The physical care prescribed by the legal code reflected a deep, scientific understanding of natural materials and environmental balance. The choice of cedar wood for the storage trunks provided an aromatic defense, as natural oils within the grain naturally repelled destructive pests, while the wood itself expanded and contracted gently in harmony with seasonal shifts. The layer of waxed paper created an effective barrier against ambient moisture during the heavy summer rains, keeping the internal environment of each chest remarkably stable. Meanwhile, the dried mugwort, long cherished in traditional practices for its aromatic and preservative qualities, acted as a natural desiccant and insect deterrent, filling the interior of the cedar chests with a soft, herbal fragrance. At regular intervals required by law, dedicated archive keepers would ascend the mountain paths to perform the delicate ritual of Pacheng asterisk, carefully opening the chests to air the volumes under the dry autumn sun. Working with calm, deliberate movements, the keepers would turn each mulberry page, allowing the crisp mountain breeze to sweep away any lingering moisture before rewrapping the records and returning them to their quiet wooden homes. In this quiet mountain retreat, the law found its most peaceful expression, not as a force of coercion or conflict, but as a gentle guardian of collective memory and institutional integrity. The meticulous care demanded by the Josian statutes ensured that centuries of legal precedents, judicial arguments, and historical truths survived intact through political shifts, foreign invasions, and the slow passage of time. It reveals an understanding of justice that reaches far beyond the immediate moment, acknowledging that the integrity of a legal system rests upon the unvarnished record of how power was exercised and how justice was served. As the night air grows still and cold over the ancient forest peaks, the mountain repositories remain silent and secure, their cedar trunks resting in the shadowy calm. Within them, bound in mugwort and paper, slumbers the peaceful memory of an entire civilization, guarded by the quiet foresight of ancient law. As autumn settled over the medieval English countryside, a soft amber glow filtered through the canopy of royal woodlands, bringing with it a quiet sense of order and seasonal renewal. For centuries, the vast forest reserves had been strictly guarded realms of the crown. Yet, the evolving understanding of governance recognized that law must also serve the quiet, fundamental needs of rural communities. This harmonious balance found expression in the legal traditions that governed common land, where the passage of months dictated both human labor and the tranquil rhythms of the natural world. Under Clause 9 of the 1217 English Charter of the Forest, rural villagers were granted the legal right of pannage, allowing them to turn their pigs into royal oak woodlands every autumn between September and November to forage peacefully for fallen acorns along the forest floor. This gentle ordinance permitted smallholders to lead their herds into the shaded glades just as the leaves turned gold, ensuring that livestock could fatten naturally upon the abundant harvest dropped by ancient oaks. The woodland air, cool and damp with the scent of moss, soft earth, and crushed foliage, echoed with the low, slow rustle of foraging animals moving across the leaf-strewn ground. In this quiet legal allowance, justice was measured not through stern decrees or heavy burdens, but through a shared access to nature's bounty during the crisp weeks of early fall. The law became an invisible companion to the changing seasons, honoring the traditional ways in which villagers lived alongside the forest, ensuring that, as October gave way to November, both herd and home were sustained by the quiet generosity of the trees. Thousands of miles away, and across the passage of centuries, a similarly refined philosophy of legal regulation took root in the royal courts of East Asia, where law extended its soft reach into the delicate details of health, craft, and preservation. In the quiet halls of Joseon Korea, scholars and administrators recognized that the codification of legal statutes should encompass not only judicial administration, but also the precise, traditional techniques required to prepare vital medicines for the realm. Justice, in this light, was seen as an expression of harmony, where strict standards ensured that nature's restorative gifts were nurtured with patience and utmost care. Under Book 15 of the 1770 Joseon Legal Compendium Dongguk Munhyeon Bigo in Korea, royal apothecaries preparing red ginseng roots were legally mandated to simmer the herbal harvests over slow oak charcoal fires inside unglazed earthenware pots, collecting the aromatic steam on damp linen cloths to preserve essential oils. This meticulous legal mandate transformed the apothecary's chamber into a space of serene ritual, where glowing embers of oak charcoal provided an even, low heat that gently warmed the earthenware vessels. The porous, unglazed clay allowed the pots to breathe, releasing warm, fragrant vapors that rose softly toward the damp linen stretched above them. Each droplet of steam, carrying the subtle, earthy essence of the ginseng roots, was gathered with deliberate calmness, ensuring that no delicate therapeutic compound was lost to the surrounding air. Through such thoughtful laws, the state sought to safeguard the health of its people by legally enforcing patience, precision, and reverence for the natural world during every step of the medicinal process. When viewed across different lands and eras, these historical statutes reveal how law often functioned as a gentle scaffolding for human life, quietly supporting the steady cadence of work, rest, and healing. Whether defining the rights of villagers under the towering oak canopies of England, or guiding the gentle simmer of herbal remedies over charcoal fires in Korea, the law provided structure without intruding upon the peaceful flow of daily existence. It transformed seasonal patterns and artisan practices into lasting customs protected by codification, allowing communities to move through their days with a sense of security and quiet predictability. The rite of pannage ensured that the falling of acorns coincided with a lawful time of gathering, just as the Joseon regulations ensured that the steam from red ginseng was gathered with quiet reverence over unglazed clay. In both instances, the law did not seek to dominate or disturb, but rather to preserve the delicate balance between human necessity and the natural environment. As night falls and the world grows still, these historical codes remind us that true justice often resides in the quietest details, in the protection of shared woodlands, the gentle warming of clay pots, and the timeless human search for order, harmony, and peace. In the long and winding tapestry of human governance, the history of law is far more than a record of solemn courtrooms, royal decrees, or abstract philosophical debates held within grand urban centers. It is also a quiet, enduring tradition of community stewardship, woven directly into the gentle rhythms of daily life and the steady care of the natural world. Throughout the Middle Ages, as agrarian societies expanded and trade routes linked distant towns, communities began to recognize that sustainable living required clear, protective rules for managing shared landscapes. Across the vast principalities of Central Europe, local assemblies and regional rulers slowly codified customary practices into formal forest statutes designed to safeguard timberlands, pastures, streams, and wildlife. These early environmental codes were rooted in a deep, intuitive understanding of ecological balance. They established parameters for when wood could be gathered without clearing ancient stands, how pristine rivers were kept unpolluted for drinking and milling, and how seasonal foraging could proceed without exhausting the fertile soil. Rather than imposing harsh burdens, these statutes offered a comforting structure, reassuring citizens that their shared surroundings would remain fruitful, balanced, and serene for generations to come. Through such thoughtful charters, the rule of law demonstrated its unique capacity to harmonize human needs with the natural world that sustained them, establishing a gentle framework of protection that calmed potential disputes and preserved the quiet dignity of rural life. This delicate interplay between statutory law and the natural environment found one of its most poetic and practical expressions in the pine-scented imperial forests surrounding the city of Nuremberg during the mid-14th century. Here, the ancient craft of wild tree beekeeping, known in German tradition as Seidelrei asterisk, formed a cornerstone of local culture, agriculture, and commerce. Forest beekeepers were skilled, respected artisans who managed wild honeybee colonies residing in high hollow tree cavities scattered across the woodland. The products of their quiet labor were essential to medieval life. Rich golden honey served as the primary sweetener for foods and healing remedies, while pure beeswax was indispensable for fashioning candles that illuminated humble hearths, royal halls, and cathedral altars alike. Recognizing the immense economic and social value of this specialized guild, as well as the fragile forest ecosystem that sustained the hives, imperial authorities established formal legal protections. The resulting statutes granted beekeepers specialized forest rights, while holding them to high standards of environmental care, protecting both their livelihood and the surrounding wilderness. To ensure the long-term survival of the hives and maintain order within the guild, imperial decrees specified exact harvesting practices rooted in careful observation of animal behavior and seasonal climate. Promulgated in 1350 by Holy Roman Emperor Charles IV, the Nuremberg asterisk Seidelrecht legal charter mandated that forest beekeepers harvest honeycomb inside the imperial Reichswald strictly during cool, early morning hours when honeybees were calm, packing the comb in clay jars lined with fresh moss. By embedding such precise, biologically mindful harvesting techniques directly into imperial legislation, The statute ensured that wild swarms were never disturbed by the oppressive heat of midday, when bees were naturally most active and defensive. Furthermore, packing the fragile combs in cool, moss-lined clay vessels protected the raw honey from contamination, moisture loss, and temperature changes during transport. The law operated not as a rigid restriction, but as an act of quiet reverence, regulating human touch so that the forest's delicate ecology remained resilient, productive, and serene season after season, as dawn unfolded across the mist-shrouded paths of the Reichswald. The practical wisdom of the Zeitalrecht came alive in the peaceful silence of the morning hours. Beekeepers moved softly among tall pines and ancient oaks, their actions slow and unhurried in the crisp air, working in effortless alignment with both the slumbering swarms and the imperial statutes that guided their trade. The moss-lined clay jars held the harvest safely, preserving the forest's sweetness while leaving the wild colonies intact to flourish through the coming seasons. This thoughtful integration of written law, local climate, and insect behavior reflects a remarkably gentle moment in legal history when statutes brought safety, balance, and quiet order to human routine. Looking back across the centuries, these early forest charters remind us that justice can reside in the quietest, most attentive details of life. In the cool breath of a woodland morning, the gentle handling of a living ecosystem, and the enduring peace of a well-ordered world. As the forest slumbers under the soft canopy of evening, the legacy of these ancient laws remains, offering a timeless sanctuary of rest, harmony, and quiet restfulness. As human societies matured and their communities expanded, the reach of legal thought began to extend beyond crowded city gates, busy market stalls, and quiet council chambers into the vast, serene landscapes of the natural world. For many unhurried generations, ancient forests had been viewed primarily through a lens of immediate utility, harvested without formal restraint. Whenever fresh timber was required for heating homes, constructing shelter, or fueling local craft industries. Yet as legal systems grew more sophisticated, thoughtful scholars and wise administrators began to realize that true governance required a far longer view, one that looked past immediate demands toward the silent needs of centuries to come. The idea of legal stewardship slowly took root, transforming wilderness management from unregulated clearing into a thoughtful system of balance, foresight, and restraint. Within these peaceful woodlands, where sunlight filtered softly through thick canopies, and the air carried the soothing scent of damp earth and moss, early environmental laws were gently introduced. Justice was no longer seen solely as a mechanism for resolving human disputes, but also as a solemn duty to protect the enduring vitality of the earth itself, ensuring that natural sanctuaries remained preserved for those who would walk beneath their branches in distant times. In 17th century France, this burgeoning commitment to long-term woodland preservation found one of its most detailed and enduring expressions through statutory reform, promulgated in 1669 by Minister Jean-Baptiste Colbert under King Louis XIV. France's Great Forestry Ordinance legally required royal foresters to mark oak trees reserved for future ship timber with a soft wax stamp, while leaving surrounding beech and chestnut groves undisturbed for wild woodland animals. This careful ordinance demonstrated how statutory authority could harmonize strategic human interests with the subtle rhythms of the natural environment. The distinctive soft wax stamp, applied with deliberate gentleness to the sturdy bark of selected oak trees, created an unwritten covenant across generations. It designated specific trees to stand untouched for decades, growing tall and resilient until they were mature enough to serve the nation's maritime needs. At the same time, by legally protecting the adjacent beech and chestnut trees, the ordinance recognized that a healthy forest relies upon a diverse and thriving ecosystem. Wild creatures ranging from nesting birds to foraging deer and small forest mammals were granted permanent, undisturbed access to the nourishing nuts, shelter, and quiet sanctuary provided by those surrounding groves. The law thus established a tranquil boundary around the natural world, balancing practical foresight with a deep respect for living habitats. The daily execution of this ordinance brought a calm, rhythmic order to the management of royal lands. Royal foresters moved quietly through the sun-dappled glades, carefully inspecting the health of individual ancient trees, measuring their growth, and applying the protective wax seal without disturbing the surrounding flora. Their work was not characterized by rapid exploitation or hasty clearing, but by a patient, observational stewardship that honored the natural lifespan of the woodland. Every marked oak represented a promise to the future, an acknowledgement that decisions made in the present would bear fruit long after the original lawmakers had passed into history. Meanwhile, the surrounding beech and chestnut groves remained vibrant community sanctuaries for wildlife. Their falling leaves enriching the forest floor, and their untamed branches offering safe harbor through changing seasons. Through this thoughtful approach, legal administration became an act of gentle preservation, showing that governance could nurture life rather than merely control it. The living forest prospered and breathed under this protective umbrella, embodying a harmonious equilibrium where legal mandate and ecological quietude existed side by side. Looking back across the centuries, these remarkable early forestry laws remind us that legal systems have long possessed the capacity to act as quiet guardians of the earth. By embedding principles of restraint, sustainability, and ecological balance into formal codes, historic jurists and legal scholars helped establish the foundational idea that humanity shares a reciprocal relationship with the natural world. Law, at its most peaceful and profound, creates space for growth, restoration, and quiet continuity. As night falls and the quiet shadows stretch across modern forests. The legacy of those early stewards endures like a gentle breeze rustling through ancient leaves. The soft wax marks of the past may have weathered away, but the spirit of mindful protection remains, offering a comforting reminder of how wisdom, care, and legal order can weave together to safeguard the quiet beauty of our shared world, lulling the mind into a restful and tranquil sleep. As human societies matured and recognized that justice extends beyond human disputes to the lingering vitality of the land itself, the reach of law began to weave into the quiet rhythms of the natural world. In 17th century Europe, statecraft turned its gaze toward the vast timberlands, understanding that the health of future generations relied upon the deliberate and patient stewardship of trees. Within France, economic minister Jean-Baptiste Colbert sought to codify a legal framework for the realm's waterways and woodlands, recognizing that unchecked exploitation endangered ecological stability. Under Jean-Baptiste Colbert's 1669 French Ordinance des eaux et forêts ***, forest wardens in the oak woods of Tronçais were legally mandated to clear a 12-foot circle of leaf litter around selected acorn-bearing trees each autumn, allowing delicate saplings to grow quietly beneath the dappled forest canopy. This painstaking statutory care transformed the warden into a quiet gardener, where legal duty was measured not in dramatic edicts, but in the gentle brushing away of fallen leaves to give life room to stretch toward the light. The ordinance established long-term timber reserves, planning centuries ahead for ship timber and structural wood, reflecting a rare legal philosophy anchored in deep time. In these shadowed French groves, law took the shape of seasonal ritual, standardizing the distance between trees, regulating rotational harvesting, and requiring careful inspections that harmonized human governance with the patient growth of white oaks. As cool autumn breezes swept across the forest floor, the ordinance ensured that human labor served to protect the vulnerable shoots, establishing a quiet precedent where codified decrees sought to preserve the serene equilibrium of the soil. Far across the globe, during the same century of contemplative environmental codification, the rulers of feudal Japan developed their own profound traditions of legal forestry, born of a deep reverence for mountain waters and timber ecosystems. High in the mist-shrouded peaks of central Japan, the Owari domain established strict forest administration laws to combat deforestation caused by heavy construction and town development during the peaceful Edo period. The local authorities recognized that stripping the mountains of their towering trees would inevitably lead to soil erosion, devastating floods, and the drying of essential waterways that nourished agricultural valleys below. Under 17th century forest conservation decrees of Japan's Owari domain, forestry inspectors in the Kaizo Valley were legally required to mark protected hinoki cypress trees with cedar tags, ensuring the dense mountain canopy remained undisturbed to capture mountain mist and feed local streams. These wooden markers served as silent guardians against illegal felling, establishing strict boundaries where human ambition gave way to environmental protection. Inspectors walked the quiet, mossy trails, their legal duties defined by observation and meticulous record-keeping, rather than punitive force. The laws forbade cutting 5 sacred tree species, reserving these majestic specimens for ecosystem stability and long-term balance. By legally binding the inhabitants to respect the high canopy, the domain ensured that condensation from passing clouds could settle upon the cypress needles, dripping gently down into the forest floor to nourish clear, winding rivers. Thus, jurisprudence in the Kaiso Valley became an act of conservation, aligning civil governance with the hydrological cycles of mountain mist and quiet mountain streams. These early statutory codes in France and Japan reveal a shared historical moment when legal systems began to transcend short-term human conflict, recognizing the codependency between statutory law and ecological longevity. Though separated by vast distance, language, and cultural traditions, both Colbert's Forest Ordinance and the decrees of the Oeri domain shared an implicit understanding that true justice requires protecting the foundational resources that sustain life across centuries. In both traditions, legal authority was enforced not through grand proclamations, but through humble, repeating acts of care embedded in local customs and codified duty. Wardens in France clearing leaf litter around mother oaks, and inspectors in Japan fastening cedar tags to ancient cypresses were both agents of a quiet statutory vision. They demonstrated how legal frameworks could serve as protective boundaries, insulating natural ecosystems from hasty exploitation and allowing forests to age gracefully across generations. Through such patient regulations, historical law evolved into an instrument of harmony, reminding humanity that governance, at its highest expression, is a peaceful guardianship over the earth. As twilight falls over the lingering woods of Transize and the tranquil slopes of the Kaiso Valley, these ancient ordinances remain as quiet testaments to a time when law sought to walk in step with the soft, enduring rhythms of nature. As the 17th century moved gently toward its close, the philosophy of human law began to embrace not only the regulation of trade and the resolution of civil disputes, but also the quiet stewardship of the natural world. In the eastern woodlands of North America, spanning vast distances where ancient forests stretched under broad and changing skies, the Quaker reformer William Penn sought to build a commonwealth grounded in peace, religious tolerance, and deliberate harmony with the landscape. Rather than viewing law merely as an instrument of authority or a mechanism for dividing parcel from parcel, Penn envisioned a gentle legal framework that encouraged human restraint and respect for the earth. The air in these virgin woodlands was filled with the soft murmur of wind passing through broad leaves and the tranquil trickle of untamed streams, a living environment that demanded a thoughtful approach to settlement. In drafting the foundational codes for his new province, Penn understood that true justice extended beyond immediate commercial needs to encompass the long-term health and well-being of the land itself. The legal principles he introduced were intentionally crafted to slow the rapid pace of exploitation, asking early inhabitants to tread softly upon the rich soil and to recognize that the moral strength of a society is inextricably bound to the preservation of its surrounding environment. Through these early statutes, law became a peaceful covenant across generations, ensuring that as timber was felled and farmsteads took root, the soothing rhythm of the ancient forest would not be lost to memory. This philosophy of ecological mindfulness found direct expression in the formal legal agreements crafted for the new colony before the first axes ever echoed among the timber. In July of 1681, Penn published a set of governing guidelines designed to structure land distribution and establish fair practices among all who chose to settle in Pennsylvania. Nestled within these foundational regulations was a remarkably far-sighted environmental directive aimed at preventing complete deforestation of the countryside and surrounding wilderness. Under Section 18 of William Penn's 1681 Conditions and Concessions for Pennsylvania, settlers clearing forest land were legally mandated to preserve 1 acre of mature oak and mulberry trees for every 5 acres cleared, maintaining quiet woodland canopies that provided cool shade across the new colony. The inclusion of specific tree species like oak and mulberry was far from accidental. Native oaks offered sturdy longevity and deep root systems that held the fertile soil against erosion, while mulberries provided soft foliage and soft, nutritious fruit that sustained local wildlife. By weaving this conservation mandate into the fundamental compact of the settlement, the law created protected sanctuaries of shade amidst cultivated fields. These statutory groves allowed woodland birds to nest in safety and permitted summer breezes to drift through cool green corridors during the warmest months of the year. It was an enduring legal acknowledgement that a healthy human community requires ecological balance, ensuring that progress did not strip away the natural grace and peaceful refuge that had welcomed the first arrivals. These preserved stands served as living monuments of legal restraint, where dappled light, filtering through leafy boughs, invited weary farmers to rest beneath an enduring ceiling of green. The peaceful legacy of these early colonial forestry statutes highlights a quiet yet profound shift in how human civilizations understood the purpose of written legal codes. Law was no longer perceived solely as a reactive measure to punish wrongdoing or settle property boundaries after a conflict arose, but as a gentle guide that helped shape a sustainable and tranquil way of communal living. In the quiet clearings of early Pennsylvania, the legally protected groves of oak and mulberry stood as physical manifestations of civic care, where statutory obligation yielded refreshing and serene shade, soft shadows, and the gentle, restful rustle of high leaves in the wind. Future generations would walk beneath those same ancient canopies for centuries to come, finding quiet solace under branches that owed their continued existence to a thoughtful sentence penned decades earlier in a calm room across the vast and mysterious ocean. This harmonious integration of legal order and natural preservation demonstrated that justice could be protective, far-sighted, and deeply aligned with the serene rhythms of the earth. As twilight settled softly over the woodland farmsteads, the law rested quietly in the rustling leaves and the cool, shaded earth, protecting both the land and the peaceful spirit of the community for all the calm, rhythmic, and quiet seasons yet to come. As the centuries unfolded, the impulse to codify law extended far beyond criminal codes, property contracts, and judicial procedures, gradually reaching into the very geometry of daily public life and the physical layout of human settlements. Across the expanding territories of the early modern world, legal statutes began to recognize that a society's well-being was intimately tied to the physical environments in which people gathered, worked, traded, and rested. In the vast expanse of the 16th century Spanish Empire, imperial administrators viewed urban planning not merely as an aesthetic preference or practical convenience, but as a foundational instrument of governance, health, and social order. Royal decrees dispatched across ocean trade routes carried detailed guidelines designed to establish stability, safety, and civic harmony in newly founded towns. Distant governors, land surveyors, and master masons were instructed on everything from the precise orientation of street grids to capture seasonal breezes to the proportional dimensions of central gathering grounds. This thoughtful integration of law and architecture reflected a profound understanding that spatial balance could cultivate community peace, offering structured sanctuaries of daily life amidst vast, unfamiliar landscapes. This vision of legally mandated urban design reached its most comprehensive and enduring expression during the late 16th century with the compilation of unified municipal planning statutes across the empire, promulgated in 1573 by King Philip II of Spain. The royal ordinances for new settlements legally required colonial town planners to design central plazas surrounded by covered arcades and lined with sweet orange trees, ensuring cool, shaded walkways protected townspeople from afternoon heat. Under these meticulous legal statutes, the central plaza, known as the Plaza Mayor, was designated as the structural, civic, and social anchor of municipal life. The mandated arcades or portals created long, continuous stone corridors that cast deep, soothing shadows across paved walkways, shielding residents, merchants, scholars, and travelers from the intense warmth of the midday sun. Simultaneously, rows of sweet orange trees were integrated directly into the town plan, filling the warm air with a faint, comforting citrus fragrance, while softening the heavy stone facades with a lush canopy of green foliage. Every structural detail was governed by law to ensure that public spaces naturally fostered ease, temperate microclimates, and visual tranquility. The legal requirement for shaded walkways and central greenery demonstrated how statutory law could actively shape the sensory and microclimatic experience of everyday life for generations to come. By embedding environmental considerations into royal decrees, the ordinances created a peaceful, protective buffer between the intense open light of the main plaza and the quiet interior spaces of civic buildings. As hot afternoons gradually softened into temperate evenings, these legally designed arcades became natural gathering places where the community could move at an unhurried, relaxing pace. The shelter of the stone arches allowed ocean breezes to circulate gently along the perimeter of the square, creating cool, inviting pathways that encouraged quiet conversation, casual reflection, and unhurried rest. In this way, the law served as a protective shield, not only against social friction or civic disorder, but against the harshness of the surrounding elements, demonstrating an early legal recognition that public health, thermal comfort, and daily tranquility were essential components of a well-ordered state. In looking back at these historical planning codes, we see how the long evolution of law has continually touched the quiet, unnoticed moments of human existence. Law was not only expressed through solemn courtrooms, formal legal treatises, or written contracts, but also through the peaceful rhythm of a shaded stroll, the cool surface of a stone pillar, and the delicate blossom of an orange tree alongside a public square. As dusk settled over towns constructed according to these ancient decrees, the gentle geometry of the plaza provided a lasting sense of sanctuary, symmetry, and balance. The statutes of the past created physical spaces that far outlasted their original authors, preserving places of calm and quiet reflection for generations of townspeople. Tonight, that same enduring spirit of order, shelter, and thoughtful sanctuary invites a gentle stillness into the mind, encouraging a restful sleep as night falls softly over the world. As the 18th century unfolded across Europe, the evolution of legal systems began to expand gracefully beyond the traditional confines of criminal codes, courtroom arguments, and formal judicial tribunals. Sovereign rulers and legislative assemblies increasingly turned their attention toward administrative law, a quiet, constructive domain of governance that sought to organize civic life, enhance public welfare, and thoughtfully shape the physical landscape of the realm. In Central Europe, with within the expansive domains of the Habsburg monarchy, law began to manifest not merely in heavy, leather-bound volumes of jurisprudence studied by scholars in quiet university libraries, but also in practical, protective decrees designed to tend to the subtle details of daily human existence. Imperial enactments began to systematically address everything from agrarian land boundaries and public sanitation standards to postal networks, bridge maintenance, and the physical well-being of those who traversed the imperial highways. These administrative mandates reflected an emerging Enlightenment philosophy that true justice and good governance were intimately tied to the thoughtful stewardship of shared public spaces. It was increasingly understood that a well-ordered state should ensure that the thoroughfares connecting quiet rural hamlets and bustling urban centers were not only structurally sound and safe from harm, but also welcoming, restful, and humane for all who traveled them. Through these patient regulatory measures, the abstract reach of legal authority was translated into tangible, enduring features of the countryside, gently guiding the rhythms of trade, travel, and peaceful community life across successive generations. Among these thoughtful legislative measures was a remarkable environmental and infrastructural decree designed to transform the rural thoroughfares of Central Europe into calm, sheltered avenues for all who traveled on foot or by carriage. Promulgated in 1752 by Empress Maria Theresa, an Austrian imperial decree required provincial roads across Bohemia to be lined with double rows of walnut and sweet chestnut trees to provide cool, continuous shade for traveling wayfarers during summer months. This visionary edict reshaped the undulating Bohemian countryside, converting open, sun-baked dirt roads into long emerald arcades where sunlight filtered softly through dense, rustling leaves. Local administrators, forestry officials, and village elders were entrusted with selecting robust young saplings, planting them in precise parallel rows along both sides of the roadway, and tending to their growth year after year. As the saplings matured into massive hardwoods, their sprawling branches reached across the wide carriage tracks, intertwining high overhead to create a lush, natural vault that shielded the earth below from the intense summer heat. Farmers guiding slow-moving ox carts, merchants transporting goods between regional market towns, and quiet pilgrims walking on foot could step out of the relentless midday glare into a soothing, quiet corridor of dappled shade. The carefully chosen walnut and sweet chestnut species served a multi-layered purpose. Their broad, dense foliage offered immediate protection from the sun, while their deep root systems stabilized the roadside soil against torrential summer rains, and their autumn harvest provided sweet nuts and timber for local communities. In the long and varied history of human jurisprudence, such infrastructure decrees highlight a remarkably serene dimension of legal tradition, one where statutory authority operates not as an instrument of punishment or restriction, but as a silent guardian of human comfort, public well-being, and natural balance. Decades and even centuries after the imperial seals were pressed onto the heavy parchment decrees of 1752, the living law continued to flourish in the swaying branches of those majestic Bohemian avenues. A weary traveler pausing to rest beneath the towering green canopy along a provincial road might never have read the official legal text drafted in Vienna. Yet, they experienced its protective intent in every cool breeze that stirred the leaves, and in every soft shadow cast upon the quiet road. This harmonious blend of legal obligation, civil engineering, and botanical beauty demonstrated that the reach of justice could be measured not only in formal courtrooms, but in the restful shelter provided to an ordinary traveler on a warm summer afternoon. As evening slowly falls over these historic tree-lined routes and twilight softens the horizon, the quiet legacy of Maria Theresa's decree remains gently woven into the countryside. The soft rustle of chestnut leaves and the quiet endurance of ancient walnut trees invite a deep, tranquil stillness, leaving a timeless impression of how law can shape the physical world for the comfort and peace of all. Throughout the long tapestry of human governance, law has frequently manifested not only in grand declarations or stern courtrooms, but in quiet, everyday civic duties that nurtured the landscape and softened the cadence of daily life. In many early coastal settlements and riverside towns, community ordinances were designed with a gentle foresight, recognizing that the physical environment itself required shared protection and mindful stewardship to foster peace among neighbors. One such thoughtful ordinance took root across the ocean in the mid-17th century, where the small trading community of New Amsterdam was beginning to shape its canal system after the fashion of traditional Dutch waterways. As wooden wagons and heavy iron-rimmed carts moved back and forth, carrying trade goods from the docks, the local council sought to preserve the tranquility of their expanding harbor village while protecting the delicate earthen banks bordering the central canal. In an urban planning decree passed in 1656 in New Amsterdam, canal-side property owners along the Heergracht were legally obligated to line the waterway banks with smooth oak planks and plant rows of linden trees to muffle the sound of cartwheels along the quiet harbor settlement. This harmonious blend of timber craftsmanship and living foliage served a dual purpose, shielding the canal banks from erosion caused by lapping tides, while creating a serene acoustic shield across the neighborhood. Each spring, as the newly planted linden trees leafed out into lush green canopies, their broad leaves absorbed the sharp clatter of hoofbeats and wooden axles, transforming what might have been a bustling, noisy passage into a shaded promenade filled with the soft rustle of breeze and the faint scent of summer blossoms. Through this humble legal mandate, the property owners became caretakers of both water and air, bound together by a shared code that prioritized quietude, structural integrity, and natural beauty. Halfway around the globe, in 18th century Japan, during the long and peaceful Edo period, an equally graceful philosophy of environmental law guided the relationship between rural communities and their surrounding waterways. The Tokugawa shogunate often communicated public regulations directly to villagers through prominent wooden placards erected at central intersections, bridges, and river crossings. These signs, crafted from sturdy timber and sheltered under modest peaked roofs to protect their dark painted characters from rain, served as the primary instrument of public law for millions of residents across the islands. Rather than relying solely on harsh penalties or distant enforcement, these public notices appealed to collective civic duty and traditional land management practices. On many low-lying floodplains, where agricultural life depended upon the steady, controlled flow of rivers and irrigation canals, the shoguns recognized that the most enduring form of engineering lay not in rigid stone walls, but in the living network of plant roots. In 18th century Edo period Japan, local shogunal decrees posted on wooden notice boards called kasatsu legally obligated riverbank villages to plant and tend rows of cherry trees, so their roots would gently stabilize canal soil during spring rains. Each spring, when seasonal downpours swelled the rivers and threatened to wash away soft earthen dikes, the thick, sprawling roots of the sakura trees held the riverbanks firmly in place, filtering rainwater and binding the fertile soil against the gentle pull of the swelling current. What began as a statutory requirement gradually grew into one of Japan's most beloved cultural landscapes. As the annual blossoming of the cherry trees drew villagers together in quiet celebration along the fortified banks, their delicate pink petals falling softly upon the stabilized soil below. The law had framed the trees not merely as aesthetic ornaments, but as vital public infrastructure, demonstrating how legal governance could harness natural growth to protect human habitation from seasonal floods. In both New Amsterdam and Edo period Japan, these historical decrees illustrate a profound understanding of law as a living, protective balance between human society and the natural environment. Rather than imposing rigid boundaries against nature, early lawmakers used civic codes to weave human responsibility directly into the soil, the timber, and the roots of trees. As night fell over the canal banks of the Heergracht and the quiet river villages of Edo, the linden leaves and cherry roots continued their quiet work in the dark, standing as silent testaments to a time when law was measured not by conflict or punishment, but by the restful harmony it brought to the earth and to those who dwelt peacefully upon it. as twilight fell across the sweeping meadows of medieval England. The bustling energy of the grand annual trade fairs gradually softened into a quiet, rhythmic hum. Travelers from distant hamlets and across the narrow seas had gathered under sprawling canvas tents and timbered stalls, bringing rich tapestries, aromatic spices, bolts of fine wool, and hand-carved wooden wares to trade beneath the shifting light of late summer. The air, which had been filled all through the warm afternoon with the voices of cobblers, weavers, and teamsters, now grew gentle as cooling breezes drifted over the riverbanks and through the grass. In these seasonal crossroads of human enterprise, commerce depended not only on the exchange of silver coins and handcrafted goods, but also upon an unwritten code of fairness that could adapt to the fleeting presence of wanderers. Merchants who lived their lives upon the road had little time to wait for formal royal justices to travel between distant county seats, nor could they afford to let subtle disagreements linger past the turn of the tide. Instead, a unique and remarkably nimble system of law emerged directly from the soil of the fairgrounds themselves, designed to resolve grievances with gentle swiftness so that traders might settle their affairs, pack their wagons, and rest in peace before moving on to the next market town. At the heart of this customary order were the local tribunals known colorfully as the Courts of Peabutter, a name derived from the French *piedespaudres, reflecting the dusty feet of the traveling merchants who brought their grievances directly from the fairways to the judge's table. Established across medieval England at annual trade fairs like Stourbridge, the Courts of Peabutter resolved merchant property disputes before the dust could settle from litigants' leather boots, often concluding by soft candlelight before dusk. These proceedings were conducted with remarkable informality, held under simple wooden awnings or within makeshift courtrooms assembled from timber planks and woolen drapes. Rather than relying on cumbersome legal jargon or delayed hearings, the presiding bailiffs and panels of experienced merchant peers evaluated evidence as soon as a claim arose. If a bolt of linen was found to be shorter than promised, or if a horse harness carried a hidden flaw, witnesses were summoned immediately from neighboring stalls to offer their honest testimony. Decisions were rendered with a shared understanding of practical fairness, emphasizing restitution and mutual respect over punitive severity. By resolving conflicts in real time, the court allowed both buyer and seller to reconcile their differences peacefully, ensuring that trust remained intact across the expansive networks of medieval trade. This swift, adaptable body of custom, often referred to as the law merchant or lex mercatoria asterisk, formed an invisible thread of harmony that stretched across borders, languages, and regional customs. Because the fairground court was governed by people who understood the daily realities of sea voyages, dusty roads, and changing currencies, its judgments carried a natural legitimacy, that required no standing army or imposing stone courthouse to enforce. Under the warm glow of evening lanterns, agreements were signed with simple wax seals or sealed with a steady handshake over a wooden counter. The equity demonstrated in these modest courts provided a foundation for modern international commercial law, proving that justice could be both swift and compassionate when rooted in the shared interests of a community. As the soft illumination of candlelight began to flicker against the gathering shadows of the fairground, litigators departed without malice, their burdens lifted and their accounts settled. The quiet surrounding the stalls reflected a deeper stillness, a sense that human conflict could be smoothed away as gently as footprints brushed from a dusty threshold. As night settled fully over the quieted fairgrounds, the soft rustle of canvas and the distant call of an owl signaled the end of another day's labors. The merchants, their weary feet rested and their minds at ease, retired to the cozy warmth of local inns or slept peacefully beneath the shelter of their covered wagons. The legal legacy of the courts of Peapowder remained etched not in heavy parchment scrolls, but in the quiet confidence that fairness could flourish wherever people gathered to trade in good faith. In the grand tapestry of legal history, these humble fairground tribunals remind us that justice need not always be slow or imposing. Sometimes it is found in the calm, immediate resolution of daily life, offered softly before the stars appear in the evening sky. As twilight fell across 13th century Paris, the steady rhythm of city life gradually gave way to a tranquil evening quiet, guided not only by the lowering sun, but by an intricate web of civic regulations designed to nurture harmony within the urban community. In this medieval era, the evolution of law extended far beyond high tribunals or royal decrees. It wove itself intimately into daily commerce, trade practices, and municipal standards. The growing towns of Western Europe were discovering that true justice and civil peace required clear, reliable rules governing the work of artisans, merchants, and craft guilds. Across the winding lanes of the city, citizens relied upon newly recorded statutes to ensure that basic necessities, from bread and cloth to building stones and night lights, were crafted with honesty and care. Law was becoming a reassuring presence, a gentle structure allowing neighbors to trade with mutual trust and return home with a sense of security as dusk deepened. As guilds organized into formal bodies, city magistrates codified their ancient customs, establishing predictable quality standards that protected both artisan and buyer, transforming the city into an orderly sanctuary where fair practice was honored and respected throughout every quiet street. During the reign of King Louis IX, a concerted effort was made to bring systematic order and legal clarity to the diverse trades animating the French capital. In the late 1260s, the renowned provost of Paris, Etienne Boileau, gathered the masters of the city's numerous guilds to record their established customs, privileges, and responsibilities. This comprehensive legal compilation aimed to eliminate disputes, eradicate fraudulent practices, and establish uniform standards across urban manufacture. Rather than imposing arbitrary restrictions, Boileau worked collaboratively with craft traditions, documenting precise methods that experienced artisans agreed were essential for maintaining their trade's integrity. The resulting charter provided a clear framework covering apprenticeship durations, working hours, material purity, and workshop conditions. Through this methodical process, the law recognized that public welfare was deeply connected to the standard of goods produced in local shops. A fair price, a well-made tool, or a reliable candle were seen as essential elements of a well-ordered society, reflecting a legal philosophy that sought peace through the proactive cultivation of quality and fairness. Codifying craft law thus served as an early form of consumer protection, weaving legal accountability directly into daily manufacture. Among the detailed provisions recorded in this historic compilation, the legal standards governing lighting manufacture offered a clear glimpse into how municipal law sought to safeguard the domestic atmosphere of medieval households. Candles were indispensable for extending daylight hours and providing warmth during long winter nights. Yet poorly prepared lighting could easily produce offensive odors, excessive soot, or dangerous sparks. To prevent such disruptions to domestic peace, civic ordinances established precise technical procedures that tallow chandlers were legally bound to observe. Under the 1268 Livre des Metiers, compiled by Etienne Boileau in Paris, tallow chandlers were legally mandated to clarify mutton fat inside cool copper kettles, ensuring candles burned with a steady, quiet flame without releasing harsh smoke into domestic bedchambers. This careful mandate illustrated how legal oversight extended to the quality of air and light within private dwellings, recognizing that peaceful slumber depended on the disciplined execution of basic trades. By dictating the exact temperature and vessel material, the ordinance ensured impurities were separated without scorching the fat, filling medieval rooms with a soft, soothing radiance, and translating public good into serene reality. As night settled fully over the city, the quiet glow of these legally regulated candles illuminated homes along the Seine, offering a physical manifestation of the law's protective reach. The evolution of legal codes during this period was not merely an abstract exercise in governance. It was a practical commitment to creating a stable environment where individuals could live, work, and rest in peaceful confidence. From central market stalls to neighborhood workshops, municipal law acted as an invisible guardian, maintaining order in the background of everyday life. As families snuggled into night routines, the steady flickers of smoke-free light served as a gentle reminder of a community bound by shared standards and careful craftsmanship. In the broader history of justice, these urban guild statutes mark an important recognition harmonious order is built in the humble details that allow human life to flourish in quiet tranquility. With evening duties complete and the city lulled into stillness, the law rested too, having secured the gentle and peaceful conditions necessary for deep, restorative sleep. The sea at dusk has always called for a quiet structure, a steady way to guide ships safely to rest while preserving the tranquility of the surrounding shores. Centuries ago, as merchant trade routes expanded across distant and unfamiliar waters, mariners and port authorities recognized that the night required its own soft governance, a thoughtful set of shared rules designed to prevent accidental collisions and keep watch over dark, resting harbors. In the Mediterranean, where trading vessels gathered from distant ports, these customary practices gradually coalesced into formal written codes of navigation and harbor safety that governed every evening routine. Under the 13th century Catalan maritime code known as the Consolat de Mar, merchant vessels anchored in Mediterranean harbors at night were legally mandated to hang a single oil lantern shielded by horn panes from the mainmast, casting a calm amber glow across quiet harbor waters. This gentle light was not merely a navigational beacon for incoming sailors or a practical safeguard against drifting hulls. It was a visible symbol of civic responsibility and shared communal peace. The translucent horn panes softened the flickering flame inside, filtering the bright light into a mellow, soothing radiance that rested gently upon the gently rippling surface of the bay. In those peaceful medieval harbors, where the soft creak of wooden timber and the low, rhythmic murmur of incoming tides created a natural bedtime lullaby, the law served as a quiet custodian of the night, ensuring that every vessel rested securely within its appointed space, while preserving the stillness of the coastline for all who slept nearby. As the late hours deepened, these law-mandated lanterns formed a softly glowing constellation across the water, reassuring the townspeople on shore that the bay was safe, orderly, and carefully watched over by long-tested traditions of maritime harmony. Just as maritime codes brought a calm, predictable order to the harbors, municipal laws on land began to recognize the profound importance of quietude and structural safety within dense human settlements. As medieval towns gradually expanded into crowded urban centers, the close proximity of timber-framed homes often made sleep fragile, easily disturbed by the echoes of narrow cobblestone streets and the ever-present threat of nocturnal fires. In time, city planners and lawmakers began to craft civil regulations that sought not only to protect physical property from sudden disaster, but also to safeguard the intimate peace of domestic life. Following the devastating destruction of great cities, legal bodies turned their full attention toward building standards that could offer both physical resilience against flame and a restful sanctuary for weary residents returning home at dusk. Under the London Building Act of 1667, passed after the Great Fire, urban property laws mandated that party walls between residential row houses be constructed precisely 2 bricks thick and coated in smooth lime plaster to insulate bedchambers from neighboring noise. This careful legislation transformed the very nature of urban domestic living, turning shared adjoining barriers into thick, soothing cushions of solid masonry that held the clamor of the outer city at bay. The soft lime plaster, hand applied smoothly across the sturdy brickwork, absorbed the stray sounds and rustles of the night, allowing families to settle into deep, undisturbed repose. Law, when expressed in this thoughtful structural form, ceased to be merely a collection of prohibitions and obligations. It became a quiet, protective envelope built directly into the red clay bricks and smooth plaster of the home, crafting a peaceful haven where tired minds could rest without fear or intrusion. Through these varied regulations, spanning distant, quiet harbor waters and domestic bedchambers tucked within busy city streets, the long history of law reveals a gentle, enduring desire to cultivate harmony and stillness within human communities. Whether shielding an oil lantern on a silent Mediterranean bay, or specifying the exact thickness of a plaster-coated wall. In a recovering metropolis, historic legal codes frequently sought to establish clear, protective boundaries that allowed people to feel secure in their nightly repose. The law laid down predictable rhythms for the evening hours, reassuring merchants, mariners, and homeowners alike that their safety, privacy, and rest were protected by collective wisdom, foresighted planning, and shared civic agreement. Across centuries of human experience, these practical codes turned shared spaces into quiet sanctuaries, demonstrating how legal order can softly cradle the routines of daily rest. As the night unfolds and the world grows still around us, one can appreciate how these ancient and early modern laws built a silent framework for calm living, where boundaries offered comfort rather than constraint. The gentle amber light from a horn-pane lantern flickering across a calm harbor, and the thick, sound-dampening walls of a quiet row house remain enduring testaments to humanity's timeless search for order, safety, and a restful place to sleep under the wide, quiet night sky. As the 17th century drew toward its close, the evolution of statutory law expanded beyond traditional disputes over property, boundaries, and commerce, quietly turning its focus toward the stewardship of public safety and shared civic spaces. Across Northern Europe, sovereign states recognized that true justice was measured not only by resolving conflict within crowded courtrooms, but also by the steady, predictable administration of common well-being along distant borders and darkened waterways. Maritime law, long a patchwork of regional customs, shipboard traditions, and informal agreements among mariners began to integrate seamlessly into unified national legal codes. These comprehensive collections of statutes sought to codify every aspect of coastal life, establishing clear expectations for public servants, private merchants, and guardians of the shore alike. In this era of systematic codification, law became an unseen web of care and quiet vigilance, offering assurance to those who ventured across open, unpredictable waters. The sea, once governed largely by chance and local custom, was increasingly framed by a shared legal consensus designed to preserve life, secure trade routes, and bring order to nighttime coastlines. Mariners navigating the fog and darkness of northern seas relied on the silent promise that beyond the horizon, local authorities were bound by statutory duty to maintain watchful eyes and guiding lights. Thus, the law evolved into a reassuring framework of quiet protection, demonstrating how governance could illuminate the darkness and guide travelers safely to harbor. In the Kingdom of Denmark, this spirit of legal order found expression in the Dansk Lov, standardizing statutes across the realm to bring clarity, uniformity, and quiet stability to every village, port, and coastal watchtower. Under Denmark's 1683 Code of Christian V, coastal lightkeepers along the Kattegat Strait were legally mandated to burn refined seal oil in polished copper lamps, carefully trimming cotton wicks to maintain a constant amber glow for passing merchant vessels through quiet winter nights. This detailed statutory requirement was far more than a simple administrative directive. It represented a legal recognition that public safety required unyielding precision and nightly devotion. The law prescribed the exact nature of the fuel and the maintenance of the reflective copper surfaces, understanding that even a brief lapse in flame could lead a vessel astray on the dark, treacherous currents of the strait. Night after night, as icy winds swept across the Kattegat, lightkeepers moved within the stillness of their solitary towers, bound by legal code to perform their methodical duties with patient, quiet care. The gentle trimming of a wick and the soft replenishment of oil became acts of civic fidelity, legally sanctioned measures that translated abstract principles of justice into a warm, luminous beacon. Passing captains, watching from the icy decks of timber ships, could look toward the shore and see in that unwavering amber light the tangible manifestation of royal decree and societal trust, proving that justice could manifest as a steady flame illuminating the dark winter sea. This peaceful intersection of statutory obligation and practical stewardship illustrates how legal systems throughout history have served to create order out of uncertainty, offering a calm anchor for human endeavor. When legal codes specify the maintenance of light and the duty of care owed to strangers traveling through the night, law becomes a silent partner in the peaceful rhythm of daily life. The steady glow maintained along northern shores reflected a broader philosophical shift in Europe's legal traditions, a movement toward toward proactive governance that sought to prevent harm rather than merely punish infraction after the fact. In every carefully worded clause of these comprehensive codes, from the duties of lighthouse tenders to the regulation of harbor beacons, lay an understanding that society flourishes when expectations are clear, dependable, and rooted in mutual protection. As the quiet winter darkness enveloped the coastal waters, the legal system worked silently in the background, ensuring that every lightkeeper remained watchful and every lantern burned true. This enduring legacy of legal stewardship reminds us that courtrooms and statute books are ultimately built to safeguard human life and foster harmony across lands and seas. The history of law is marked by such quiet triumphs, where the codification of simple, daily responsibilities helps build a predictable and tranquil world. And as the dark waves fall into a soft, steady cadence against the shore, the memory of those early amber lights continues to shine, a timeless symbol of law's capacity to guide, protect, and restore peace to a resting world. When we reflect upon the long and sprawling history of human law, our thoughts frequently drift toward monumental stone stele, grand halls of judgment, or dramatic codifications inscribed by imperial decree. Yet, across centuries and continents, the true essence of legal order often revealed itself in far quieter, more intimate moments, in the gentle regulations that governed the peaceful rhythms of community life as daylight began to wane. Law, at its most humane and enduring core, was designed to cultivate trust and ensure safety, acting as a quiet guardian over the simple routines of everyday existence. Long before modern municipal regulations established streetlights or public safety departments, pre-modern legal systems across the globe recognized that governing authorities had a fundamental obligation to safeguard citizens during vulnerable transitions, such as the onset of nightfall. Across agrarian societies and bustling river trade networks, legal statutes systematically addressed the subtle details of civic duty, establishing clear expectations for public servants, merchants, and caretakers. These early statutes demonstrated a profound understanding that justice was not merely an abstract ideal to be debated by scholars, but a tangible, comforting presence that protected weary travelers returning home at dusk, ensuring that even in the quietest corners of the land, order and compassion prevailed. In 15th century Vietnam, during the prosperous reign of King Lerthon Tong, this gentle philosophy of statutory care found formal expression in one of East Asia's most remarkably comprehensive legal frameworks, the H letter 1E D3NG, D stroke letter 1E 9C, Code *, promulgated in 1483, codified hundreds of articles designed to balance social harmony, moral duty, and practical governance across the nation's fertile agricultural landscapes and winding waterways. amidst its extensive provisions on property, governance, and familial duties. The code paid delicate attention to the safety of ordinary people navigating the vast, mist-shrouded waters of the North under Article 478 of Vietnam's 1483 H letter 1ED3NG D stroke letter 1E9C Code. River ferrymen along the Red River Delta were legally mandated to tie their bamboo ferries to riverbank willow posts at sunset, keeping a single oil lantern lit to provide calm, safe passage for late evening travelers. This meticulous legal requirement transformed a simple nightly chore into a binding civic covenant, ensuring that anyone approaching the riverbank after dark would be greeted by the warm, steady glow of an oil lamp and a securely moored vessel waiting to convey them safely across the current. The inclusion of such specific, restorative details within a national legal code highlights how deeply integrated the concept of public welfare was within traditional Vietnamese jurisprudence, where the law functioned not merely to discipline, but to illuminate the darkness and guide the weary safely to rest. This thoughtful approach to riverine law and public safety was mirrored in various forms throughout historical legal traditions around the world. From ancient Mesopotamian water customs that regulated irrigation channels and boatmen's liabilities, to maritime codes along the Mediterranean and Baltic seas, societies consistently understood that shared channels of movement required clear, shared standards of care. When legal codes mandated the upkeep of lighthouses, the securing of harbor moorings, or the lighting of river gates, they established the foundational principle of statutory duty of care. The idea that those who control essential public conduits hold a sacred legal responsibility for the well-being of others. These peaceful mandates provided a predictable sense of security, allowing villagers, merchants, and nightly travelers to rest easy in the knowledge that human foresight and legal obligation stood watch over the hazards of the natural world. In these quiet historical examples, law revealed its gentlest nature, a steady, reassuring light shining through the twilight, transforming unpredictable wilderness into a sanctuary of order, mutual aid, and quiet repose. As night deepens over ancient waterways and historical landscapes, the quiet memory of these ancient protective laws lingers like a gentle lullaby. The steady lantern flickering softly against the dark waters of the Red River serves as a timeless emblem of how human communities have sought to protect one another through orderly, benevolent rules. In the grand tapestry of legal history, it is often these soft, unheralded regulations, the ones that ensured a safe river crossing, a lit lamp, or a quiet city gate, that best define the true spirit of justice. Law, in its highest calling, does not seek to overwhelm or disturb, but rather to create an enduring atmosphere of peace, shelter, and calm. As the water flows silently past the willow trees on the riverbank, mist settles over the countryside, we can drift off to sleep knowing that the spirit of care, woven so carefully into law through the ages, continues to watch over the tranquil world. As human civilizations expanded from early agrarian settlements into dense urban landscapes connected by trade and shared waters, the legal imagination underwent a quiet and profound transformation. Law began to reach beyond the grand codifications of ancient monarchs and the dramatic declarations of high courts, turning its attention toward the subtle, everyday rhythms of civic administration and public care. In the low-lying coastal regions of Western Europe, where human survival relied upon an intricate, perpetual balance with the surrounding waters, governance evolved a deeply practical and protective character. Here, municipal jurisprudence recognized that public safety and civic order were sustained not merely through penal statutes or the formal resolution of private disputes, but through the continuous, peaceful maintenance of common infrastructure. The law began to construct an unseen scaffolding of civic duty, establishing routines that operated smoothly in the background of daily life to safeguard the shared environment. Rather than relying solely on high-minded proclamations, local authorities enacted thoughtful administrative decrees designed to govern public spaces, protect vital water resources, and maintain hygiene across sprawling canal networks. This gentle branch of law understood that true civic justice was reflected in the quiet stability of a well-ordered community, where every channel was tended with care, allowing residents to rest in safety and calm. This deliberate focus on communal welfare and nocturnal stewardship reached a remarkable level of legal and practical refinement in the Dutch Republic during the 17th century. In these coastal provinces, local water boards, known historically as *Hoekheemraadschappen*, existed as self-governing regional bodies, equipped with legal authority to manage dikes, sluices, and urban waterways. These water boards crafted meticulous legal frameworks aimed at keeping rivers and city canals free of silt, floating debris, and stagnant blockages that might compromise municipal drainage or impede trade vessels. Under the 1630 Municipal Water Board regulations of Delftland in the Dutch Republic, canal keepers were legally required to clear floating weed and fallen leaves from city waterways after sunset using long wicker scoops, ensuring calm, unobstructed water flow past sleeping brick townhouses, working under the soft canopy of twilight and stars. These designated keepers moved quietly along the water's edge, their long-handled scoops skimming the surface with a soft, rhythmic whisper that harmonized seamlessly with the night. The legal mandate was crafted with subtle precision. By dictating that this cleaning occur after dusk, the statute avoided interfering with daytime barge traffic, while ensuring that organic matter did not accumulate overnight to decay or hinder the natural current. The specification of woven wicker scoops demonstrated an early legal sensitivity to environmental care, capturing floating leaves without disturbing the delicate clay lining the canal bed. The legal requirement for nocturnal clearing reflected a broader philosophy of civic responsibility that elevated routine maintenance to a solemn public trust. In the quiet atmosphere of the sleeping city, canal keepers carried out their statutory duties away from the watchful eyes of daytime crowds, guided by the quiet authority of municipal law. Their work prevented the stagnation of urban waters, protecting both the structural integrity of timber foundations beneath brick facades and the general health of the populace. This systematic approach to environmental management showed how legal systems could proactively manage ecological and infrastructural risks before they escalated into public crises. The laws of the Water Board treated the city as a living, dynamic ecosystem where every channel was connected to the welfare of the whole. By codifying specific tools, timings, and duties for municipal workers, early modern legal bodies demonstrated that governance could be both detailed and gentle, using regulatory power to sustain a clean, harmonious urban habitat without imposing heavy burdens on the citizenry. Ultimately, the quiet diligence required by the Delftland Water Board regulations highlights an enduring truth in the long evolution of law: that jurisprudence is often at its most noble when it functions silently as an instrument of common care, rather than intruding upon the populace through force or theatrical litigation. These early municipal ordinances wove legal obligation into the fabric of nightly routine, converting civic responsibility into a calm, protective lullaby for the town. The keeper dipping a wicker scoop into dark water was fulfilling a legal contract, not just with the municipal board, but with every sleeping household whose safety was preserved by the steady flow of the river. Over generations, such local ordinances laid the essential groundwork for modern public health regulations, environmental management laws, and urban planning codes, demonstrating that statutory mandates could cultivate peace across shared public spaces. As the cleared currents moved effortlessly beneath stone bridges and past shuttered windows, the law achieved its quietest purpose, providing an unseen guardianship that kept the world in serene balance while the city rested in peaceful slumber. Across the long and winding narrative of human jurisprudence, legal codes have frequently reached far beyond the traditional boundaries of property disputes, trade regulations, and criminal penalties, subtly shaping the quiet rhythms of everyday life. In the historic maritime Republic of Venice, where grand stone palazzos rested gracefully upon reflective waters and liquid canals, formed the primary thoroughfares of civic life, legal governance assumed a uniquely poetic and visual dimension. During the mid-16th century, as global maritime commerce brought unprecedented wealth into the city's sheltered lagoon, prominent noble families began to use their private watercraft as grand canvases for ostentatious personal display. Floating along the aquatic avenues, private gondolas were adorned with shimmering gold leaf, intricate wood carvings, and brilliant crimson silks, turning every routine voyage across the city into a clamorous public exhibition of wealth, social status, and competing family ambition. Yet the thoughtful statesmen of Venice understood that unchecked rivalries in shared public spaces could erode the delicate sense of civic unity, mutual respect, and social equilibrium. They recognized that law possessed a quiet, restorative capacity, not merely to penalize transgression, but to cultivate the sensory atmosphere of a city, gently steering its citizens away from restless self-aggrandizement and toward a shared culture of restraint, visual composure, and collective peace. To restore order and quietude across the island city, the Republic turned to sumptuary legislation, an ancient tradition of legal decrees intended to moderate luxury, curb excess, and preserve social balance across all ranks of society. In 1562, the Venetian Senate passed a sumptuary law requiring all private gondolas to be coated in uniform matte black wool fabrics and dark timber finishes, establishing visual harmony and quiet elegance along the city's waterways. This sweeping act of civic governance effectively stripped away the gaudy embellishments of private vanity, replacing chaotic visual competition with a serene, dignified uniformity that reflected the Republic's commitment to modesty and public order. Promulgated in 1562 by the Venetian Senate, a city sumptuary law legally required all gondolas operating along Venetian canals to be painted strictly in matte black pitch and fitted with dark woolen cushions, creating a uniform, quiet aesthetic across nocturnal waterways. By standardizing both the protective outer coats of pitch and the understated interior upholstery, the law transformed every passing vessel into a somber, beautiful instrument of peaceful transit, gliding silently beneath arched stone bridges and past softly illuminated Gothic windows. This visual transformation of the canals had a profound psychological influence upon the city's inhabitants and visiting travelers, demonstrating that thoughtful legal codes could soothe the human spirit and bring stillness to urban life. Where bright colors, polished metals, and competing banners once created visual agitation, the dark timber and matte black surfaces absorbed the soft evening light, allowing the natural beauty of the water and historic architecture to command gentle attention. Passengers resting upon the dark woolen cushions found themselves wrapped in an aura of quiet privacy, while the rhythmic, hushed dipping of wooden oars replaced the loud clamor of status-driven display. In this tranquil environment, the law was experienced not as an oppressive restraint, but as a protective sanctuary of calm, establishing a peaceful retreat from the bustling energy of a major maritime trading empire. The uniform black hulls smoothed away social friction along the canals, offering a subtle daily reminder that true civic dignity is found in shared harmony rather than individual ostentation. As centuries drifted past like gentle ripples against ancient wooden pilings, the Venetian sumptuary law of 1562 gradually dissolved into living tradition. Yet its quiet elegance remained forever woven into the physical identity of the city. What began as a formal statutory mandate became the iconic visual signature of Venice, showing how legal order can transcend its immediate regulatory purpose to leave an enduring legacy of quiet beauty. Through statutes designed to temper human vanity and preserve public peace, jurisprudence revealed its capacity to serve as an architect of lasting calm, shaping civic spaces into quiet sanctuaries for the human mind. As night falls gently over the still waters of the lagoon and soft shadows merge along the quiet canals, the silent memory of these dark vessels offers a comforting reflection on how law, in its most thoughtful expressions, strives to bring balance, grace, and restful peace to human society across the ages. As the light of dusk slowly yields to the deep blue hues of evening, the history of law reveals itself not only in grand judicial halls or crowded public assemblies, but in the quiet, steady ways that order was maintained across vast stretches of time and land. Long before the advent of rapid modern communication, ancient kingdoms and sprawling empires understood that true justice depended upon the reliable and peaceful passage of written words from central courts to remote provinces. Along ancient stone-paved highways, quiet riverways, and winding mountain passes, dedicated messengers carried royal decrees, judicial rulings, and administrative ledgers beneath the wide, calm canopy of the twilight night sky. In ancient Mesopotamia, dynastic Egypt, and classical Rome, the physical movement of legal records was treated with profound and reverent care, ensuring that every distant village and quiet frontier post remained bound to a shared standard of fairness, predictability, and protection. This gentle, recurring rhythm of governance created a soothing atmosphere across the realm, allowing communities to settle each evening with the reassuring knowledge that written law offered a silent structure of harmony amidst the unpredictable changes of the world. By the 18th century, as legal traditions continued to mature across different continents, the delicate art of legal codification began to place an even greater emphasis on administrative precision, institutional restraint, and the serene integration of legal authority into daily life. In Japan, throughout the prolonged and peaceful era of the Tokugawa shogunate, legal scholars and administrative officials worked meticulously to organize generations of legal precedents, local customs, and judicial directives into a clear, unified system of governance, formulated during a period marked by deep cultural reflection and artistic refinement. These statutory compilations sought to establish consistent procedures for magistrates, clarify property rights, and guide the precise duties of judicial officers across every province, rather than remaining as abstract theoretical texts stored away in forgotten libraries. These laws were designed to shape the subtle rhythms of daily existence, prescribing how officials should conduct themselves with grace, quiet dignity, and thoughtful restraint. Within this tradition, justice was understood not as an aggressive assertion of power, but as a continuous, gentle melody of balance, an ongoing effort to preserve social equilibrium while preserving the natural tranquility of towns and hamlets sleeping under the shogunate's protective care. This profound commitment to measured order, calm efficiency, and quiet respect for the populace was beautifully reflected in the specific regulations governing the movement of legal correspondence along the nation's historic travel corridors. Under Japan's 1742 Kyuji Kata Asadame Gaki legal code, official couriers transporting magistrate documents between Edo and Kyoto were legally required to carry soft paper lanterns painted with indigo seals, walking at a steady cadence to ensure quiet passage through sleepy post towns at night. As these couriers traveled along the Takeido and Nakesendo routes, the soft glow from their handheld paper lanterns illuminated the misty nighttime air, casting a gentle, rhythmic warmth against the dark wooden facades of shuttered inns and silent farmhouses. The painted indigo insignia served as a quiet emblem of state authority, granting the runners unhindered passage through provincial barrier gates without requiring noisy announcements or disruptive calls to wake the sleeping guards. Their deliberate, measured footsteps moved in soft rhythm over the packed earth, blending harmoniously with the rustling pine needles and the distant, soothing sound of night streams. In this delicate manner, the law journeyed through the darkness like a quiet light, ensuring that even the essential work of judicial administration yielded to the restful slumber of the sleeping countryside. As the couriers made their way along the winding trail connecting the political center of Edo to the ancient imperial capital of Kyoto, the quiet legacy of codified law carried forward into the tranquil stillness of the night. Across every age, culture, and continent, the thoughtful arrangement of laws has served as a soft anchor for human civilization, shielding communities from chaos and providing a quiet, lasting sense of safety. Though the delicate light of the paper lanterns eventually dissolves into the soft morning fog, the enduring principle behind them remains constant: that true justice operates with gentleness, clarity, and deep respect for human peace. Let your mind rest in the quiet assurance that throughout history, the steady hand of law has watched over the world, allowing all things to rest in deep, undisturbed calm. As the late Middle Ages gradually yielded to the early modern period, the reach of legal codification began to soften and refine, turning its focus from grand doctrines of feudal sovereignty toward the quiet, intimate details of daily civic life. Across the prosperous trading cities of Western and Central Europe, municipal councils increasingly recognized that justice and public welfare were not maintained solely through high courts, trial decrees, and solemn commercial contracts, but also through the steady, predictable order of the evening hours. In vibrant towns like Nuremberg, local governance blossomed into remarkably detailed municipal ordinances designed to protect the health, safety, and tranquil repose of every resident. These urban regulations, known broadly across Germanic lands as *Polizeiordnungen*, or civic directives, sought to harmonize the shared existence of thousands of souls living closely within fortified stone walls. Through carefully drafted statutes, the law extended its protective cloak into the dark nighttime hours, recognizing that a genuinely well-ordered city was one where citizens could sleep without fear of fire, intrusion, or sudden nocturnal commotion. The law evolved into a silent, watchful guardian establishing precise rules for market closing times, the safe dousing of hearth embers, the tethering of livestock, and the orderly maintenance of public pathways. In this way, legal history recorded a profound shift toward preventive governance, where the ultimate measure of civic justice was the deep, undisturbed silence that settled over domestic chambers as the evening stars emerged above steep slate roofs and wooden gables. This commitment to nighttime tranquility was nowhere more beautifully evident than in the specific legal mandates governing municipal servants tasked with guarding the nocturnal streets. Under the 15th century *Polizeiordnung*, Civic Code of Nuremberg, municipal night watchmen were legally required to carry horn-shielded brass lanterns filled with rapeseed oil while patrolling cobblestone lanes, calling out the evening hours in quiet, measured tones to keep sleeping households undisturbed. The exquisite precision of this legal mandate reflected a deep institutional understanding of human comfort, psychological safety, and civic care. The brass lanterns, carefully crafted with panels of thin, translucent animal horn rather than fragile clear glass, cast a warm, muted glow that illuminated damp paving stones without producing harsh, startling glares against shuttered bedroom windows. Fueled by clean, slow-burning rapeseed oil, their steady flames provided a soft, reliable beacon of security through the long, chilly watches of autumn and winter nights. As the watchmen walked their designated circuits, passing beneath overhanging timber frames, arched stone portals, and quiet, darkened guild halls, their voices were strictly regulated by law to remain low, steady, and melodious. Rather than shouting alarming alerts or harsh commands into the midnight stillness, they recited the passage of time like a soothing lullaby, reassuring residents that the city gates were securely locked, the hearth fires were properly quenched, and all remained peaceful. The legal requirement for gentleness demonstrated how statutory authority could be wielded with remarkable empathy, transforming civic duty into a comforting rhythm that lulled entire neighborhoods into deep, restful sleep. Over the centuries, these modest municipal codes laid the enduring groundwork for modern concepts of public safety, urban planning, and civic peace, proving that legal systems achieve their highest purpose when they foster an atmosphere of unburdened rest, safety, and mutual trust. The serene image of the Nuremberg watchman moving through dark, winding alleys with his horn-shielded light captures a pivotal moment in human legal history, where civic administration began to prioritize the quiet well-being of the community above punitive displays of force or arbitrary authority. Regulations concerning night patrols, fire prevention, street lighting, and noise abatement gradually spread across neighboring regions, establishing a shared European tradition of municipal stewardship and civic care. Citizens came to understand that the law was present not merely in distant courtrooms, royal palaces, or grand legislative decrees, but in the soft, flickering lamp passing outside their bedroom window on a calm night. The slow, rhythmic footfalls of leather soles on worn cobblestone, the gentle chime of a distant clock tower, and the low, reassuring call of the watchman all served as tangible proof of a community bound together by protective rules. As darkness deepened over the medieval city, the law fulfilled its quietest and most tender promise: to hold the night in gentle balance, allowing weary minds to surrender to sleep, confident that order, safety, and care remained steadfastly on guard until the first golden light of dawn. As legal traditions matured across the ancient world, their scope gradually expanded far beyond the resolution of land disputes, criminal trials, and formal contracts, reaching gently into the subtle, recurring rhythms of everyday civic existence. Ancient jurists and city leaders came to understand that true public order required more than just laws governing commerce and dispute. It called for thoughtful boundaries around the physical environment, ensuring that the relentless bustle of trade and construction would not overwhelm the health and peace of the populace. In the sprawling metropolis of ancient Rome, a vibrant center of human activity, narrow cobblestone avenues were constantly filled with citizens, scholars, merchants, and foreign travelers. The sheer density of daily life created an extraordinarily lively yet relentless environment, where the demands of building magnificent stone structures and maintaining vital urban supplies threatened to saturate the city streets at every hour. To preserve safety, ease traffic congestion, and protect the peaceful flow of daytime civic life, Rome's governing authorities turned to statutory regulation. Promulgated under Julius Caesar in 45 BCE, Rome's Lex Julia Municipales banned heavy freight wagons from entering the city center during daylight hours, legally restricting bulk transport of timber and stone to quiet nighttime hours between between sunset and dawn. Through this pioneering piece of civic legislation, the acoustic and physical atmosphere of the imperial capital was carefully balanced. The daylight hours were preserved for pedestrians, open-air discussions, and orderly public gatherings, while the heavy, iron-wheeled wagons carrying massive marble blocks and thick wooden beams moved quietly under the cover of dusk and moonlight, setting an enduring precedent for municipal traffic control and quiet hours. This delicate legal balance between daytime industry and evening tranquility reflected a growing philosophical realization that municipal law could serve as a protective scaffold for human rest and domestic well-being. By designating specific times for heavy transport and quiet passage, early legal systems acknowledged that public peace and nightly rest were essential pillars of a stable and flourishing society. Across different continents, cultures, and centuries, other great civilizations independently arrived at remarkably similar statutory methods to safeguard the evening calm of their citizens. Far to the east, in the vast and meticulously planned capital of China, imperial lawmakers constructed an intricate framework of urban statutes designed to ensure harmony, security, and quiet throughout the city's extensive residential neighborhoods. In 7th century Tang Dynasty Chang'an, imperial urban statutes mandated that city ward gates close each evening after 800 soft drum beats from the central drum tower, creating quiet residential quarters across the capital until sunrise. The deep, rhythmic sound of the drum beats resonated across the grid of broad, tree-lined avenues, signaling to residents, shopkeepers, and weary travelers that the active work of the day was drawing to its natural, gentle conclusion. As the final drumbeat echoed into silence, heavy wooden gates were drawn closed across each self-contained ward, transforming bustling urban sectors into peaceful, quiet sanctuaries where families could gather in safety, unbothered by nighttime travel, street noise, or the distant commotion of the capital. These historical examples illustrate how the evolution of legal codes was never confined solely to high courts, monarchical decrees, or grand constitutional theories. Instead, the law was intimately woven into the physical texture of human habitations, shaping how communities experienced the gentle transition from daylight to darkness. By codifying quiet hours, regulating transport schedules, and establishing orderly evening routines, ancient municipal statutes laid the enduring foundational principles for modern urban planning, residential quiet zones, and public health regulations that continue to protect our living spaces today. They demonstrated that a society's legal system achieves its highest purpose when it honors not only the energetic pursuits of trade and governance during the day, but also the universal human need for stillness, safety, and restorative slumber when night falls. As shadow and stars settled over the streets of ancient Rome and Chang'an, citizens could rest with confidence, knowing that their night's peace was guarded by the quiet, steady presence of codified law. In every era, the true strength of justice is found not only in its power to resolve conflict, but in its quiet capacity to wrap a community in enduring tranquility, allowing weary minds and tired bodies to find restful peace, undisturbed sleep, and gentle renewal until the return of the morning sun. Across thousands of years and through countless civilizations, humanity has sought gentle, reliable ways to live together in quiet accord. From the sun-baked clay tablets of ancient Mesopotamia to the solemn marble halls of modern tribunals, the evolution of legal codes and courts has always been driven by a deeply human wish to turn uncertainty into order and conflict into enduring calm. Law is, at its core, a shared promise created so that communities may lay down their burdens at night without fear, trusting in protective boundaries that safeguard their homes, their daily labors, and their peaceful hours. As we look back through the vast tapestry of legal history, we see that every charter, decree, and local custom was crafted to bring balance and predictability to human existence. Courts were established not merely to settle grievances, but to create calm spaces where reason could prevail over impulse, and where neighboring communities could find common ground. The long story of justice is far more than a record of rules written in ink. It is a quiet testament to our enduring desire for safety, fairness, and mutual understanding across the passing generations. In earlier eras, this search for balance was often measured by the rhythms of nature and the gentle reach of human perception, grounding legal concepts in the calm, tangible realities of rural life. Rather than relying strictly on unyielding iron markers or abstract geometry, historical legal traditions frequently recognized boundaries defined by the natural senses and the peaceful landscape. Under medieval German land law recorded in the 13th century Schwabenspiegel, property buffer zones for rural farmsteads were legally defined by acoustic distance, measured as far as a copper horn's soft note could drift across a calm morning valley. In those quiet centuries, the legal limit of a homestead's domain was not marked by harsh barriers, but by a melodic tone that dissolved softly into the morning mist, ensuring that each household enjoyed a sanctuary of quiet space where the clamor of daily work would not intrude upon a neighbor's peaceful routine. This thoughtful approach to land rights reveals how deeply law was once attuned to the natural acoustics of the earth, recognizing that true justice includes protecting the tranquility of a home and respecting the gentle silence needed for a community to live in harmony. As twilight settles gently across the fields and cities of the world, those ancient ideals of sanctuary and quiet order continue to echo through the fabric of modern legal systems. The elaborate legal codes, customary traditions, and courtrooms that developed over centuries all return, in the end, to that single fundamental purpose, providing a dependable framework of safety that allows a society to rest without concern. The history of law shows us that justice is not a rigid burden, but a quiet, protective shelter, constantly refining itself so that individuals may live alongside one another with dignity and peace. When the day's debates draw to a close and the courtroom doors are shut for the evening, the protective mantle of law remains silently active, holding the structure of our shared life in place. It guards the stillness of the night just as faithfully as it guides the work of the day, ensuring that every person can step away from their duties and retreat into rest, knowing that their home and peace are safely upheld. Now, as the darkness deepens and the world settles into a deep, comforting hush, the grand narrative of codes, courts, and justice through time reaches its restful conclusion. The voices of ancient lawgivers, medieval scholars, and modern jurists all fade softly into the quiet night air. The centuries of thoughtful debate, written declarations, and the patient search for equity rest easily now, having built a foundation of stability beneath our lives. All the boundaries of human history, whether marked by ancient stones, parchment scrolls, or the faint note of a copper horn carrying across a calm valley, now rest in quiet balance under the stars. There are no more disputes to resolve, no further cases to hear, and no more laws to record. As the peaceful night enfolds the world in its soft embrace, you may let go of all thoughts of order and duty, resting securely in the quiet stability that surrounds you. Sleep comes gently now, inviting deep, serene rest as the still night carries you into complete peace.